Go ahead. Dear audience, dear guest speakers, both live here in Sofia, in Helsinki, and across Finland and the world through the online stream. Warm welcome to this Frontline Forum focusing on well-being economy and how to make it the new strategic paradigm for Finland. My name is Julia Jousilahti, and I work as a senior expert in think tank Demos Helsinki, focusing on building more fair and sustainable future economic systems. I will be your host for the 2 days with my colleague Jenni Kilpi, who leads Demos Helsinki's team on new governance.
It's a well-known fact that Finland ranks among the most developed countries in the world by many indicators. But with the overconsumption of resources, polarization, and geopolitical turmoil, it's time to return to what the government should be able to promise their citizens: well-being. And while we may agree on the premise of putting well-being first, there's still a missing link between purpose and practice, governance.
And this Frontline Forum focuses exactly on that. So what are the concrete tools and practices for bringing sustainable well-being in the core of decision-making and public governance? The good news is there are a lot of international examples we can learn from. So no one has to start from scratch or push this agenda forward alone. And today we have a full house of people who are either experienced in well-being economy governance or interested in it. So let's take advantage of these 2 days. Please ask questions from the speakers, share your experiences, and make new connections during the breaks and the workshops. Before I invite our first speaker on stage, a few important words on safety. So there are 2 emergency exits on both sides. And should there be a fire alarm, the meeting point is on that side at Sofiankatu 4C. In the background, you can see today's program, which you can also find on the events website. But now, towards the first speech of today. So next I'd like to welcome on stage the founder-host of Frontline Forum, Doctor of Science, Iiro Jussila. He's a professor of management and organizations at Lappeenranta Technical University and an expert in systemic change, sustainable business, and ownership. Please join me in welcoming Professor Iiro Jussila.
Dear colleagues, esteemed speakers, guests and partners, welcome to Frontline Forum. We gather here today in a time of significant global turbulence and transformation. In recent decades, the United States, long seen as a beacon of democratic governance and economic liberalism, has faced growing challenges. Social polarization, eroding institutional trust, and the difficulty of translating economic growth into broad-based well-being. At the same time, China has emerged as a powerful actor, offering a different model of governance, one that combines centralized authority with long-term strategic planning and economic expansion. What we are witnessing is more than a geopolitical rivalry. It is, in fact, a competition between societal models, a global contest over which system can best deliver the good life to its people. At the heart of this competition lies a critical question. What kind of governance model can truly meet the expectations of citizens for well-being, security, and meaningful lives within the ecological limits of our planet? A growing body of scientific research, international institutions and governments now agree we can no longer afford to define success solely through economic growth. The 21st century presents us with an urgent reality: planetary boundaries. Climate change, biodiversity loss, and resource depletion are not distant threats. They are here, and they are redefining the very terms of prosperity. What we once measured in terms of output, GDP, or quarterly targets must now be evaluated in terms of resilience, regeneration and responsibility. This shift forces us to ask what kind of progress we can truly call success if it erodes the very systems life depends on. But just as nature has limits, so does society. While planetary boundaries define what Earth can sustain, social sustainability defines what people can endure. What binds us together and what risks tearing us apart. We live in a time of growing inequality, increased loneliness, generational rifts, and declining trust in public institutions. And all of this reminds us, no society can thrive for long if its foundations are socially fractured. Sustainable well-being, then, must be just as much about connection and inclusion as it is about carbon budgets or biodiversity loss. It is about the relationships we nurture, the dignity we uphold, and the sense of belonging we build together. Because the truth is, even the most advanced ecological policies will fail if people feel excluded, unheard, or left behind. Social cohesion is not a soft value. It is the very fabric that turns policies into lived realities, that turns strategies into shared futures. This is where well-being economy thinking comes in, not as an utopian ideal, but as a new strategic paradigm for public governance. One that places human needs, ecological limits, and social values at the center of policy planning and decision making. The program of this Frontline Forum event, Wellbeing Economy, the new strategy paradigm for Finland, is based on the Wellbeing Economy project funded by the European Union's Recovery and Resilience Facility as part of Finland's Sustainable Growth Programme and led by the THL, the Finnish Institute for Health and Welfare. The project, and therefore this event, is grounded in a theoretical framework, the theory of sustainable well-being, inspired by the work of Erika Lahr and developed further in Finland by scholars such as Tuula Helne, Tuuli Hirvilammi, and Frank Martela, the latter two being also present here today. The theory of sustainable well-being defines well-being through four interlinked dimensions. Having material conditions like income and housing needed to meet basic needs. Loving the human need for reciprocal and caring relationships. Doing opportunities to experience agency, purpose, and participation in society. Being an individual's internal experience of health, satisfaction, and meaning. In this model, the economy is not the end, but as a means to promote sustainable well-being. Crucially, economic performance is no longer enough. At the same time, we must also achieve ecological and social sustainability. This is the core premise of THL's Wellbeing Economy project and the reason why we are all here today. One might think that well-being economy is a faraway idea or an abstract goal, but it is not. A few years ago, Finland decided to include the development of a national well-being economy model as part of our Sustainable Growth Programme. THL was assigned to complete this task. As a result, a proposal for a Finnish model came out. But more than this, with it, the understanding that there are many everyday practices for well-being economy already taking place in other countries. And that for every country is aspiring to get better at putting well-being of people and the planet at the core of decision-making. There is a multitude of good examples of how to do it, as well as peer knowledge on the technicalities, shortfalls, and key learnings. For Finland, the governance needs to develop in three areas specifically. In strategic decision-making, in resource governance, and in the systemic interpretation of knowledge base for governance. Therefore, our morning program today focuses on showcasing how other countries have already taken concrete steps toward integrating well-being into their governance systems. All of these countries have adopted a well-being economy framework to produce monitoring data on broad well-being developments to support national-level policymaking. Wales and Estonia are examples of countries where strategic steering instruments play a strong role. Strategic governance refers to setting goals and objectives which guide political prioritizations and policy formulation. In Wales, the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act legally obligates public bodies to think long term and consider the impact of their decisions on future generations. In Estonia, the Estonia 2035 strategy aligns national planning with long-term well-being targets and budget legislation. Ireland and Canada provide examples of resource-based instruments used to implement the well-being economy. Resource governance concerns budgeting practices. Well-being economy approach can change how budgeting decisions are made, and practices in the sphere of resource governance offer tools for that. In Ireland, the well-being economy framework is being used to inform budget priorities and program reviews. In Canada, importantly has developed a quality of life framework now used in budgeting, expenditure reviews, and performance evaluation. Canada's approach exemplifies how a national government can use data to improve lives, not just balance budgets. Knowledge-based governance means that there is an agreement on practices to monitor and assess the state, developments, distribution, and sustainability of well-being. Italy and Netherlands offer particularly interesting examples of implementing information-based steering within well-being economy approach. Italy integrates best indicators into its economic planning cycle. The Netherlands brings together multiple research institutes to evaluate broad societal effects of policy measures in integrated well-being framework. Our conversation today is also part of a much broader policy movement. As we will hear from our esteemed speakers, the European Union, United Nations, and the World Health Organization are all reshaping global governance frameworks to prioritize well-being. The Council of the European Union has adopted conclusions on the economy of well-being in 2019, urging member states to incorporate this perspective into national policies. The UN, through its Beyond GDP initiative, is developing new global indicators to better capture social and ecological progress. World Health Organization's European Wellbeing Economy Initiative, launched in 2023, explicitly calls on governments to design economic systems that support public health, equity, and environmental resilience. The OECD, through its WISE Center, offers tools for embedding well-being into economic policy. Even here in Finland, the current government program references the need to improve strategic governance, set outcome-based goals, and track social and ecological impacts of public policies. Yet, despite being a member of the Wellbeing Economy Governance WIGO network since 2021, Finland remains the only WIGO country without a national wellbeing economy governance model in place. This makes this event not only timely, but urgent. A powerful democracy needs an informed public. That is why it's important to discuss the role of statistical agencies and the media in supporting transparent democratic dialogue around well-being. How can national statistical offices present data in ways that are accessible to citizens, not just experts? How can media outlets support accountability of politicians by utilizing the information on well-being indicators and mirror these with the planned effects of policies? How can these kind of discussions happen in a way that engages the public and politicians as well? Our afternoon panel brings together thought leaders to reflect on how knowledge, narrative, and trust can be mutually reinforcing pillars in well-being oriented societies. Tomorrow, we turn the focus inward, toward Finland, and also change to Finnish language. We examine what kind of research agenda is needed to support well-being economy thinking. How can new indicators, such as those 15 recently published by the THL, better capture the complexity of well-being in all its dimensions? What is the role of ministries, municipalities, and well-being regions in enabling system-wide change? Following, for example, the THL's proposal for a national governance model. We'll also explore financing mechanisms like social impact bonds and how cross-sectoral partnerships can support long-term impact and sustainability. For those participating today, a link to THL's set of 15 key indicators will be sent by email after the forum. This event is produced by Frontline Forum in cooperation with THL, the Finnish Institute of Health and Welfare. So a few words about the Frontline Forum. Frontline Forum is not a think tank. It's not an academic seminar. It's a strategic platform for dialogue, transformation, and collective leadership. Our purpose is to connect public institutions, researchers, business leaders, and civil society actors around concrete questions of how we lead, measure, and fund well-being in the 21st century. This Frontline Forum event aligns with THL's mission to protect, promote the health, well-being, and safety of people in a changing society. Together, we contribute to the development of new governance models that deliver sustainable and meaningful results to citizens and hold leaders accountable for making well-being visible, measurable, and actionable. I want to sincerely thank our distinguished speakers, our global guests, and especially the THL for outstanding collaboration. All of you participating, thank you for being part of this movement. I wish you an inspiring, thought-provoking, and energizing day. And please do share your experiences, your insights, and your questions on social media with the hashtag Frontline Forum. Let's build the well-being economy together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iiro. Indeed, it is quite special to be able to have this amount of gathered knowledge under the same roof. So congratulations already now to THL and Frontline Forum for hosting this and bringing us all together to bring forward this agenda. Now we have some opening remarks on the agenda next. So we will hear from the former president of Finland, Tarja Halonen, about the new strategic paradigm for Finland. So let's tune in to hear her greetings for us.
The United Nations Brundtland Commission in the 1980s to the Millennium Development Goals. In 2000, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development for the first time tied together the environmental, economic, and social sustainability. It confirmed that we cannot solve global problems in silos. The idea of sustainable development is a kind of modern trinity, a balance between the social, economic, and ecological dimensions of sustainable development. Economic growth is needed, but it has to contain social justice and respect the planetary boundaries. Devastating impacts of climate change and environmental degradation are felt around the globe. Sustainable development is the key for solving future challenges of our societies. We need all our human capital, creative resources to find a new way into the future, ensuring a good life for the current and future generations requires a reduction of inequalities. Promotion of human rights, gender equality, social inclusion, decent work and education are truly critical for sustainable and resilient development. Economy of well-being approach invests in people's well-being. It can bring long-term benefits by reducing costs and promoting social inclusion, societal resilience, and economic growth within planetary boundaries. At the moment, too many people around the world still cannot participate meaningfully in their societies or give their full potential contribution to the growth of their economies. The audience, the most recent achievement is the Pact for the Future, adopted last September. The Pact is the most comprehensive international agreement in decades. It gives us new ways to speed the progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Times could be easier for turning the agreements and commitments into action. The number of wars and conflicts are growing, geopolitical divisions are further deepening, inequality and global hunger are rising, democracy and rule of law are under threat in many countries around the world. And our planet is fast approaching tipping points, points of no return on several fronts. In times of polarization and uncertainty, it is vital to uphold our commitments and safeguard effective rule-based multilateralism. It is also important to remember often the work is more difficult and complicated just when it's needed the most. So, dear friends, integrating the Sustainable Development Goals into national strategies and policies is essential to ensure a good quality of life for current and future generations. We can all participate. Sustainable development requires the effort of everyone, including governments, businesses, academia, civil society, labor movements, as well as all personally. This forum provides an excellent opportunity to share best practices and tools for implementing the well-being economy approach that respects the human rights and satisfies the essential needs of all people today, without compromising the future rights of the future generation to do the same. I wish warmly you all fruitful discussion and a very successful forum. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to President Halonen. I am sure that with these we will be moving towards the ingredients of the strategic paradigm, how it unfolds into reality. And thank you to President Halonen for emphasizing how much of a collective collaborative push moving forward the well-being economy agenda actually is. Julia, please.
Thank you, Jenny. So we are starting the day by discussing international examples of strategic governance of a well-being economy. Our first speaker will come from Wales. Wales is an international frontrunner in well-being economic governance since it enacted the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act in 2015 already. The Act legally binds public bodies to pursue 7 interconnected well-being goals and 5 key principles for ways of working to work in a more long-term and holistic manner. Wales has also appointed world's first Future Generations Commissioner who supports public bodies in applying the Act. Mr. Ciaran Downey works as an economist in the Welsh government and will tell us more about how the Welsh models came into being and what it actually is and how it works. Mr. Downey will be followed by Birgit Lüüs-Jakobs, the head of strategic planning in the Government Office of Estonia. Estonia has created a cross-sectoral long-term strategy called Eesti 2035, which outlines the country's developmental direction by setting 5 key long-term goals, formulated with input from over 17,000 citizens. We will soon hear more about this from Mrs. Lüüs-Jakobs. And after the presentations, there will be time for audience questions and discussion, so I recommend you to listen loud, make notes, and prepare your questions. But I would now like to welcome Ciaran to join us on the floor. Thank you.
Kiitos ja hyvää huomenta. I hope that made sense. My language skills aren't brilliant, so that's as much Finnish as I'll try today, otherwise I fear I might kick off a diplomatic incident. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today, and I want to thank the Frontline Forum and the Finnish Institute of Health and Welfare for inviting us here to talk about the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, an act in Wales that we're always keen to talk about. It's also a pleasure, as I was just introduced there, to talk about a policy framework. As an economist, I'm normally just pointing at graphs and tables, so this is a lot less dry than I'm normally used to, which is nice. Okay, is this the thing that kind of kicks off the slides? Sorry. Yeah, I pressed the green button, do I? Okay, good. Sorry, I should have checked that before. Right. Oh, is that working? Oh, sorry, that's that button. Okay, there you go. Okay, given that Wales' Wellbeing of Future Generation Act was enacted over 10 years ago in 2015, and is considered the first law... Oh, what's gone on there? Okay. Okay, good. It's considered the first law put in place globally, which embedded sustainable development principles into governance arrangements. I am aware that at a gathering such as this, that it may also be one of the agenda items that attendees are most familiar with. Nevertheless, hopefully I cover some new ground for any of you in the room that applies to. If not, consider it a revision session. The key thing I will be trying to cover today is this, an overview of the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act architecture, the blueprint from which we work in Wales to better realise an economy focused on well-being. Many of the components of this blueprint are, I know, particularly of interest today given your well-being economy governance model proposals. As I hope you will see, the Act has been specifically designed to provide strategic direction and a framework to ensure effective policy making towards a well-being economy. Before I go over that framework, however, I just want to quickly go back and provide the backdrop into which this Act emerged. So, as I mentioned, the Act was enacted in 2015, but as I'm sure we all know, the 7 or so years leading up to that point were dominated by the fallout from the global financial crisis. Increasingly, there was a sense that, despite abundant growth in the years leading up to the crisis, the economy had failed to deliver for many, with severe economic inequality and grave concerns voiced by scientists as to the impact we, humans, were having on our environment. Against this backdrop, there are growing demands for governments to take a wider variety of factors into consideration when making decisions and resist the urge to focus purely on economic concerns. Instead of this, there were calls to also consider social, cultural, and environmental factors and place the economy on a sustainable footing. It is within this context that the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act truly began to materialise. Now, it is always difficult to determine a specific starting point when plotting a timeline behind any act of this kind, but for the purposes of this presentation, the Welsh Government's programme for government at the start of the Senedd term in 2011 seems like a good place to start. Now, that programme for government stated that the Welsh Government would legislate within that parliamentary term to embed sustainable development as a central organising principle in all our actions across government and other devolved public bodies. The same document also committed the Welsh Government to legislate to put in place a new independent sustainable development body for Wales, and there'll be more on that later. The fundamental sustainable development principle that Welsh Government was seeking to follow is that one on the screen there, ensuring that meeting current generations' needs did not impede the ability for future generations to do the same. Now, I thought I would quickly go over a quick, simplified timeline of events leading up to the Act coming into force as well. So, starting in July 2011 with that programme for government I just mentioned. Later that same year, the Welsh Government had an engagement event with stakeholders to get their views on placing a sustainable development duty on the Welsh public sector and on creating a statutory independent sustainable development body for Wales. The result of this engagement suggests there is broad support to legislate in the area, but at this point there's no consensus on what approach should be taken. In May of the following year, the Welsh Government launches a 10-week consultation exercise to gather views on a range of possible proposals for a Sustainable Development Bill to help determine what are the best proposals to take forward. After that exercise, and later that same year, the Welsh Government publishes its white paper seeking views on a range of refined proposals which the Welsh Government is minded to carry out. These include a new duty to embed sustainable development as the central organising principle of public bodies in Wales, the creation of a sustainable development body, a proposal to create local service boards which will ensure that planning is better integrated across local public actors, the proposed phasing and implementation of that duty, and steps to improve the accountability framework for sustainable development in Wales. Little over a year later, in February 2014, a national conversation is launched on the Wales We Want, which is intended to help the process of identifying the appropriate goals for sustainable development that Wales should set for itself. And I believe this is something that kind of you're potentially interested in doing in Finland. This engagement exercise lasts for approximately a year and engages 7,000 people across Wales through their communities and other groups. As well as this, there is engagement driven online and via social media. The exercise also involves the recruitment of future champions, whose role is to advocate for future generations and raise issues affecting their groups, communities, and organisations. An interim report provides a summary of the views that came up during this national conversation, which include environment, employment, education, and health are of most concern to the well-being of future generations, that a sense of responsibility and ownership of the long-term goals and their achievement was important to people, and that the goals need to be underpinned by clear measures and benchmarks of progress. Then, in April 2015, the Act is finally enacted and then comes into force a year later. This kind of year delay allowing public bodies the time they need to prepare to meet their obligations under the Act. So that's a brief, but certainly not exhaustive, history behind the Act. Now, turning to the Act itself, it's only natural to first begin with the goals, i.e. the element of the legislation that lays out the strategic direction for Wales towards a well-being economy. There are 7 goals in total. These are a prosperous Wales, defined as an innovative, productive, and low-carbon society which recognises the limits of the global environment and therefore uses resources efficiently and proportionately, including acting on climate change, and which develops a skilled and well-educated population in the economy, which generates wealth and provides employment opportunities, allowing people to take advantage of the wealth generated through securing fair work. A resilient Wales, a nation which maintains and enhances a biodiverse natural environment with healthy functioning ecosystems that support social, economic, and ecological resilience, and a capacity to adapt to change, for example, climate change. A healthier Wales, this is a society in which people's physical and mental well-being is maximised, and in which choices and behaviours that benefit future health are understood. A more equal Wales, this is a society that enables people to fulfil their potential, no matter what their background or circumstances, including their socio-economic background and circumstances. A Wales of more cohesive communities. This is building attractive, viable, safe, and well-connected communities. A Wales of vibrant culture and thriving Welsh language, defined as a society that promotes and protects culture, heritage, and the Welsh language, and which encourages people to participate in the arts, sports, and recreation. And then finally, a globally responsible Wales, defined as a nation which, when doing anything to improve the economic, social, environmental, and cultural well-being of Wales, takes account of whether doing such a thing may make a positive contribution to global well-being. It's worth noting how many of these goals have clear areas of interaction. Therefore, efforts to better reach one goal will often improve our ability to reach others. Now, I won't dwell too much on this slide, but many of you will have noticed on the slide I showed before, the one providing a glance of the Act, that our wellbeing goals align closely with the UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the goals that also your former president mentioned. This shouldn't be too surprising, I hope. For example, the UN's goals for a world with no poverty and zero hunger aligns closely with our prosperous Wales goal. The UN's goal for peace, justice, and strong institutions, and their goal to form partnerships for the goals, align closely with our goal for a globally responsible Wales. Both sets of goals, of course, contain many interactions within their own set. Now, setting goals is all well and good, but how do we measure how far or close we are to realising those goals? How can we monitor progress as we develop and implement policies across the public sector in Wales to achieve those aims? Clearly, we need some metrics we can point to which relate to, at least partly, those goals. The following slides lay out the approach we have taken in Wales to doing this, as laid out within the Act. So, the Act states that Welsh ministers must publish indicators which we term national indicators, which measure progress towards achieving the wellbeing goals. To do this, the Welsh Government engaged in an exercise including consulting publicly to identify the indicators that should be used. There was one obligatory criterion that indicators had to follow, and that was that they had to be quantitatively or qualitatively assessed against a particular outcome. Other than that, ministers were free to specify the period over which an indicator could be measured over, for example, using a 3-year moving average, which is common where data volatility is an issue, as well as allowing them to specify whether the indicator related to Wales or any part of Wales. Once we had our indicators, Welsh ministers then needed to commit to establishing milestones, stating how they expected these indicators to develop over specified time horizons. I provide some examples of these milestones in the next slide. Now, the Welsh Government publishes a progress report annually signed off by our chief statistician, which tracks progress against these milestones. The Act does enable ministers to amend milestones and national indicators if they determine they are no longer appropriate. However, whenever the Welsh Government publishes indicators and milestones, the Act states that Welsh ministers must consult a number of public bodies before doing so, and this includes in any event when they revise indicators or milestones. Now, important point to note really is that not every indicator has or needs to have a milestone according to the Act. There are 50 indicators and 17 milestones. However, these are examples of some indicators that do have milestones attached. I've also included the stated goals that each indicator links to. Now, as you can see there, a number of the indicators obviously kind of interact with a number of the particular goals. So, for example, our indicator around adult healthy lifestyle behaviours interacts with our goal around a healthier Wales, a more equal Wales, a Wales of cohesive communities, and a Wales of vibrant culture and thriving Welsh language, given the impact we expect health to have on these areas. And the milestone attached to that, for example, is to increase the percentage of adults with 2 or more healthy lifestyle behaviours to more than 95.7% by 2050. And we also have a national survey for Wales in which we kind of typically try to track some of these indicators. Now, as well as the progress report, the Welsh Government also produces additional evidence packs designed to aid long-term decision-making compatible with the Sustainable Development Principle in Wales. One of those reports is the Future Trends report, which I believe is due to be updated within the next 2 years. This one's actually quite dated now. This report provides an overview of both historic trends and future projections of various metrics, many of which will be of interest to public bodies covered by the Act. For example, the report covers factors related to demography, how the public are engaging with public services, labour market performance, and others. So, I've touched on what it is the Wellbeing of Future Generation Act sets as its goals, and how we determine how Wales currently measures up to those goals. But neither of these parts of the Act explain how we actually meet these goals. The following slides will touch on the element of the Act that is designed to drive delivery. Specifically, the legislative duties the Act places on public bodies, both individually and in some cases collectively. Quite simply, as written in legislation, the wellbeing duty states that each public body covered by the Act must carry out sustainable development in the work they do. This must include setting and publishing their own wellbeing objectives, which should be designed to maximise that body's contribution towards achieving the wellbeing goals, and taking all reasonable steps to meet those objectives. In order to demonstrate commitment to achieving these objectives, another feature of the legislation is that bodies must also publish a statement to accompany their wellbeing objectives. This should state how the body considers meeting these objectives will contribute to the wellbeing goals, and what steps the body will take in meeting their own objectives. So who specifically does this duty affect? I didn't do the transitions very well for this one, sorry. Now, I won't dwell too much on this slide, going through each public body the Act currently applies to. Most of the bodies listed will, of course, be unfamiliar to audience outside of Wales. However, to list a few and give you a sense of its scope, the body applies to many of the largest bodies in the public sector in Wales. For example, our National Health Service trusts, the Welsh Government and local government. It also applies to a good number of smaller bodies as well. For example, arm's-length bodies and regulators. There are currently 56 public bodies covered by the Act, with 8 having been added recently. Now, as well as the duties the Act places on individual public bodies, one of the proposals that was taken forward was around the establishment of bodies within each local authority that enable local public services to better work together to help us realise our wellbeing goals. As listed there, these new bodies were required to include officials from local government, local health boards, fire and rescue services, and the principal environmental agency in Wales. As well as this, these bodies had to provide an open invitation to Welsh ministers, local law enforcement, and other local service providers to any meetings they were having, should they deem it of interest to attend. As with the individual duty, each public service board must improve the economic, social, environmental, and cultural well-being of its area by contributing to the achievement of the well-being goals. Now, I just wanted to give you a flavour of some of the well-being objectives and statements public bodies in recent years have set for themselves to see what this all means in practice. So, some examples of the objectives set within the Welsh Government's wellbeing statement, which were published alongside the most recent programme for government, include providing effective, high-quality and sustainable healthcare, continuing a long-term programme of education reform and ensure educational inequalities narrow and standards rise, building a stronger, greener economy as we make maximum progress towards decarbonisation. When the Cardiff Public Service Board, so that's one of those collective bodies I was just talking about, published their wellbeing plan for 2023 to 2028, they listed their objectives for their area, which included making it a great place to grow up, grow old, and then supporting people out of poverty. As well as their wellbeing objectives, they listed a number of priority policies they would pursue to achieve these objectives. This includes seeking to carry out the measures needed to gain UNICEF child-friendly city status and develop approaches to earlier identify those at risk of adverse childhood experiences. Now, these were priority policies that Cardiff identified to help them make Cardiff a great place to grow up, their wellbeing objective, one of their wellbeing objectives. And one final example, using the Welsh Ambulance Service Trust, their latest published wellbeing objectives list the steps they will take to meet their objectives, which include being a socially responsible and inclusive employer and an innovative and sustainable organisation. So there you go. Hopefully that doesn't sound too scary for anyone who's perhaps a bit queasy about well-being. Actually, just a quick drink of water. Right. So we've talked about the obligations the Act places on public bodies, individually and collectively, to ensure that they are acting in accordance with the Sustainable Development Principle. One of the things the legislation also makes clear is what acting according to the Sustainable Development Principle should actually look like. There are 5 ways of working that public bodies need to follow to show that they have applied the Sustainable Development Principle appropriately. The first of which is to think long-term. This is the importance of balancing short-term needs with the need to safeguard long-term needs, especially where things done to meet short-term needs may have detrimental long-term effects. This way of working sits at the heart of the Act and most obviously relates to our consideration of future generations. You cannot identify issues related to sustainability when only focused on the short term. Integration, which is defined as considering how the public body's wellbeing objectives may impact upon each of the wellbeing goals, on their objectives, or on the objectives of other public bodies. This way of working is designed to make sure policy is coherent across the public sector in Wales and to ensure that policies are not acting against each other. Then there's involvement, which is defined as the importance of involving people with an interest in achieving the wellbeing goals and ensuring that those people reflect the diversity of the area which the body serves. For example, local communities will likely have more acute knowledge of the issues affecting their communities than many policymakers based outside. Ensuring their input should lead to better targeted policies. There's collaboration, defined as acting in accordance with any other person or different parts of the body itself that could help the body to meet its well-being objectives. So, whereas the way of working around integration ensures that there should be wider awareness of policies to aid coherent service design, collaborating refers to how public bodies, organisations and other people can pool thinking and resources to better meet our well-being objectives in Wales. And finally, prevention, defined as how acting to prevent problems occurring or getting worse may help public bodies meet their objectives. This is crucial, and it is of course natural for public bodies to focus on the problems that exist in the here and now. To ensure that future generations are best served, public bodies need to try to anticipate problems that could occur without action. Now, I hope many of you will agree, even in the absence of any Wellbeing Act, if public bodies adopted these ways of working, public policy would be much the better for it. The Act, however, ensures that there is a duty on public bodies to follow these sustainable development principles in the function of developing and delivering policies and or services to the public. The establishment of public service bodies, which I mentioned in the last section, was meant to facilitate many of these ways of working within local areas. For example, by making it easier for public bodies to better integrate their objectives, collaborate with other relevant persons and bodies, and ensure they were involved in the decision-making process. Since the Act's inception, the Welsh Government has had to provide evidence that they have followed these ways of working, containing details as to how we have implemented those ways of working when we publish integrated impact assessments, which accompany pursued policies. So our integrated impact assessments, need to take into consideration the ways of working and the way in which any policies interact with the goals we've set for ourselves. Next slide, yeah. Okay, so how are public bodies, including the Welsh Government, held to account to meet the goals and objectives they set for themselves? The most obvious source of scrutiny to hone in on first is on that independent sustainable development body for Wales, the one which was proposed within that programme for government all the way back in 2011. Now, the Future Generations Commissioner was perhaps one of the most eye-catching pieces of legislation enacted in 2015, being that it stated that an independent figure should be appointed to act as a guardian for those not yet even born. And the role of the Future Generations Commissioner is one of the core sources of scrutiny baked within the Act. To list some of the functions the Future Generations Commissioner serves, they can provide advice to public bodies and public service boards, as well as encouraging them to work to meet their wellbeing objectives or promoting best practice. The Commissioner may carry out research, including on the wellbeing goals, the national indicators and milestones, and the Sustainable Development Principle, and how public bodies apply it. The Commissioner can make recommendations to a public body about the steps it has taken or proposes to take to set and then meet its wellbeing objectives. Public bodies must take all reasonable steps to then follow the recommendations made by the Commissioner. The Commissioner can conduct reviews into how public bodies are taking account of the long-term impact of their decision. For example, how well they are properly employing the 5 ways of working within their decision-making, and make recommendations based on their findings. And finally, the Commissioner must publish a year before a Senate election a report containing the Commissioner's assessment of the improvements public bodies should make to achieve the wellbeing goals. The most recent report was published in the last few weeks. Things the Commissioner can't do, however, so the Commissioner doesn't have the power to overturn government decision-making and isn't involved in any planning decisions, for example. So there are limits in terms of what the Commissioner can do, of course. So while the Future Generations Commissioner's remit is broad, they are not the only source of scrutiny to enforce accountability as set out in the Act. The Act also lays out specific provisions related to the role of the Auditor General for Wales. Now, the existence of the Auditor General for Wales actually precedes the Act, and their primary role was, surprise, surprise, in carrying out audits and producing reports on how effectively and fairly Welsh bodies were spending public money. However, under the Act, the Auditor General was given additional responsibilities in assessing public bodies, that being examining how well the body acts in accordance with the Sustainable Development Principle, when setting wellbeing objectives, and when it takes steps to meet those objectives. This must be done once within a period roughly equivalent to a parliamentary term. So I think the exact time frame is 1 year before the last election and 1 year before the next general election in Wales. Obviously, another source of scrutiny related to how the government is performing, as you would expect in any democratic society, is the Welsh Parliament and the way in which that holds Welsh government to account. So the Senedd holds Welsh ministers to account via the usual parliamentary procedures, by corresponding with ministers in Parliament and in writing, and via the publication of their own cross-party committee reports. So that's a high-level overview of the Wellbeing of Future Generation Act. However, while learning about the framework through which we set our goals and attempt to achieve them is great, it can seem fairly academic sometimes. So I'm sure many in the room will be interested in the policy outcomes that can be, in part, attributed to the Act to date, given that it has been enforced for roughly 9 years now. I'll touch on a number of those impacts in the next couple of slides, which we're proud of in Wales. So the area of waste is one in which Wales performs particularly well, and has performed well, and obviously since we implemented the Act. Wales is second in the world in terms of the amount of the percentage of its waste that it recycles. I know because I have about 7 recycling bins, it seems. We also have a number of circular economy initiatives, so things that are designed to make sure that things don't go to landfill and incineration, but are in fact kind of reused. So one of the things that's been kind of proposed recently, which the Welsh Government's looking to carry out, is the implementation of repair and reuse hubs across local areas in Wales, where people can take items such as appliances, bikes and stuff like that, and they can try to repair those items rather than throwing them in landfill and then buying a new item. We also have a very ambitious zero waste target by 2050. So that's kind of the idea that no waste will be sent to landfill and incineration in 2050. This is not a policy area that I personally work in, so don't ask me how we expect to do that, but it's obviously a very, very ambitious target that we've set for ourselves. Another area in which where the Wellbeing and Future Generation Act has been invoked quite a lot actually is in the transport area, and this is an area where kind of some politically contentious decisions have had to be made. So in 2018 we had an inquiry on new motorways that came to an end, and one of the things that we were looking at was the proposal for a relief road, so a kind of diversion for one of our roads in Wales, one of the busiest road in Wales, in South Wales, which is where the majority of the population of Wales actually live. One of the recommendations or one of the kind of concerns that was raised by the Future Generation Commissioner in quite strong language was that actually approving this proposal, spending this money on implementing a new relief road, was incompatible with the Future Generations Act, and that the money would be better spent on sustainable forms of transportation. So that was that policy was actually, or that road was actually not approved on the basis that it was incompatible with the Future Generations Act at the time. And that was, again, a very politically contentious decision, but where the Act specifically was invoked as a reason why we couldn't pursue that policy. And instead, we kind of spent a huge amount of money on active travel and other forms of sustainable development. That kind of started in force in 2021. Another policy which is I mean, you might not have heard about it here. I'm not too sure. I think anyone from the UK audience will definitely have heard about it because it was, again, another contentious issue. We had a freeze on road building in 2022, and we implemented a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit on many residential roads, which, yeah, I think it's safe to say was a very contentious decision. This is kind of residential streets primarily. We're not going at 20 miles per hour down the motorway, I promise. And the Act again was kind of invoked in that case because it was about kind of having kind of residential streets where cars were going at speed was not consistent with allowing kind of spaces where children could play in their local environment. When I was a kid, we definitely used to play on the road quite a lot, but that you see a lot less of that now. And this was a policy that was implemented to try to encourage perhaps people to get outside and stop playing video games. Maybe, I don't know. And kind of long-term goals we've obviously set for ourselves as well is moving from 30% of journeys made via sustainable transport to closer to 45% made by 2040. So I hope that's given you a good overview of the Act to date and maybe even covered new aspects of the Act that you haven't heard before, for those of you who have seen colleagues of mine presenting this in the past. I tried to explain kind of, the direction we set for ourselves, how we understand where we are in relation to that Act, the kind of legislative obligation we set to ensure that delivery occurs, the way in which we kind of legislate for bodies to actually act in accordance with the Sustainable Development Principle, those 5 ways of working, and the ways in which we kind of hold ourselves to account. And that's all baked in within the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act and legislation. So it'd be interesting to know how many of those proposals you're looking to adopt here in Wales. Looking over the governance model paper that obviously was published recently, it seems like a number of those are things that you're kind of, at least similar ideas are things that you're looking to adopt. So thank you very much again for having me. I look forward to answering any questions you have in the Q&A session to come. Kiitos.
Thank you very much, Ciaran. So I'm sure many of us here had heard of the famous Welsh model, but I'm sure it was very valuable to now get more to the details of how the model actually works and what has the success been. So thank you very much again. I'm sure this speech provoked many new questions in your heads, so I just want to remind you, both here in Sofia and also online, that there will be time for questions after the next speech, so you can already start thinking of those. But next, I'd like to invite on stage Birgit Lüüs-Jakobs, the Head of Strategic Planning in the Government Office of Estonia, and she will tell us more about Estonia's cross-sectoral long-term strategy called Eesti 2035. Please, Birgit, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So thank you for having me. I'm very honored to speak at this symposium. Finland has always been dear to my heart since I was studying here a year, also during my master's studies, and I have always admired how research-based and knowledge-based your policy making has been. So it's an honor to talk today. And I will speak about the Estonian long-term strategy, Estonia 2035. Now I will try to... okay. And this is the pointer. Okay, great. So a small disclaimer also, I was not one of those amazing people that were behind this strategy because I was not working in the strategy department in the government office back then. However, I was then working in the Ministry of Interior, putting together the internal security strategy, and there I was then the part on the part that was supposed to implement this long-term strategy. So now I see the side from the government office, but back then I was in the ministry. So how this idea of this long-term strategy came about, in 2020, we would call it was like a window of opportunity. And why was that? Because most of the sectorial development plans were ending. So did the EU funding period back then. Then there was the Agenda 2030 on the international level. And also there was a big reform in our state budget system. There was a reform that would turn the budget into the performance-based budgeting. So back then, it was also felt that it is an opportunity to link together more strategic goals and actual budgeting process. And it was felt back then that there was maybe a lack of long-term perspective in making everyday decisions. So with all those things together, it was decided to put together the long-term strategy, but also the whole system behind it. So the strategic planning reform was carried out. And this is how our strategic planning system looks today. So on top there is this long-term strategy, which is approved by the parliament. Then we have the sectoral development plans. And as I said, I was working with one of those sectoral development plans, internal security strategy. And these are made for 7 to 10 years. And these are the ones that implement the long-term strategy. And under them, there are programs, which is made up for 1 + 3 years. And these are the budgeted implementation plans of those long-term goals. And these translate into the budget strategy, which is then presented to the parliament and will be adopted. And it has also the view for 1 + 3 years. And then we have the, you can call it the black box. It's the governmental action program. Of course, different governments have different actions that they want to carry out. And these governmental action programs actually feed into these different documents. And this is something in the democratic system that you can not avoid. And then the sectoral development plans are approved by the government. The programs are approved by the minister. So there is a direct hierarchical relationship between different strategic planning documents. What was also done during this reform was that in the State Budget Act, in the Legislative Act, it was put down that there are 4 kinds of strategic planning documents. And why was that? Because at that time we had 100 of different strategies, and they all had duplications between each other, and it was really hard to have a view of where we actually want to go. So these 4 types of strategic development documents that was put down in the State Budget Act, it was that there is a long-term strategy, there is a policy principles. These are also adopted by the parliament, but these are not periodical. Basically, the policy principles, for example, for security policy, are some basic principles that our society holds, and they should be timeless. Sometimes they do change, but they are not. They don't have goals and indicators and so on. And then we have the sectoral development plan and program. So, although we still have strategies outside of the system, budget-wise and like the strategic planning system-wise, these are the documents that that help to keep the system in place. And then there was also an addition that strategic development documents, those that I mentioned, they must be mutually consistent. Now, going to the upper level, so the long-term strategy, Estonia 2035, this was put together through a methodology which first looked at the burning topics in Estonia and the world. You could call it foresight, although it was not felt that it was foresight back then. It was more of forecasting, maybe. But basically, also with the help of our foresight center, some scenarios were put together where the world is heading and what effect it would have for Estonia. And then on that basis, development needs were put together. So what Estonia needs to do in order to respond to the burning topics in the world and in Estonia. And on that basis, the 5 strategic goals were set. I will talk about them a bit later, but Basically, they are about people, living environment, society, economy, and governance. And these were the goals, but at that time it was very important to also say that how will we reach those goals? So a set of necessary changes was also introduced. There are 27 necessary changes that Estonia as a country would need to do. You can call them big reforms to reach those goals. And underneath is like the prerequisite of this is that Estonia is a democratic and secure state that preserves and develops the Estonian nation and culture and language. And this is something that it comes from our constitution. So in order to reach all the goals, this is something that always has to be there. So the strategy was started off in March 2018. And it took almost 3 years to actually get to the point of adoption in the parliament. And there was a lot of analysis that was done in the beginning. Then there were a lot of discussions, regional seminars, opinion polls, and discussions. And this coincided with also with the discussions that the country held for the EU funding period. So it went hand in hand. Estonia, by defining its strategic goals, were also planning what kind of EU funding it would need or what kind of EU funding related priorities it would set. And then as you can see, in 2020, it got an approval from the government, but then the COVID was very looming, and it wasn't accepted in the parliament until 2021 in May. So as soon as the government was able to present it to the parliament, it was actually very difficult to take it further because the country was in the crisis mode. But then in the end, it got accepted. The whole process was very co-creational and involved a lot of public participants. And as it was said, it was around 17,000 participants that had their say in one way or another of the strategy. So there were discussions of the development needs with over 300 participants and meeting with the stakeholders. There were different engagement seminars for the youth and youth polls so that youth can have their say. And here you can see on the picture some youth groups that were most active. They could even meet the Prime Minister back then, Kaja Kallas, to discuss also with her what are their views for the future. There was also a specific method that was put together. It's called Opinion Journey. And the main point of this opinion journey was that people that themselves are actively thinking about the future of our country, that they would be able to hold discussions in their communities. So they were provided, those active people, a methodology, how to have the discussion, and then also the trainings to conduct those discussions. And they could have it with their friends, or they could have it with their, I don't know, singing choir group, or whichever they found, or they could have public discussions or private discussions, and then they put the result of discussions and sent it to the government office. And then, of course, with the policymakers, the public administrations, there were discussions with ministries, with secretary generals and deputy secretary generals of how those long-term goals would be translating into those sectoral development plans and how they relate to the policy, different policy areas. So, as I said, one of our great partners was the Estonian Foresight Center, which helped us with the scenario building and also the discussions. So there were a lot of discussions also on the parliamentary level, because it was very important to engage different political parties, because, as I said, in the end, the strategy was approved by the parliament, which meant that it was very important to have the backing from different political parties, not only the government. And what I can also say that I think this is one of the documents that has had like a major support in the government, in the parliament, because only one party was the one that didn't vote for this strategy. So it was actually a much broader majority supporting the strategy than only the coalition government. So I think those discussions that were held in the parliament were really helping to create this support and understanding. So now going to these 5 goals that were agreed. As I said, it's about the people, and people to be smart, active and healthy, society to be open, caring and cooperative, economy to be strong and innovative but also responsible, living environment considering everyone's needs, to be safe and provide living quality, and innovative governance, and also trust is under the governance goal, and people-centered governance. So as in Wales, I was really happy to hear we have similar approaches. All those goals are linked to the Sustainable Development Goals. So by achieving those goals that have been set, we also achieve our goals under the Sustainable Development Strategy or framework. And of course, we didn't stop there. We didn't say that, oh, we want our people to be smart and just leave it with that. Each of these goals has been written down of what it would mean. And then we have indicators for each goal that we are monitoring to say that if we want our people to be smart, what it actually means by indicator, what are we monitoring and where do we want to be by 2035? And the same with all the rest. What was also very important back then was that to not stop with the goal setting, because goals, in the end, they are very general, and therefore it was also important to find those necessary changes that would help our country to move towards those goals. And this connected also with the EU funding period. Why I'm emphasizing is that I think that these anyway need to go together, the strategic planning and then the funding that your country receives. So the necessary changes, there are 27 of them, and they can be divided into 5 groups, which are mentioned here. So skills and labor market, or space and mobility. And for example, when we come to economy and climate, which tend to clash somehow, then when we come to these necessary changes, then what we see in the action plan for the long-term strategy is that there are challenges mentioned. What are we going through? And then, for example, for these last 2 years, the priorities, these are concrete reforms that we would need to do to reach those goals that we have set. So without those reforms, you could say that it's very difficult to reach the goals that are connected with the economy and climate in the strategy. So there was this action plan underneath the strategy, and this was meant to exactly reflect on these necessary changes and put them into action. It was considered that it would be governmental action plan, so government approved this action plan, and this translated into the sectorial development plans with very concrete reforms. What I can say today is that there were a few years that this action plan was conducted. This year we didn't do it, And the reasons, it's also lessons learned. I think that's why I'm explaining it, is that in the beginning, this action plan was also our national reform program. This is something that every country submitted to the European Commission every year. However, the economic governance model in the EU also changed last year. So now we have 4 years structural fiscal plans. And therefore, this was one of the reasons that the action plan was not put together this year. And also we are in the process of putting together a coalition agreement and a governmental action plan. So it seemed that actually what was in the beginning in this action plan, the necessary changes and reforms, they have already been embedded in the sectoral development plans, and we can also address them through the government action plan. So it felt that we are reducing a bit of the bureaucracy of putting together another action plan. And I think I will say it in the end as well, but I think that it's very important to also not to overdo it, not to over monitor it. So how do we monitor the implementation today? We have this application that is run by Statistics Estonia called Tree of Truth, Tõetamm. And then you can see here that we have the Estonia 2035 indicators. All of those are under one of the leaves. And the colors, of course, mean that by green, it means that this indicator, this goal has been already achieved. Yellow means that we are moving towards the goal, and red means that we move the other direction. And this, on the basis of this Tree of Truth, which anyone can go and see, it's a public web page. The strategy director in the government office provides an overview to the government during the state budget negotiations annually. So every autumn when they start discussing the next year's state budget in the government, then they will get, as one of the first things after the economic prognosis, they will get the overview of how we are doing with our long-term indicators. And also the state budget strategy materials are now, it was actually last year that it was first time it was presented like this, but every sectoral budget material is linked to long-term goals. So you could see that, let's say you have the well-being sectoral development plan, then you could see that it contributes to the long-term goal for health for the people and society. And then we have the governmental action program that we always link to the necessary changes and the goals in the long-term strategy. So if the government decides to do this or that reform, and it's their, of course, right to decide on how to move towards those goals, then these actions are linked with the long-term goals. And then there is this annual dialogue with the parliament. This is our prime minister. So annually, the prime minister gives a presentation to the parliament of how we are doing with the long-term goals and what has government done to reach those goals, and what are the plans for the next year. And also each member of the government gives this overview. So the parliament will have several occasions throughout the year to meet with the ministers. It will be on the plenary session, and then to ask questions and to receive replies and to give their views. And before those presentations in the parliament, then the ministers also go to the sectoral committees, so they can have a more focused discussion on specific area. So, coming to an end of my presentation, Estonians are usually very self-critical, so we always reflect of what can be done better or what we have learned. But I would say that the critics of this strategy say that the goals are too general and that basically every democratic country can have the same goals. I agree with this part. However, what I would bring out is that there's a difference between thinking that we have some kind of goals as a country and then actually putting them down in a document in black and white and then to get the majority of the parliament to approve it. So I think that is something that can be replied that although yes, these are very common goals for democratic countries, but to put them down in black and white for our country and to set also indicators that how we will measure, how we will actually reach those goals or not reach those goals, which is also possible, then I think that that's something different. And I think that what has been actually the good thing about the strategy is that now it has been happening 4 years and our country has gone through major turbulence, first with COVID and then Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. It has had major influence to our economy, of our society, and looking back and reading the strategy is actually very timely, and the things that were put down, they are still there, the goals are still there. So in that sense, it was general enough that we don't have to change it every year. Otherwise, we would probably discredit this strategy very quickly, because if you go through COVID or some other situation and you start to change your long-term strategy, then probably it will be put aside and then it will be outdated very soon. So I think that's kind of the positive side, at least in my opinion. Then the process of monitoring. I think we as public administrators, we often want things to be in a very systematic form, and then we have to monitor, and we need to have reports, and we need to make sure that everything is followed. But at the same time, I would say that the benefit of this long-term strategy has been that the monitoring process is not very heavy and it's more on the political level. So the presentation to the government, the presentation to the parliament, and this publicly available indicator set. So it's not that we produce all the time reports that people have to put together because we have the sectoral plans and programs. So there is plenty of putting together documents there, but for the long-term strategy we have kept it light, and I think it's very a good thing to consider. And not too many layers. I already, when I explained to you about these 27 necessary changes, does this mean time is up? Wait, I go, yeah, okay. It shouldn't be too complicated because it's a long-term strategy, and usually also, like when you go to the politicians, it has to be quite clear and simple. And although you can have more complex structures underneath, I think it needs to be you need to be able to say it in a very quick and very concrete way of what your goals are. So I think that that there shouldn't be very complex structure which becomes a world of its own. So what we have also learned is that there is this tendency that people still want to say that, okay, so how much money do we put on this goal number 1, people? So tell me how many, I mean, theoretically, we have this data, we can do it, we have, because it goes to the performance-based budgeting, so it's actually that we can take the goal and it can be derived, it can be broken down to until the really budget-based numbers. But it's always somewhat artificial because there are different fields that contribute to the goal. And I mean, you can do that, but even our state audit office has said that not in every case it's possible to do that. And not in every case you can put a really good indicator to your policy goals. So the links with budget remain difficult, and we are reflecting internally also how to make these lower levels, the sectoral development plans, programs, and the state budget system a bit less bureaucratic and a bit less maybe a lighter process, because it has been due to the fact that we really wanted to link everything to the budget and to be very rigid with the system. Due to this fact, we actually have a system now that many ministers say that it's so burdensome on the lower levels that we need to see how we can change it. And of course, it's very difficult to reach those nice goals that we have during the constant crisis that we have foreseen since the strategy came into life. But I turn to the fact that I am glad that we have those goals, because even now when you look at this tree of truth, many of the leaves are still red. We have 10 years to go, of course, but it also shows where our society is, and we can conceptualize how the indicators are changing. So, for example, due to the Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine and the implications it has had on our economy, most of the goals that are related to economy are in red. Improving slowly, but still. So I think that it also gives an opportunity to review how our country is doing annually, and then this reflects all the bad and good times. So this can be always conceptualized and then explained. But if we wouldn't have those goals in place, we would just look at the indicators without knowing where we want to end up in 10 years. So I think that's all from me. I thank you very much, and also looking forward to any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Birgit. This was super inspiring. And you were saying that you Estonians tend to be a bit self-critical at times, but maybe this time it's time for us Finns to be a bit self-critical, since we haven't been able to put in action these strategic long-term governance plans. Despite we have been talking about it for a long time, despite of Finland having a long history and a lot of expertise in foresight, we have ambitious sustainability goals. But luckily, we now have at least Estonia and Wales to look up to when we need advice for putting these more long-term strategic plans into action. Now we have a bit under 30 minutes for questions. So I welcome people online and also here in the audience ask your questions. Should we take Ciaran and Birgit on the stage? Maybe it's nicer that you can see their faces when they talk. Please, first question. And kindly maybe introduce yourself.
Thank you for the presentations. My name is Rosa Meriläinen, and I'm representing Culture and Arts Associations in Finland. And of course, culture, arts and heritage are part of the Wellbeing economy framework. But actually, when we've been talking about the governing Wellbeing economy in Finland, our cultural bodies haven't been in those discussions. But in Wales, you have managed to put obligations for the, if I remember right, for the Arts Council, the Library Council, and Museums Council. So what kind of indicators do they have? What kind of change do they implement? Because there can be something we should learn here in Finland.
Well, I don't necessarily work within an area that's kind of focused on culture and recreation in Wales, but what the wellbeing kind of duty, what the public duty will put, the obligation it will put on those councils is trying to understand how the things they do have an impact on wider Welsh society in relation to the wellbeing goals, for example. So rather than just being what is the job of the National Opera for Wales, it's to entertain people with opera. It's there's discussions around potentially how the National Opera, Opera for Wales can engage communities and younger people to provide them with a broader range of experiences and kind of improve their own wellbeing kind of situation basically. So that's the way in which the wellbeing duty is designed to ensure that public bodies are thinking more holistically. I hate using that word, that's often using the word, but thinking more holistically about the things they do and the wider impact it has on society. In terms of the specific objectives they set for themselves, unfortunately, I work within a kind of more vanilla area of just economic policy, which is kind of focusing on kind of businesses and the labour market and stuff like that. So I unfortunately don't get to interact with cultural bodies quite so much as I would like to. I'm sure it'd be a lot more interesting. But yeah, I'm sure like if you look online, for example, the Arts Council for Wales, they would have their wellbeing objectives kind of published on their website, and you get an idea there in terms of like kind of the objectives they set for themselves.
Thank you very much. Then, before maybe moving to next questions, I would like to ask something you both kind of referred to, but maybe to the very beginning of both these strategies and processes. So what do you think that created the momentum or the window of opportunity for getting these things forward in the first place? You mentioned something about different budget terms ending. There was some maybe political pressure after the financial crisis to create an economy that actually delivers for people. But how would you describe where the momentum came and factors of success?
Yeah, so I think I touched upon this a little bit. I think there was this different processes coincided, and then it created this momentum. But it was the first time that the strategy was made for 15 years. Before it was for 10 years maximum, and it didn't come easy. There were people that were criticizing why do we put such a long-term strategy, and is it really needed, and why can we have like the old system? But I think because there was the strategic planning reform, that really the aim was to connect different levels and to reduce considerably the amount of documents that we had. Then I think this kind of opened up also for the discussions of having a long-term strategy, not only the short-term and all the other strategies that we had. There was a funny story because I was back then working with migration and asylum issues, and we had one activity which was an adaptation program for the newly arrived immigrants. And this was like I think in 10 different strategies, it was mentioned as a very important activity. So you had to report on each this strategy, and every let's say every month you get, so how are you doing? Oh, well, I already reported. So I think that they felt that the system is like unmanageable, and so we needed something that would help to put different strategies under one roof. And I think that also was the reason why this long-term strategy was chosen.
Sounds wise.
Yeah, I think in Wales, now it's easier looking back. I wasn't actually in the Welsh government when the Wellbeing and Future Generation Act was being developed or implemented. So it's obviously always easy looking back at something that's been implemented and saying it's all sunshine and roses. But I think the kind of political context we were operating in, which is something I tried to touch on in the slides, was, I think, probably quite favourable to, or at least to allowing something like this to kind of obviously develop with perhaps less opposition. I appreciate that not every government has those set of conditions. A thing obviously about Wales that's worth noting as well was that we have since devolution occurred in Wales, so in terms of UK devolution to Wales occurred in 1997, we've had one party as the kind of primary party in government. There's been kind of one or two kind of coalitions along the way, and that party are obviously also, I think, believe that's the Welsh Labour Party, also the most successful democratic party in the Western world, or the democratic world. I think they've won every major election since the early 20th century in Wales. So that kind of, I don't think most of you, certainly not in Finland, but in most countries have that set of conditions. That's kind of quite unique to Wales, really. But there, certainly when the engagement sessions were had in the early 2010s, it seemed like there was a kind of widespread kind of enthusiasm for the ideas. Maybe there wasn't, the proposals obviously were things that needed to be worked out. Those were things that, there were, I'm sure, kind of plenty of debates about. But I think we had a much more favourable set of conditions than you're currently dealing with at the moment. So, I don't envy you. I mean, we probably will be entering, something we'll touch on later, a period where things are starting to look a bit more kind of challenging politically. So it'd be interesting to see how things develop there.
So special political context, but not an excuse to not do anything.
No.
Great. Please.
Right. Thank you very much for your interesting insights. My name is Timo Harakka. I'm a Member of Parliament and Vice Chair of the Committee for the Future, which is a very unique Finnish institution, already in place for 30 years, and there are not that many in the world. So my first question is about that kind of institutionalism. Do you think that would be a good idea to spread to other countries as well? As you know, each government is required to produce a futures report, which is then scrutinized by the parliament. And this particular committee, which is representing every party in the parliament, and we've never voted once in the 30 years existence of a committee. So this, in the sense, produces control of this kind of well-being goals for the future and for the next generations. So what are your thoughts on that kind of arrangement? And the second question is more to day-to-day politics, because when we are interacting with the finance ministry, they have a pretty old-fashioned metrics on economic success, which doesn't always take into account a larger well-being indicators or the future. And have you encountered any kind of issues with that kind of different kind of philosophies? Because in most countries, finance ministries, as in Finland, are very, very powerful, and they set the framework where you can operate. Thank you very much.
I can start by saying that actually your foresight framework in Finland is very inspiring to us. So we would definitely want to learn from you how you put together the reports. And in Estonia, the Foresight Center is actually under the parliament, and it reports to the budget committee. So it is connected with that they will produce reports, and then the budget committee also takes it into account. And I think in Estonia, at least, it's quite unique. The Foresight Center is established by the law, which I think it's. But I think that what we are missing, or at least we are considering, is that how we can bring the foresight more regularly into strategic planning. And that, I mean, it was there when the strategy was made, but we don't have this annual process of maybe looking through the goals and indicators from the perspective of different scenarios. So I think this is something we can definitely learn from Finland. And the second part is that this reform that I was mentioning, this was made together with the government office and Ministry of Finance. And when I joined the government office, you could feel that there have been wars, that they kind of, there have been like wars of different philosophies coming together when putting this strategic planning system together. However, I think for now, a common way has been found, but it takes every year, I think, also from our side, that we have to remind the Minister of Finance that we have those long-term goals, and we need to connect them with the budget, and we need to look at those indicators when the budget negotiation starts. So I think we still need to kind of hold our ground and kind of keep this framework alive, and it can be done only together with the Minister of Finance, but indeed there are different maybe approaches, and for them it's more of the implementation, and really the putting together the budget for us is more that it all has to contribute to the long-term growth. So it hasn't ended, but I think that we have found a good cooperation or agreement. And now when I said that we are discussing of how we're making our system a bit lighter, because it has become a bit too bureaucratic for people to handle, then we are just sat on Friday 3 hours together and trying to find ways to make it lighter. So I think that, it's the constant struggle, but what we are working together.
Yeah, I think on the first point, first question, around kind of, what kind of institutional arrangements need to be in place. I mean, that's crucially important. That's kind of something that was baked into the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, obviously, kind of quite deliberately. Because without the kind of the scrutiny and accountability framework, for example, the Act could have quite easily become quite toothless. Having kind of legislation in place, which means that public bodies know that they will be held accountable for these things, could be criticised publicly for not doing these things, is kind of incredibly important. I think when designing that institutional framework, obviously it's important to think about what's already there and how it will operate. Anything you add, what will kind of integrate with that, because that will, I think, is something that will largely determine the success of any kind of institutional kind of like plans you put in place. On the second question in relation to the challenges around kind of maybe dealing with finance ministries. Now, obviously, finance ministries, quite rightly, obviously have an important job in terms of ensuring kind of value for money. And, obviously, we would probably have, kind of similar challenges in Wales in terms of making sure that kind of not only the purely economic is taken into consideration. I think the best way to address that, and this can take a lot of work and a lot of time in terms of building the capability within government, is obviously ensuring that you have the skills and the expertise within government to take into consideration not just economic kind of factors. For decades and decades and decades, if not centuries, we've been used to kind of weighing up economic kind of factors, certainly in terms of costs and stuff like that. There's a lot more, in a UK context, not even just in the Welsh context, to try to consider how we can better account for things like biodiversity loss and gain, how we can take into consideration things like kind of social and cultural capital better, and that's a challenge. Those are challenging things to quantify. But those are things that are certainly important to pursue if you want your Ministry of Finance to kind of like see the kind of value in public proposals, because that allows you to at least provide, convert those things those benefits that you think exist into a common kind of currency that they can understand perhaps kind of more naturally.
Thank you. I think we had a question in the corner.
Thank you, Liisa-Maria Voipio-Fulkki, the retired Director General of Strategy from the Ministry of Social Affairs and Health here in Helsinki. And I can vividly remember the situation when we presented the idea of the economy of well-being to EU Council representatives just before our Council presidency. And I can remember the enthusiasm in the room very well. Has faded a little bit ever since, but you are two excellent examples and have to be congratulated for really having written down programs and protocols and follow-up schemes in the long term. At the end of the day, it's all about people. And you call it social cohesion in this context. And an essential part of social cohesion is trust. At least here in Finland, we have measured the population's trust in authorities and also the third sector regularly, and there have been some changes. My question to you would be, do you have any way how to address this final end point of social cohesion and trust among the population? And I tease you a little bit because I noticed a common denominator in both of your presentations, that was language. Is it about inclusiveness or exclusiveness when you speak about language?
Are you speaking specifically about the Welsh language or just the language in
yes.
Yes. I think with language, it's obviously about trying to be as inclusive as possible in terms of promoting the use of the language, amongst the general population. I mean, that's a difficult kind of balance to, balancing act to kind of carry out. But in everything we do in Wales, I would say inclusivity is something that we're kind of, pursuing, in that area. On the issue of trust, well, that's a challenging one, obviously, because, sometimes, kind of issues related to trust are kind of not always within your control as a government. There's kind of, I think, a widespread across the Western world, certainly, perhaps kind of falls in trust observed because of, the prevalence of kind of increased polarization and kind of the ways in which people consume information. But in the Welsh, when we were doing the Wellbeing and Future Generation Act, things we tried to do in order to kind of get that kind of buy-in in terms of trust in relation to what we were trying to do in the Act, were things like the national conversation we had in Wales. That the whole point of that exercise was to make sure that this didn't feel like a top-down exercise that was being imposed on the Welsh people by the Welsh government. So in relation to well-being economy in general, like those kind of exercises are quite important to trying to kind of get buy-in and get trust and social cohesion. How we build trust generally in society, that's unfortunately above my pay grade, I'm afraid. So yeah, apologies.
So I start also with the trust, because indeed I think different societies these days face the same issue, that the trust is eroding, and there was this OECD trust survey last year, and then we also saw that actually for our government the trust has also gone down. We are monitoring trust. It's part of this governance goal in the strategy, and it monitors trust towards the government, towards the local governments, towards the parliament. So that's there, and the results are not always, for the politicians, they are not always good, but they are out there. And also, again, turning back to when the strategy department director brings it to the government during the budget negotiations, this is something that we always show. Look, the trust has decreased. And then you can still conceptualize it that, yes, there is a war, there are crises, and this also, in fact, there's a lot of disinformation happening in Estonia, and everything this is connected. With the integrational part, there is this cohesiveness that is also written down in the strategy. We don't measure it only by how many people speak Estonian language, because I think Estonia is one of the countries that knows quite well that speaking the language doesn't mean that you are definitely part of the society and you share the same values and so on. So I think the languages is one of the indicators. We as a small country, we have to look at it, because otherwise we run out of people that speak Estonian in the end. So we have to really monitor it. But the cohesiveness, it's actually how different groups communicate with each other. It's about cooperativeness, and this is some indicator that we haven't really even developed yet, which is very complicated to say how we can say that our cooperativeness in the society has increased or decreased, but we're working on it. And then there is also this part of the overall trust towards other people. So I think that these are the indicators we are at least monitoring, and we find that it's a combination of them all to say that whether a society is cohesive or not. But of course, it's very hard to find good indicators, as we discussed yesterday with the next speakers and the panelists. That I think that's the key. But the other thing is that also that every indicator has to be conceptualized, and you cannot only look at the language or something else. It has to be combined, and then you can say whether you have reached the cohesiveness or not.
I think if you have a tree of truth, though, that's probably helps with trust. I think that's definitely one thing I'm going to take back to Wales in terms of something we need to implement.
Luckily, it's not run by the government office.
Tree of truth. Okay.
It's the statistics office, so it's very neutral.
There you go. Not marking your own homework.
Excellent. Now I'm checking, do we have any questions online?
So there are no questions at the time, but people give thanks for informative and inspiring talks to both presenters.
Thank you so much. Yes, please.
So thank you for the insightful presentations. I'm Valtteri Vuorinen from University of Eastern Finland, and I would like to ask you both that what were the factors that made the political climate and the public sentiment favorable for these kind of acts or strategies? Because I think that's these are questions that need to be addressed if we want to go through this kind of transformation. Thank you.
In our case, I mean, I'm going to be honest, I think the idea as such came from the public administration, putting together all these elements that I mentioned. however, I think that what was done and what was not done before maybe was that there were intensive discussions with the politicians, and even during the process of putting together this strategy, we had 3 different governments because it took so long time and there were different changes in the government. So actually all those parties in the parliament could have their input to the strategy. So I think that's very important, that you actually speak with the politicians in the parliament to see how they see those aims, and they were modified, they were changed, they were it went down to how you picture the goal, how many people are there, and so on. So I mean, in that sense, this is something that they have done themselves as well, and you cannot say that it's something that public administration. Yes, the life goes on and politicians still live in their everyday life and look at the crisis today, but I think it's important to have it in the background, and then from time to time we look at those goals and indicators. We don't have to put it on their walls all the time, but it's kind of there in the background, and then when it comes to these annual presentations and discussions, then they can have their say, and they can then either then approve or not approve.
Yeah, I think as I kind of mentioned before, the kind of political kind of context in which we implemented our own act probably are a lot more favourable than most governments obviously have. Both politically, in terms of stability, and also kind of the way in which kind of general public sentiment was towards kind of economic focused governance and policy making. I mean, just in terms of like kind of personal reflections in terms of maybe the way in which it would have operated if we didn't have that. I imagine it would you would have to perhaps be less prescriptive in terms of defining specifically what you want a well-being economy to be. I mean, there's obviously kind of clear things that need to be established for it to be a well-being economy, but there's perhaps the goals. If you have a kind of greater political stability and kind of greater political consensus, you can be more prescriptive about the kind of specific goals and objectives you want to set for yourself, and have some hope that those will last the parliamentary cycle, basically. So yes, I imagine those are the kind of things you're taking into consideration in Finland, which at the time in Wales perhaps were less prominent and forefront of people's minds.
If I may add, I think that also the thing that I mentioned at the end of my presentation is that the goals need to be generally enough also that there can be different governments finding different ways to reach those goals, but it's hard to argue against the goal that people should live longer and healthier lives, but governments might have different pathways of how they think that they will reach this goal. And the same with, fertility rate or whatever. So I think that it's also the generalization that these are really well-being goals in that sense. And it's hard that it's hard to find a party that says that, no, I don't want that for my country.
Yeah. I think if a more prosperous Wales is an easier sign across political parties than, like, for example, and a kind of a more equal Wales than kind of like a goal which is we want income equality by 2050 basically. I mean, that's going to not last the parliamentary cycle where it kind of switches kind of the spectrum basically. So that's definitely I completely agree with that sentiment. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to build on the previous question, because both Estonia and Wales had really broad participatory processes. So could you maybe reflect a bit on the meaning of that for the success of these both models?
Yeah. So like I mentioned before, I think the kind of we had a number of stages in the process developing the Act where there was the chance for consultation and engagement, certainly, a lot of, obviously there was important stakeholders we had to engage with, such as, the public bodies that we were going to impose this wellbeing duty on, not consulting them before implementing this duty and imposing it on them would have obviously not gone down very well. So that was obviously crucially important. But obviously there was the kind of engagement with the public, which was kind of, largely important as well. So that national conversation we had in relation to the goals was important to make sure that we were setting goals consistent with the Sustainable Development Principles, that we were actually involving and collaborating with the public and organisations and bodies across Wales when setting our goals, because we thought that would allow us to set better goals for Wales. And it also, like I said, it allowed for kind of greater ownership, that this wasn't just a top-down kind of, diktat kind of imposed on the people of Wales by the government of Wales. So those kind of factors are kind of, that process, was quite important to ensure that there's political buy-in. And I think that's also kind of, something that allows it to be perhaps more robust in terms of, the kind of winds of change politically as well. Because if it's something that's kind of thought to have been kind of more collaborative across Welsh society, those goals kind of set across Welsh society, then that makes it kind of less affiliated necessarily with one political government or one political party.
I think in our case, again, like the critiques of the strategy, they would say that, you have heard everyone, so you have put everything in. So now it's like a little bit of everything and nothing concrete. But I think that, again, there is a difference between putting everything in, but also, and also monitoring it. I think the participatory process was very large, and indeed what was tried to do is that to reflect really those opinions in the strategy. You can find different keywords that really come from the discussions that were held, I don't know, wherever in Estonia, regional discussions, for example. But through these different stages, they were all refined enough that they would fit into the political reality, so the government and the parliament. So I think that it was good that everyone were heard, wanted to participate. But it means that exactly that the goals are then a bit more general. But I think you cannot do it in any other way. You have to hear out different stakeholders. What I have been thinking about is that now that the strategy has been in place for 4 years, I think we have to maybe have some sort of a process to go back a bit to people now, and to say that, okay, so you remember you had these discussions and now it formulated into this strategy, and now here is how it's going. So we need to still reflect. It was initially planned in the whole process of the implementation, but as I said, if you have a too heavy monitoring and the implementation process, it may be that quite soon you run out of resources to actually carry it out. So now, after 4 years, 5 years, next year, I think we have to go back to people and to kind of ask and reflect with them how we are doing. But not every year. We just don't have resources for that as a small country.
Very good. Thank you. I think we have time for one final question before Jenny will steer us to lunch. So please.
Thank you. I'm Saija Ivonen, Senior Planning Officer at the Finnish Institute for Health and Welfare. I think all well-being economy countries monitor how the country is faring, what is this state of well-being. But what is rare in what you have done is that you have set target levels, the milestones in Wales and the target levels for the Estonia 2035 indicators in Estonia. Could you tell us more about that process of setting those target levels for the indicators?
And I think I'll need to ask brief answers, please.
Okay, that's good, because I actually, I feel like this is a question I'm, despite being an analyst, I'm ill-informed to answer, actually, because I wasn't involved in setting the milestones. I think when setting the milestones, obviously that would be done in consultation between the ministers and the officials. So kind of like, for the indicators of interest, officials that operate in those areas would kind of inform ministers in terms of, what they think are realistic kind of ambitions, basically, for those milestones. Now, there'll be different kind of appetite levels in terms of how stretching those targets are. But that would generally be a process of obviously kind of, agreeing kind of what they think are, realistic targets to achieve. And obviously, an important element of that process as well, which kind of perhaps kind of make sure there's a bit of accountability, which, to make them as ambitious as they can do, is the fact that they have to be consulted on publicly as well whenever we have to kind of engage with public bodies whenever we set our indicators or we revise our indicators as well. So that's kind of something baked into the act itself.
Yeah, the reply is the same. I think the indicators have been set with the experts in the field, and to say what is realistic, like is it realistic? We cannot put that we want our birth rate to be 2 if we barely are like 1.83 now. So I think that it's really they have given the input. What we see now is that some indicators indeed have been with too low baby targets, so the revision process needs to be there as well. We haven't done that yet, but I think in any case, if you have an indicator in place, whether it's good and bad, at least you have it in place so you can reflect upon it. If you don't have anything, then of course it's very hard to say whether, we actually wanted to reach this goal because it's nowhere set. So I think even though there are very many problems with indicators and also reaching the levels maybe in the end, but I mean, it's still that they are written down and we can all see and debate them.
Hey, it's time to say thank you to both Birgit and Ciaran with a round of applause. I'll let you go. Thank you. And then I invite Jenny to guide us to the next stage of this day.
Yes, indeed. Thank you again very much for the speakers and to Julia for such high-quality discussion. So this wraps up the segment on strategic governance. After lunch, we'll move forward to resource governance. And maybe especially for our friends online, if you're eager to read about the proposal for a Finnish well-being economy approach, it can be reached on the Institute of Health and Welfare website. Also, the policy brief is in English, if this inspired you to think about Finland while you're eating your lunch. Yes, on the practicalities. So lunch is being served both upstairs and there at the Lyhtysali, and all of the special diets have been considered. They should be all in the Lyhtysali for your availability. And let's return at 11:55 sharp so that we can continue on time. Thank you everyone a lot. Hello, everyone. It's time to return to the hall from the balconies and from the restaurant and from the restrooms. We are kicking the program off in 1 minute. I'll let you settle in and then let's start. Yeah. Okay, everyone. We're just about ready to start. I see some people still on the verge of either entering or not entering the hall, so please feel encouraged to do so. Okay, it is time to start. Hope you had a great break and some great lunch. Next, we will dive deeper indeed to resource governance with two great speakers. So we have Fiachra Kennedy on the Irish case and Kari Wolanski on the Canadian case. And let's start with Fiachra. So he serves as the assistant principal for the Department for Public Expenditure, NDP Delivery and Reform in the Government of Ireland. So Fiachra will tell us about Ireland's understanding of well-being in the public policy context, especially the role of well-being approach in the budgetary process, high-level budget priorities and budget tagging, all that good stuff. Without further ado, this is your clicker and you have the
green
20
button.
minutes.
Okay. All right. Hi. As you can see from my picture, obviously some but not all of my hair has grown out. And secondly, I'd like to thank the earlier presentations for being so excellent that, not only am I nervous before public speaking, I am now really nervous about how all of this will stand up by way of comparison. Hello, my name is Fiachra Kennedy and I come from Dublin, from the Department of Public Expenditure. A couple of health warnings. One, Irish people tend to speak very quickly and we tend to use an awful lot of words. So, do wave quite demonstratively to catch my attention if I'm doing that. And secondly, I tend to wave my hands around a lot, and if I have the control in my hand, it has been known to fly out. So if you're in the first couple of rows, stay awake. You might be needed to catch something. My job is... Oh, hang on, that button. Excellent. I have responsibility for performance budgeting in my department, and that includes a wellbeing budgeting initiative as well as an equality budgeting initiative. So I was really pleased to be invited to join you here today and to discuss with lots of international experts and Finnish experts about the work you're doing in terms of developing the wellbeing economy agenda, and particularly to share some of our experience in Ireland. And what I've been asked to talk about is how we've tried to utilise the wellbeing framework in the context of Ireland's budget and the incredibly interesting topic of budget tagging, which hopefully will inspire some ideas. But before getting into a particular case, I thought it might be useful to provide some background very quickly. So the origins of our initiative come from a programme for government that was published in 2020. Where the programme talked about developing a set of indicators and a wellbeing framework. And then I think from my department's, my own work, the interest is the second one about how can we get this idea of wellbeing and a wellbeing framework and thinking about outcomes more into the policy process and more into how budgets are formed. So a lot of what we're talking about, it sort of comes within a context of reform that's been going on in Ireland since the end of since the economic and financial crisis. So what initially started out as a series of reforms about trying to increase the focus or trying to shift the focus away from one being that was totally about money and if only we spent more money we'd solve all the problems, to one that was kind of focused on, well, what services is that money buying and what impact are those services having on people's lives. That was our performance budgeting. And that is our performance budgeting initiative. And the second kind of big reform was around establishing the Irish Government Economic and Evaluation Service, which is to try and increase the capacity of the civil service to carry out sort of evidence-informed work. So it initially started out with sort of those sort of initiatives around 2010-11, but in more recent years, the shift has sort of focused to outcomes. So we've kind of initiative on equality, as I mentioned, on wellbeing, but also on green budgeting. And we've designed this sort of Venn diagram sort of structure, trying to link all of these things together. Now, I would love to say to you that in 2010-11, when we started out on these reforms, that this was our idea. This is where we were going. We were going to get to a wellbeing framework by the end, but I'd be lying. Really, and I think it's kind of maybe an important lesson from the Irish experiences. These things evolve and change over time. You see what happens in other countries, and you build those ideas into your own initiative. I don't think anyone starts off with the complete structure already in place. So, getting into the wellbeing framework itself. So what we've done to date has drawn very heavily and very quickly on the OECD work and work that was done in New Zealand and is grounded in SEN's capability approach. So I think at this point it's probably worth acknowledging that how certainly my work in terms of developing wellbeing has developed is as a consequence of where I work, which is in a public expenditure department. So we're interested in, limited public resources being used efficiently to deliver effective public services. So if I was still working in a university, or I was working in an NGO, or I was working in a line department, I would probably have my approach to wellbeing would be quite different, I think. But it's where it's coming from. So, you know, the Wellbeing Initiative has been sponsored by the Prime Minister's Department, the Department of the Taoiseach, the Department of Finance, and by ourselves. So it's the kind of three main central departments that have, I think it was kind of interesting listening to the focus on, you know, shift away from GDP and to policy. But, you know, it's kind of has shaped a lot of our thinking. And to be honest, well-being it's a useful thing to talk about, and certainly we have our framework and it has its 11 dimensions and whatever. But I think, you know, the word well-being can be a bit of a distraction. I think where certainly my thinking has gone is that what we have is a multi-dimensional outcomes-focused approach to public policy, but that's a bit of a mouthful to say and doesn't have a really good label with it. So well-being will do. But I think that's what we're at, is this focus on public policy. So what has been set out in the Wellbeing framework, and the reason I talk about that multidimensional outcomes-focused approach to public policy, is that, you know, we see the Wellbeing framework has been focused on describing people's lives, on the challenges they face. We see it as acknowledging the complexity in the policy process. So you're talking about, you know, equality between people, differences within and between groups of people. And the ways in which, you know, people's lives interact, and how, you know, all those trade-offs and synergies that are there in the policy process, and how do you take those into account? Because all those things impact on the policy process. So we talk about it as essentially conceptualizing. The Wellbeing conceptualizes public policy as creating opportunities for people to change or progress their lives, or intervening in a very targeted way when those opportunities might be denied by poverty or deprivation or those kind of things. So again, the big picture, the last of the slides is, you know, it's how it all fits in. So there's the whole of your budgetary process. There's how we can we use the Wellbeing framework to look at existing public policies in terms of evaluation. And then this one down here in the corner, about designing and implementing public policy. So actually it's that bit, it's this bit here, I think is going to be the real key. It's work we're doing at the moment on how do you enhance sustainable well-being in the public policy process. What are the things you need to think about? It's a bit like picking up a rock and all these creepy crawlies come out, because there's a lot of very complex and difficult issues that you need to think about. In terms of the overall thinking, you know, our design approach is we're trying to understand how well-being fits into the public policy. When we do that, we try to create something that might be a useful tool, and then we try and deliver it across the public service. But again, unlike how sophisticated Estonia and Wales are, we're very much at the foothills of designing all of this, and we've quite a long way to go. So, getting on to what I was asked to talk about. Years ago, and I think it's important to go back to the beginning to try and explain how we've got to the budget tagging approach. So if you go back 15, 20 years ago, and you looked at Irish public expenditure, it was basically presented as subhead. So here's kind of a title of how money's being spent, and it presented money. So it was really good for presenting money, okay? But it didn't tell you anything about how that money was used, what services it was buying, or how those services impacted on people's lives. So with our, performance budgeting framework, we decided let's group all that stuff into what we call strategic programs. So that blue box is meant to go around the whole thing. Those strategic programs were based on high-level goals that were set out in department strategic documents, you know, very, very high-level, you know, departmental stuff that changed updated every 3 years. So we tried to group this information, so we had subheads with an allocation, and then at a very general level start to tie in performance information. But it was still, it's still to a certain degree is still quite general. This was essentially our starting point when it came to tagging. But problem one was, well, what are we going to tag? Hopefully this will work now, because it's really cool when it does. So we said we'll tag policy goals. So policy goals, the objectives that public spending is meant to be intended to try and do. So we said, okay, so we'll get policy goals. So where are we going to get these policy goals from? For every line in the budget, for all 850 lines. So I did some desk research using Google, found lots of policy documents, and sort of went, okay, these seem to be policy goals. So we had a spreadsheet, sent it to the relevant departments, and said, we think this is the policy goal for this subhead. or for this whole set of subheads. So can you confirm that? And if you don't like it, can you tell us what it is and change it in any way you want? We're completely agnostic as to what it is. Okay, so we collected all these policy goals. So we said, okay, how are we going to link all of that to the Wellbeing framework? When we were designing the dimensions of the Wellbeing framework, we tried to leave them as open as possible, let enough wind blow through the definitions. We weren't very precise, and we kind of hung everything on sort of Maslow's needs. So, public policy is about meeting people's needs, and we made sure the definitions were open enough that people could see their own policies in it. We thought that was pretty important. That when you're looking at our definition of a wellbeing framework, our definition of a dimension, is that you can see you can see a place for your policy in that. So the idea was, could we take the words of policy goals and then sort of see what bits are in them and how they might link up to the dimensions of the wellbeing framework. So I was asked to provide a couple of examples. It was slightly more difficult than I'd intended. But because of the way policy goals are often stated, and it's something that we're going to be looking back at in the next few months and trying to get more precision into them. But you can see from the first one, it talks about early learning, about going to primary school and children. So, there's a hint, that's a focus on knowledge, skills, and innovation, on education. And then, early learning for small children also has lots of benefits in terms of their ability to adjust into mainstream education, their sense of self, sense of identity. So a second dimension there is sort of subjective well-being. And then the other one, which I think kind of illustrates the difficulties you can encounter, this is from the primary school teaching. So the goal is to pay teachers, as they've said it. So sometimes you have to draw on your own policy expertise or those of the line departments and go, well, the goal, okay, it is to pay teachers, but you're paying teachers to go and teach, so that's the outcome you're looking for. So you sometimes it's a bit interpretive. It's like any kind of qualitative coding that goes on. You have to sometimes draw on your own policy expertise to try and bring all of this information together. So what we're really interested in is, it's getting that goal, because what we want is some understanding of, well, what is this money used to do in terms of providing services, and what are those services? How are those services intended to create opportunities for people to thrive? So we have all this information, and we have all these codings and these taggings. So what do we do with them then? Well, we uploaded them to a database, was the first thing we did. So each tag and each goal is now linked to a subhead in the budget, and it's linked to money. And this means we can now kind of present a kind of whole of government description of how public money is used. At the moment, we do that in two ways. One, just after the budget date, when key measures are announced in terms of line departments, we're able to take that information and reorganize it, so it's focusing on policy challenges as reflected by the wellbeing dimensions. So you get this whole of government presentation, and then once the revised estimates volume, where all the money, all the expenditure allocations are set out, is published in December, we're able to kind of run through the database, and we get these nice pie charts which kind of help provide this whole of government description of how money is used. And again, it's getting away from the institutional focus. You've all perhaps seen Yes Minister, and how the minister's job is to go and get resources for his or her department, irrespective of how they're used. Where this is about stepping back from that and kind of getting that whole of government or cross-government look, so that you get these the benefits. So it's about increased transparency. So it's about how is public money used to look at cross-cutting challenges. How can we enhance our understanding of how resources are used to address those kind of challenges? And is progress being achieved? And are there opportunities for cooperation and coordination between departments as they try to do this kind of thing? Strategic discussion. So again, that whole cross-government, stepping away from the institutional focus and looking at the whole of government perspective, we think is quite important. And then in terms of enhancing evidence, so helping to prompt policy analysts to sort of look at thematic policies, so looking not just at policies that might be in a particular department, but across several departments that are looking at a similar kind of policy challenge and focusing their energies on those. Now, these are all the benefits. They're a little hypothetical at the moment, but it's the kind of thing we think can come out of it. And as we kind of build the time series, we'll be able to draw pictures that show the shift in those allocations. Where we're going is, as I mentioned, I also have responsibility for equality budgeting, so we're building an equality framework in terms of tagging. So, you know, in a couple of years' time, we hope to be in a position where you can not only focus on getting an understanding, a cross-governmental understanding of the outcomes or the challenges that public money is focused on. You can begin to look at who, in terms of male, female, or people in general, and their ages, if it's a person, and then the equality rationale that the public policy is trying to address. So we get a much bigger and deeper kind of cross-government understanding of how public money is being used. So, by way of conclusion, I think what we have in Ireland is what the Irish case illustrates is a very pragmatic and practical approach to trying to get the well-being perspective into the public policy process. It's embedded in a wider program of reforms, so it's something that has developed over the course of the last 10 or 15 years. Like I said at the start, we'd love to have said be able to argue in 2010, this is where we knew we were going to end up, but that wouldn't be true. And it also, I think it's about, you know, it helps create opportunities for a deeper understanding of public policy in terms of how it's impacting on people's lives, because, you know, our ultimate objective, okay, I know I come from a public expenditure department, it's all about efficiency and effectiveness, but what we really want is better public policy that can help achieve better lives for all of our citizens. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Fiachra. And just as a reminder, we will, in a short while after Kari's presentation, then also have time for questions and comments for Fiachra. But now, indeed, we should have online joining us Kari Wolanski. Hopefully, hello. Hopefully you'll be able to hear us. Hello.
I can hear you.
Great. So Kari is the director of the Centre for Social Data Insights and Innovation at Statistics Canada. And she will talk to us on the quality of life budgeting. Over to you, to Canada.
Thanks so much. If you would be able to call up the slides, I can see myself and not the deck, so I can't see what slide you're on. I would like to introduce myself as a starting point. My name is Kari Wolanski, as said, and today I'm going to wear a couple of different hats because I've been at a couple of phases of the quality of life journey in Canada. If you could go to the next slide, please. First of all, I was the director responsible for standing up the framework, which was developed at the Department of Finance. And then I moved to Statistics Canada, where I was responsible for the Quality of Life Statistics program. And now I am focused on strategic international engagement around well-being measurement with the goal of harmonizing international standards and approaches. So I'm going to talk about a bit about the story of origin. I'm going to turn it over to my boss to talk about the framework itself. And then I'm going to do a bit of a deep dive on applications through the policy cycle. And you're going to see a lot of symmetry and congruence with what Fiachra just talked about. And then I'm going to end off with just a little bit of breaking news about where our government's going now. Next slide, please. So Fiachra, I really liked your slide with the Venn diagram and how clean it was at the bottom with your sort of equality budgeting, green budgeting, and well-being budgeting. And you'll see that we have exactly the same sort of underlying thinking, which is that multidimensionality that you mentioned, multidimensional outcomes as sort of our one, equality and gender and diversity budgeting as our two, and then sustainability and that long-term resilience and focus as our three. So you can see those 1, 2, 3 themes that come through in our approach as well. The framework was released in Budget 2021 with the goal to achieve those things through the budget process and also an announcement of funding to improve statistics around quality of life measurement. Next slide, please. I have a lot of content on the slides that I'm not necessarily going to speak to in detail in case others are looking at this in applied sense in the future. But this was the original imperative for us working on this. There's sort of a couple of stages of this. The first stage was tasked to the Associate Minister of Finance to lead a New Zealand-inspired well-being budgeting model, also informed by other international approaches like the Scottish Performance Framework, in order to better incorporate quality of life measurements into government decision-making and budgeting. So really explicitly about budgeting. And then the exercise shifted when the government's mandate was renewed to the Treasury Board Secretariat. So a little bit of sort of a machinery thing about how the Government of Canada works, because it sort of matters to how we talk about budgeting. You can think about it as sort of stock and flow. So the Treasury Board is responsible for managing the implementation and administration of existing funding that's already been approved and appropriated by Parliament. Whereas the budget and the Department of Finance is about the flow of new spending. And so the original focus was on managing the flow of new spending, and then now the lead shifted to the Treasury Board so that it's the oversight of all spending in the Government of Canada, so stock and flow. Next slide, please. I have this up here just to acknowledge that there's quite a process to develop the framework. I won't go again into it in detail, except to say that there was a large interdepartmental collaboration exercise. We thought a lot about having a holistic view of measures of quality of life, despite the fact that in Canada we have a heavily federated model, and that means that provinces, territories, and Indigenous governments play a very central role in addressing some of these outcome measures. So it's not solely tied to federal policy levers, which is really different than how we've done outcomes frameworks in the past. And we tied it to a survey of international evidence and approaches, including the OECD and other models in developing the framework. Next slide, please. So I'm actually going to turn it over to my boss to tell you a little bit about the framework. So if you could cue up that video, please.
Greetings from Canada, where I'm privileged to live and work on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. My name is José Bégin, and I'm the Assistant Chief Statistician of Social, Health and Labor Statistics. I'm honored to have this opportunity to tell you about Canada's efforts to better measure quality of life. From the start, our quality of life framework was built to meet a specific need, integrating well-being measures into government decision-making. We were inspired by work in other countries like Scotland and New Zealand, but we also built on the experiences of local communities across Canada. Public opinion research showed that almost 9 in 10 Canadians wanted government to move beyond GDP and measure what really matters. This all overlapped with the pandemic, when COVID-19 gave us cause to reflect on what really matters in the context of our lives. The framework was released in 2021. It includes 91 indicators organized into 5 domains: prosperity, health, society, environment, and good governance. Of these indicators, 3 are subjective well-being measures that are central to the framework: life satisfaction, sense of meaning and purpose, and future outlook. Together, all these indicators represent well-being as a multidimensional concept with many determinants. To get a holistic perspective, we examine these indicators through 2 lenses that cut across all the domains. The fairness and inclusion lens disaggregates these indicators to the lowest level possible, since broad averages can conceal the needs of specific groups. Canada's strength is our diversity, so we use this lens to find inequalities that could become policy priorities. The sustainability and resilience lens takes the long-term view, examining risk and protective factors for the sustainability of our quality of life, ensuring that our decisions today do not undermine the well-being of future generations. The framework gives us a rationale for filling data gaps on well-being and a context for analyzing all these varied data in relation to each other. We've brought together a wide variety of data sources over the last 3 years, drawing upon our census of population, household surveys, and increasingly administrative sources wherever we can. But measurement alone isn't enough. The framework is ambitious and it needs clear connections to the policy cycle to realize its vision. And so, since 2021, for any new spending proposals, departments must explain how they will improve quality of life for Canadians and be prepared to report publicly on those results over time. The point of organizing our data this way is to escape the silos of the past. Our framework embraces the reality that our well-being is driven by a complex and interrelated set of factors. Of course, this is not a new idea for a public health audience. It builds on the social determinants of health model. When well-being is a policy focus, it creates a window of opportunity for all sectors to address upstream determinants of health, like planetary health, poverty, and education. This is consistent with a health in all policies approach. Systematically considering the health implication of all decisions to promote health, but also to avoid harm. And the inverse is true. We can examine how the health of our population affects other aspects of well-being, how illness isolates the elderly, or how confidence in institutions is affected when the healthcare system is strained. Well-being measurement is the work of many hands, and we have learned a lot by collaborating. The framework demands involvement from almost all sectors, but that means it's also an opportunity to build partnerships, raise awareness, and establish common vocabulary for complex concepts. Our successes are built on buy-in from senior leadership and formally structured governance, which helps produce a culture of collaboration. This is Canada's domestic effort to move beyond GDP, a movement that also has a lot of international momentum. The global statistical community is thinking differently about how we develop the statistical infrastructure we need for the future, connecting economic and environmental statistics to social statistics. But social data have not always been organized as well as economic and environmental data, which makes it harder for policymakers to recognize how relevant these determinants are. We're proud to work alongside many other countries led by the United Nations Statistical Commission to advance how national statistical offices measure social progress. For instance, Canada is part of a 3-year effort to make the first recommendations for a system of social and demographic statistics. We are starting with the essential features of social statistics or building blocks: people, their relationships, time, place, and outcomes. The success of the GDP as a concept is an important lesson. When we organize data well and make it available in a timely way, it can be a powerful input for policymakers. Our work is about building social statistics into an input that is as useful as economic statistics already are. We are moving quickly toward a statistical system that prioritizes well-being while recognizing that social, environmental, and economic phenomena are best understood in relation to one another. This is a big shift, and 4 years into this effort, we are only at the margins of what's possible. As our work gains momentum, I am grateful for the public health thinking that continues to inspire this work. From my perspective in Canada, whether domestically or globally, this work will only grow in importance. The people who make decisions across the world are listening. Thank you.
Great. So am I back? Hoping so. I'll just chitter chatter away and hopefully you can hear me. So Fiachra mentioned that they started with the well-being side and are moving towards the equality budgeting side. For us, it was the reverse. We were building our quality of life budgeting on top of what already existed in terms of infrastructure from the 2018 Gender Budgeting Act, which is actually gender and diversity writ large. And it requires that the Minister of Finance has to table a report on impacts of all new budget measures. So that's the flow that I mentioned, as well as the President of the Treasury Board needing to make public reporting on the diversity and inclusion aspects, or distributional rather, impacts of existing expenditures. So that's the stock. Next slide, please. A bit about our budget cycle. So again, this is about the flow of new spending. We have typically each year sort of a cabinet retreat in the fall that sets out the priorities. And then there's an engagement process and then a triage process. Decisions are made, and then there's the monitoring and reporting cycle. So our approach was very explicitly inspired by the New Zealand well-being model. But I think one of the pieces that we particularly liked about it was the idea of using that evidence base to inform priority setting. So not just using evidence to sort of justify policy decisions that were already taken, but really thinking about what the evidence says about quality of life in order to inform the priority setting exercise. Concretely, the way that has worked is that the Department of Finance has prepared an analytical piece, typically leading into the first cabinet retreat, where the budget outlines its priorities. For example, it could be, this is going to be a generational budget, or this is going to be a pandemic response stimulus budget, or conversely, this is going to be a cost of living restraint budget, and so on. So that sort of high level thinking is the sort of first step of the budget process. And the monitoring that same set of indicators over time gives us an evidence base to monitor what's changing over time, where there's distributional gaps in outcomes, how we compare internationally, where we might be falling behind or lagging, et cetera. And that helps to set those high level priorities. The next step then is the finance minister sends, still in the picture, the finance minister sends a letter to his or her colleagues, call out, identifying those high level priorities. They write back, and the department does a whole bunch of work underneath that, templates and so on, which I'll go into, outlining their spending proposals. And then once the decisions are made in the budget, there's that handoff process where it goes from the development of the new spending proposals to the expenditure management function that is by the Treasury Board Secretariat. Next slide, please. And importantly, those expected results become the basis of the public monitoring and accountability exercise. So this is just a snapshot of, it got a little crooked, but this is the snapshot of how we monitor those high level trends on our central quality of life hub, just to make the point. You don't have to get distracted with all the detail that sits in there. And, it could be prettier if we had more freedom about what we can publish publicly. But the point here is that for the first time, we're reporting consistently on change over time in these indicators in a much more timely way. We were lucky enough to receive some funding so that we could have more timely measures. So some of these things have been measured for a very long time, but say once every 5 or 7 years, not necessarily periodically through the General Social Survey, whereas now we have been able for the last little while to build a quarterly time series to monitor some of these trends. So quality of life budgeting is really about strengthening the quality and consistency of the evidence base that we use to identify and triage between policy priorities, including how we target initiatives. Next slide, please. A moment on the budget template, so how this looks. On the right side, what you see is our existing gender-based analysis template that preceded the quality of life budgeting bolt-on, and it talks about which population groups are expected to benefit directly or indirectly from spending proposals. It attempts to preemptively identify and address any barriers to accessing the program that might be particular to specific groups, and so on. And then what's new, starting in 2021, is this the expectation that analysts identify which domain is the principal domain of whatever spending proposal and what quality of life indicators are expected to be influenced with an attempt to identify and quantify impacts if that's possible and relevant. There's also a central vetting process to challenge these claims, because this counters a tendency to paint spending proposals in the most positive light. So there's a challenge function so that we can compare apples and apples across spending proposals. Next slide, please. Then that part was the inside voice part. Now we go to the outside voice part. This is the public reporting impacts report. I mentioned that this is a requirement of the Gender Budgeting Act. It's small here, but what you're seeing here is for every single item that's in the budget, every single new spending proposal, there's a little assessment of which are the principal quality of life domains that are affected, which expected indicators are likely to be touched, even if that's a sort of conceptual link, and then quantified if that's possible, and then the distributional elements that I mentioned, who's the target audience, et cetera. Next slide, please. And so, as Fiachra mentioned, the benefit of doing all this tagging, in my mind, is that you can build together a view of the full portfolio. So we do have and report on the share of expenditures. This is budget 2022, because we also included quality of life distributional analysis in this budget. So on the left panel, what you can see is the distribution by population group. So for example, about 38% of that budget package targeted all Canadians, whereas about 22% targeted a specific sector or region, and 40% was targeted a specific population subgroup like Indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, people with housing needs, and so on. In the middle, you see our first attempt actually to do that by quality of life domain. And then on the right panel, there's a frequency count that shows which indicators were invoked most frequently in the proposals by domain. So it just gives you a sense of how people are using this. But I think the real potential here in using this consistent taxonomy of multidimensional benefits for budget tagging is that they can then feed into interactive visualization tools and other tools to help triage budget options and get the right overall mix. So for example, we have received 25 spending proposals that relate to transportation, transit. Of those, which are the biggest? Which do we think are likely to have the most impact? Are there any that are duplicative? Could any be combined? And so on. Next slide, please. That was about the budget process in particular, but with the Treasury Board leading this, they're also interested in driving this through other stages of our policy process. So the priority setting agenda out of our Privy Council office, which is the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. So we'll see in our upcoming speech from the throne and mandate letters what that looks like. I'll talk about that more in a second. I talked about the funding. There's also the program design, and I think this is a really critical part, is that handoff zone from that public reporting that you saw in the impacts report to what happens behind the scenes, which is then the Treasury Board sort of takes up the baton and they work with departments and provide a challenge function to make sure that departments are planning for and then achieving the expected impacts that they said that they would in getting the funding. So that brings in the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation function, which are really central to this work. And one thing I love about how Finland has approached this is that sort of integrated model that gives you that whole picture right from the get-go. Next slide, please. We recently reviewed the framework, and this just gives you a picture of what sort of preponderance of use of domains is baked into departmental planning. So what I mean by that is each department has sort of an intervention logic where they have outcomes that they're accountable for achieving, and this gives a sense of how those fit across the quality of life domains. Next slide, please. By virtue of having this enriched data and this sort of bringing together of data in the central hub, it's caused us to lift our game in terms of the types of tools that we offer, like mapping tools, time series, interactive data visualizations, et cetera, as well as the sort of insights. For example, we did an interesting project where we looked at using quality of life indicators. So our sense was that the urban and rural was no longer sufficient to capture Canada's complexity. So we wanted to better understand what were meaningful geographical distinctions. So we used quality of life indicators to differentiate between communities and identified that really, like, it's not just the size of the community, it's the proximity to an urban center. And so a mixed concept was really useful in understanding how Canada's evolving. Also, I mentioned that we've been able to establish time series, which has been really valuable because it shows, for example, the connection between declining life satisfaction among young adults and racialized Canadians, particularly over the period of inflation and acceleration. Next slide, please. There's been really strong demand for this type of data. This is a picture of many of the hubs at Statistics Canada, and that top red line is our quality of life hub, sort of pulling away from the pack. It looks like things have turned down at the end there, but that's actually just a little blip, and things are back to skyrocketing again. So there's a lot of demand, and we're really pleased that it's not just like the tool was originally designed to support the budgeting process and policy development, but there's a lot of demand outside of the government for these tools as well. Next slide, please. Oh, and a lot of return visits. José mentioned in her speech that bringing this together has really caused us to reflect on how data is organized and structured. And so there's a real sort of rationalization of our statistical system in order to bring together social statistics in a more coherent and organized way. Last slide, please. I mentioned about sort of emerging issues. This is, we have a new Prime Minister in Canada, a new government. Our Prime Minister was a former central banker in both Canada and the UK. He talks a lot about purchasing outcomes. So, for example, defense spending isn't just about getting to a target, it's about purchasing security and so on. He talks about driving productivity within government in terms of achieving those outcomes. And he talks about distinguishing more explicitly between expenditures and investments. And just last week, the cabinet committees for the new mandate were announced. And lo and behold, we are excited to see a quality of life and well-being committee. So we're looking forward to seeing what comes in the speech from the throne and the mandate letters from the Prime Minister to ministers that will lay out the government's agenda in more concrete detail. Stay tuned. That's it for me.
Thank you very much, Kari, for the great amount of detail that we now can take forward also ourselves. So now we have time for comments and discussion about this segment. Fiachra, please join me on stage so I don't physically have to be here all by myself, maybe on this side. And indeed, either online or here in the room, please raise your hand or give out your comment or question for the two speakers that just presented. Perhaps I can start. Maybe Fiachra, you've talked about the importance of anticipating the unplanned for futures and the long-term public policy elements. So in your mind, how do you balance the future-oriented lens with then the everyday struggles of the budgetary processes and political pressures of the everyday? So we all know that political memory can be quite short, even though there is moments of reporting and moments of discussion. So how would you reflect on that dynamic?
Well, I think you've probably skipped about 2 years into the future from where we're at. Absolutely. So it's that bit where I talked about policy design and implementation, and you know how you can use a well-being perspective to influence or how a well-being perspective might help shape the design and implementation of public policy. And one of the questions that does come up is that futures perspective. And I think it's about looking at policy goals and going beyond the familiar horizons. We can all think of potentially our own kids and our own grandchildren, but how can you develop a budget system that looks 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the line, and how do you shape policy goals around that? And then there's the really thorny issue about equality, and we all want equality, but a certain amount of inequality is perhaps going to remain in society, and then how does the political system articulate a policy goal that allows for or acknowledges that inequality is going to be there in 30 or 40 years? So I think the challenge is, once you get into the future focus, it gets very, very complicated. And I don't think we're anywhere. We're really, like I said, at the foothills beginning to think about these issues. We might have jumped ahead.
Indeed. Okay, if there are some questions, I'm happy to hear them. Oh, there we go. Maybe let's wait for the mic for a little while so that everyone can hear. It was there in the back.
Hi, I'm Chase. I work for THL right now. But my question is, how do you, like in terms of getting buy-in from politicians and from the political side of things, how does that work? Because you can see it kind of internally when you're talking about working with it, but in such a polarized political context, how does it work to get buy-in from politicians to even like work towards policy goals that look at these things?
Thank you, excellent question.
Will I go first, or
do
Kari?
you, Kari, want to take this first?
Go ahead. I'm happy to speak as well to it.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, I'll go. So I think there are different versions of how this has played out in different countries. In some countries, it's been a really high-profile priority at the political level, and they have driven a sort of a well-being focus, for example, in New Zealand. In Canada, it hasn't ever been high profile politically like that. And so it has been largely an internal exercise about the public sector organizing its data systems, organizing its budget tagging and impacts reporting processes, aligning its policy pipeline around monitoring those same outcomes that we said we'd achieve at the outset. And so I call that sort of working on the plumbing. And so there's a part of this that can be really inside baseball that almost doesn't require, obviously you can't work against the government of the day, but it's a way of government or public service organizing how it does its business and structuring that in a more centralized sort of systemic way so that then you can offer tools to political decision makers and say, okay, so you said your priorities are this. Here's something we prepared earlier in terms of a set of outcomes that we're monitoring that fit with your priorities. Have you noticed like this group is falling behind or what have you? And so in this way, it doesn't really have to necessarily be well-being itself. That's the overarching priority from a political standpoint. We're building an infrastructure that can support a wide range of priorities in a more systematized and coherent way.
Thank you. Fiachra, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with Kari that it's about the plumbing. It's about how you go about designing public policy, how you evaluate public policy. I think one of the first thoughts I had, I was a couple of weeks, reading about OECD well-being and whatnot, and I went, oh, you have to think about it at different levels. So there's the meta or cross-government level where you have your framework or your dashboard, and that's kind of those high level goals. But then at the macro level, where you're looking at sets of policies that are focused on particular types of outcomes. So you may be there looking at evaluation of different policies and programs. And then there's the micro level, where you're looking at individual public policies and programs. So the kind of thing that kind of is in what we might have tagged in terms of the budget. And each of those has their own particular policy goals. And certainly kind of one of the ways I've been thinking about it is that, our approach is looking at, the micro foundations to macro well-being. It's not that you can have these meta or cross-government or high-level goals at a very high level, but I wonder, is there enough connection between those kind of goals and those kind of indicators and what individual public policies are capable of delivering, and what the links are between individual policies and programs and how they would actually link up to those high-level goals? Where I think, or what I'm working on at the moment is trying to propose is that if we focus on individual public policies, and if we focus on issues around how we achieve sustainable well-being at them, focusing on issues around equality as well, that in the aggregate, those things should build up to sustainable well-being at that macro level. So, like as Kari was saying, I think it's about the plumbing. The macro, the dashboards give something for politicians and government officials at a high level to kind of talk about, but I think the real value of a well-being perspective will be at that design and implementation of public policy.
Thank you. And there is a hand from the audience.
Thank you. I'm Elina Pekkarinen, the Ombudsperson for Children in Finland. It's a real pleasure to work with my Irish and Estonian and Scottish colleague. Unfortunately, you don't have one in Canada yet, but hopefully you'll get a commissioner for child's rights. Anyway, the question that I wanted to issue is thank you for Ireland for mentioning the children for the first time today. But the real question that I have are the indicators. I had the pleasure of working with the Statistics Finland a couple of years ago, trying to find indicators that tell about the well-being of children and young people. And we could find only in Finland 2,300 different indicators. And it's a really tough job to validate which are the indicators that are sensitive enough, that we are able to follow, and that actually tell about the real life that we should follow. So how do you validate the indicators that you monitor and follow and use? And there's also politics in that, because the politicians can decide that we are not collecting the statistics anymore if they are not good for their policies. So this is a problem too. Like in Finland, we don't have the kansalaispulssi anymore because its results were not too too nice for the politicians. Thank you.
Thank you. This indeed is a question that I'm sure many in this room have pondered quite a lot about. So, our experts, do you happen to have insights?
Do we have insights? What have I got? 3 minutes of insights. The question on children is absolutely. I think it's very important. But I think it's back to that thing I spoke a minute ago about levels. So there's. I'm trying to, off the top of my head, remember is there one about children in the dashboard? But then I think when you go down to individual policies and programs that are focused on children, is that so? I think there's always this question about where do we get our indicators from and at what level. Where do we get them from and how are they relevant? And I think it has to do with that level. So if you're interested in building a dashboard and describing sort of the progress of a nation over time, well then it's at a very high level. So it might be say something like children in poverty. As that kind of high level indicator. But then if you're looking at children in school, it's how many days are being missed. Transitions from primary to secondary school, exam results, and that sort of thing, as well as sort of poverty as well. Perhaps I think the selection of the indicator depends on the level at which you're analysing or kind of the focus that you're trying to talk about. And I think as our colleagues from Wales were talking about, it's about prevention as well and early intervention. I think that's a really important process to sort of enhancing the well-being of children. I think when you intervene early, whether it's early learning or sort of supports throughout the school system, each of those interventions helps to kind of helps the child or the young person to kind of adapt or benefit from the next phase. So I think that element of prevention or intervention is really key. I think it's very important in terms of enhancing children's lives.
Thank you. And maybe I can ask the final question before moving forward. Especially, Kari, you were mentioning about the international collaboration. We've brought up here OECD, the UN work, the EU level, the WHO, now with the UN Pact of the Future and the high-level expert group. So where do you think that the international cooperation on well-being metrics and policy could go next? And where do you see it being like the most helpful for your work?
That's a fun question for me to answer because this is where I spend all of my time at the moment. And I think it also speaks to that last question. So in the Quality of Life Framework for Canada that is that we presented and have worked towards, what we have is a dashboard of indicators. We have some that relate, to the general population, some to working adults, a few to children, some to people with disabilities, and so on. There's sort of, different sort of perspectives, but it's not a system. It's a list. And so I think what the international work is trying to do is to build towards a system. So part of that is the integrated data infrastructure, which I was talking about. about and trying to have an underpinning data structure that brings together the data silos so that the system's more interoperable. But where I think it's potentially game changing is trying to really organize how we think about society. For example, people over the life course. What are sort of determinants of well-being over time? What sort of changes the trajectory? And then how does a society function in a dynamic way? In the same way as we have sort of a macro view of how economies function and when they're healthy and when they're struggling, and that can sort of drill down into sectors or regions or occupations in sort of a congruent logic. Where we'd like to get to is who are the actors in a society? What makes a society function? The way that I see it is in the same way as we understand that species are part of an ecosystem and they don't do well if their ecosystem is not vibrant. Similarly, people are embedded in communities and families and societies, and that matters to how well we are. And so having tools to better and more systematically understand the interactions between us and the evolution over time, so that sort of more complex functioning is where I'd love to see us get to, even if that means beginning with a sort of a dashboard where we work towards sort of international standards and measuring the similar things in the family that we want to know more about to build up an evidence base that's more integrated. I'll conclude there.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot. Okay, I believe it is time for us to... Oh, sorry, of course.
I just want to apologize for my Freudian slip. Not Scotland, Wales. I'm aware. This is really sensitive, sorry.
Do you, Elina, have another kind of comment or just this one? Oh, okay. Diplomacy, very important, also in indicators and policy processes. Okay, thank you. Let's give a round of applause. Yes, and we are moving towards knowledge-based governance next. And Julia, the floor is yours.
So much for having me. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fiachra, Kari, and Jenni. So like Jenni said, our next section will be about knowledge-based governance. So how to bring knowledge and data about different aspects of governance, aspects of well-being into decision-making and policy. We will hear about two inspiring international examples. So first, Jeroen Boelhouwer, Program Lead in Sustainable Wellbeing from the Netherlands Institute for Social Research, will give us an overview of the brede welvaart, broad prosperity in English, framework. And Jeroen will be followed by Alessandra Tinto, who works as a senior researcher at Italian National Institute of Statistics. And Mrs. Tinto will present us the Italian Equitable and Sustainable Wellbeing Framework that goes with the acronym BES. And she will, for instance, tell how societal progress is monitored by the Institute of Statistics and how the Ministry of Economic and Finance has incorporated these BES indicators into the economic planning cycle. And as always, time for discussion after the speakers. But now my gaze is searching for Jeroen. I'll invite him on stage. Warm welcome.
Thank you. And it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to walk on stage when everybody's applauding. I'm going to see Bruce Springsteen at the end of this week, and now I know how he feels when he's entering the stage. It's a good feeling, actually. But it's good to be here in the happiest country of the world for, I think it's the third or fourth year in a row, to speak about another example of what sometimes is called the most southern Scandinavian country, the Netherlands. I think I'll stand here instead of walking through stage, because you don't see the slides anymore. I'm going to talk to you about People, Planet, Profit. And there I go. The Golden Triangle, and I'll explain that a little bit later. But it's indeed about three Dutch research institutes working together on what we call brede welvaart. And actually that is a Dutch name because of well-being was found too leftish for some political parties. So well-being was not allowed in this new exciting research field or political field. So it's called also not welfare, because that was too well, to write this maybe. So brede welvaart in Dutch, which is broad prosperity. But today I'll call it sustainable well-being, because broad prosperity, I have never heard or met someone who understands what I'm talking about when I'm talking about broad prosperity. I mentioned 3 Dutch research institutes. I'm working at the Netherlands Institute for Social Research, which was founded in 1973. So we're about 50 years on the way of exciting research on the social aspects of society. There's one research institute that was there before, just after World War II, and it was the Netherlands Bureau for Economic Policy Analysis. I get the feeling that I'm a bit cranky, but is that okay? If nobody cares. Maybe, yeah? Okay, thank you very much. So they're a bit older than we are, and therefore a lot of knowledge about the economic aspects of society. And then the third one is the Environmental Assessment Agency. It says here that they were in the field from 2008 on, but that's this institute, which is actually a combination of other institutes that were there before, but not as long as the other 2. So we're 3 government-based institutes, and I have to always to say that though we are government-based, we're independent. We make our own research agenda, and we have an amount of money which we can do the research we want to do to answer the questions we want to question. So what we want to deliver is evidence-based insights on current and on future issues. And we do that by means of questions that are coming to us, and we do it by means of ourselves, our own research agenda. So, as I said, independent and scientifically sound, of course. But we're not a scientific institute, so it's important to say that we're somewhat in the triangle of society, politics, and science. So we have this joint program on sustainable well-being. And I'll give you a bit of a background which goes a bit further back than the 2020 that was mentioned a lot earlier this morning. Actually, I think it started in the Netherlands in 2009 with this new movement of looking at sustainable well-being or sustainable development. In the morning, your former prime minister told about the 60s of the previous century, which of course Brundtland and all those reports were already there. But in 2009, there was this new report, the Stiglitz and the V2C report, which I think in a lot of countries and also in the Netherlands gained not the scientific attention to this topic, but the political attention. It was very important to gain a political attention for sustainable development, as it was called in that time. Then I skip some parts of it in time. In 2016, there was a broad parliamentary commission in the Netherlands, which advised to the government to place well-being at the heart of policies and to monitor the development. It was very important that it was a broad parliamentary commission, and I don't think all the parties were agreeing on the outcomes, but most of them were, and there was a large majority in Dutch Parliament which said this is a good thing to do. And at that time, the brede welvaart, the broad prosperity phrase came up because of this broad parliamentary commission. They had to have agreement from both sides of the political spectrum. As a result of the report of that commission, the Dutch House of Representatives requested 2 things. One was a well-being monitor, and that was issued at Statistics Netherlands, and they make it since 2017. And the other was a way to incorporate well-being into the budgeting process. And that's where the 3 research institutes come into place. And they say, well, that's a task for these 3 institutes, because in a way, well-being is about people, planet, profit. There are lots of definitions on what well-being is, or sustainable well-being is, or sustainable development. But people, planet, profit was one of the definitions that's out there. Hey, those 3 research institutes, they are about people, planet, profit. So who better can look into the aspects of sustainable well-being than the people, planet, profit research institutes that we have. And we do so since 2020. I think there was something in the air in 2020-21. In 2022, we issued our first report in which we published our framework. And we described from what framework on we were going to take further actions. But it was not a framework we discovered of our own. We made use of the famous report of the SES recommendations, and that's a conference of European statisticians. They made a framework of measuring sustainable development in which they had, I think, 20 or 21 themes of sustainable development. And we used the same framework as they do. Statistics Netherlands used the same framework as they do too. And I noticed a lot of different frameworks also this morning, but there are more out there, and they all in a way can be related to the framework of this report. But we adjusted it. we thought, well, the number of themes they have in the report is a bit too much for us, so we have to combine some of the themes. And we made a combined framework, and we came up with 8 themes. We have subjective well-being, and I go from right to left: consumption and income, spatial coherence and quality, health, education, natural capital, economic capital, and social capital. That are the themes that we're looking at. That's the sustainable well-being for the here and now part. Because next to the themes to describe sustainable well-being, we say, well, there's also 3 dimensions. It's not only about the here and now, how's the situation, but it's also about later. We've been talking about that this day before. And it's also about elsewhere. Well, I'll come back to some of those aspects later. But it's not also about the overall view on those themes, but it's also about distribution. And that's not only by population groups, but it's also distribution at regions. So is every region going along in the same way as the Netherlands as a whole? Where are differences? It's not only about population groups, but also about regions. It looks a lot like the other framework that you might be familiar with, and that's of the Monitor Wellbeing from Statistics Netherlands. I have two of their wheels, well-being wheels, here. The left one is about the here and now, and the right one is about the later. And I don't go into much detail, but you see a lot of similarities between their framework and our framework. And I think it's a nice presentation, it's a nice overview in colors again about how the Netherlands is at the moment. It's a monitor, so it monitors developments, and it says how the picture is at the time of the publication. So we thought, well, that might be good to do. And as we've heard this morning again, we can talk a lot about the indicators that are used or the themes that are used. But we thought, well, the task of our research institutes, which in Dutch are called planning offices, which we don't use because of the communist association with planning. We don't do that kind of planning, but in a way we tend to look forward. One of our tasks is to look forward. And to look at the expected outcomes of policy. So we said, well, the Statistics Netherlands has this monitor. They tell us how it is. What we have to do is to look at future sustainable well-being. I'm sorry about my voice and about the coughing. So we said, well, we have to look at the future sustainable well-being. So that means not only that we have to look at trends in society on demographics, on GDP, but we also have to look at the specific effects of the policy proposals that the government is making. So what is the effect on all the themes of on well-being for the the policy proposals that are proposed. So that's one thing that we do in addition to what Statistics Netherlands does. The other thing is that we look more than they do at the interaction of not only the policy proposals, but also the interaction of the outcomes. So we have 8 themes, and you can look at each theme separately. But I think, in my view, in our view, sustainable well-being is about the interaction between the themes. You can have a plus on subjective well-being, whereas at the same time it is a minus for natural capital, for instance. So that's important to look at, and that's what we want to do too. So the goal of our program, of the 3 institutes together, is to provide policymakers during the budget cycle with tools and the analytical framework to get insight in the effects of the proposals they make. And you'll see it a couple of times in my slides in a comprehensive way. Because I know that the ministries, but especially also politicians, are cherry-picking within the themes of sustainable well-being and saying, well, it's good for that, or it's good for that. But in our view, it's important to look at the comprehensive picture and always look at the effects on all the themes. And of course, at one time, the one theme is more important than the other, and there's no effect on a theme for this proposal or that proposal, but it's important to have that sharp. And of course, the ultimate goal is not coming up with a framework, but the ultimate goal where everybody works for is an inclusive, thriving, and sustainable society. And now, last year, for the first time, we had it says here for the first time an annual reflection, which cannot be true, but it's for the first time a reflection that we hope is going to be annual of the budget memorandum of government. And I'll give you, if time allows me, some examples which gives a more concrete detail what we're doing. We had 3 publications issued, and there are 2 in the making. I already mentioned the progress report, and we also made a report on the well-being effects of the house insulation program. So that's maybe a bit of the different levels Fiachra was talking about. We look at the budget memorandum, which is overarching, and that is a bit smaller at another level. It's a policy program. This year, we're going to look at the well-being lens, looking at livelihood security, which is not only about finances, and also on the effects of labor migration on the well-being of municipalities. I'll give you some more insight in the reports that we have been publishing. One is about the National Insulation Program. The goal was to gain insights in the well-being effects of proposed insulation measures, that the insulation program had measures to insulate the houses, and again, a comprehensive way. So we tried to look at, we did look at all the 8 themes of our well-being framework. And the approach was a what-if analysis. You could also have an analysis of the goals government sets. In this case, it was 2.5 million insulated houses. Are they going to get it with the measures they're hoping for? But that was not what we wanted to try to do. What we wanted to do, to look at the well-being effects. So we said, well, if government succeeds in insulating 2.5 million houses with the measures they have, what effect does that have on well-being? So in order to do that, you have to know causal effects of the measures that were proposed. So we have to look at, in the literature, are there already studies looking at those measures and saying what kind of effect there is, maybe on one theme, maybe on another theme. So we looked at all the causal reports of effect studies that are out there. And then, of course, you come to the conclusion that there are very few, because it's a new program, it's new measures, so there are very, very few specific studies looking at the effects. So what we have to do is look at all kinds of different effects and then try to come up with an idea, can they can these effects that are found in the other studies also be used within this study? And we used grounded theory to do so, which is an example of how you can combine various already out there effect studies. We had to learn from this analysis more for ourselves than for policymakers per se, because as I will show you, there are a few substantive conclusions from the National Isolation Program, which for people working in those sectors are very familiar. They're not new. All of those conclusions are no surprise. What we added was that we have all those conclusions in the same report, and we also try to look at the interactions between those effects. But for our own well-being framework, it was very good to look at this because we need to further develop our well-being themes. Are the themes we have, are that really the ones that are useful? Are they useful for policymakers? Are they useful for this kind of analysis? And to better identify the trade-offs and synergies. We also had a reflection on the budget memorandum I mentioned earlier, and there the goal was to have a comprehensive reflection on the effects of the budget memorandum proposals on future sustainable well-being. And again, we need to be comprehensive in our view, so all themes and dimensions, as well as the distribution aspect, were looked at. And the design of the study was to look at all the, it's not 850 pages, but it comes close to 850 pages, to look at all the proposals in the budget memorandum and to find out which goals there are, which policy measures, and what we know about the effects of those measures. We managed to get a front page of a couple of newspapers with our main substantive conclusion that government improves the well-being here and now at the cost of well-being in the future and elsewhere. I see that I'm running out of time, which is good to have a time thing here. So I'm going to briefly skip this. This was one of the major things we achieved, in my view, because we met the king, our king, which is not important, but it's very fun to speak to him about well-being. I think what is relevant here is the international feeling we have that we are unique in the world. It's a question mark behind it because I'm not really sure of it. But there are lots of well-being initiatives. We hear about a lot of them today. But they also, they most of the time aimed at one specific thing. Budget cycle, future effects of policy measures, the interaction, but not, as far as I understand them, about the combination of all things, and that is what we really are going to do. Because I'm out of time, I'll give you some challenges here. Because of the, in our view, we have to look forward. We have to know the effects of proposed measures. Although we are very, very old research institutes, 80, 50 years, we don't know a lot about interactions between the effects of measures. And especially for my institute, which is on the social part of it, we don't know a lot about the actual effects of forecasting. For example, it's been discussed this morning when it comes to political trust or when it comes to individual well-being, life satisfaction. What are the drivers? How can policy improve those drivers so to improve those outcomes? So we have to look into more depth to those. At the same time, saying that in our view, it's not important to have everything monetarized. So budgets are important, but when it comes to political trust, it's maybe not the most important thing to have things in budget. Maybe it's other policies that contribute to it. So we have to be careful to say that everything that can be monetarized is the thing that we have to look at. So models are not the holy grail. And then the second part of challenges, I'll leave it for you to read them, and most of them are coming back in the panel discussion later on, I think. Sorry for this hurry-up ending, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jeroen. Again, such rich presentation with a lot to think and talk about. So thank you very much. I guess I really personally like the fact that you have the 3 dimensions and that you include the elsewhere, because as we know, our well-being has global impacts. So good to remember that. Next, I'd like to invite Alessandra Tinto, who, as I said, works as a senior researcher at Italian National Institute of Statistics, and she will tell us more about the BES framework. So please, Alessandra.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'm very excited to share with you my work. I work at the Italian National Statistical Office, where I'm responsible for the framework to measure equitable and sustainable well-being. We call it BES from the Italian acronym. Okay. I will tell you a little bit more about the framework, about how it all started, and also then I will tell you about how we annually report on well-being in our country. And I will also give you some information about the selection of indicators that were derived or selected from the whole set of best indicators to go in the economic planning cycle in Italy. At the end of 2010, we joined the international debate with this project to measure equitable and sustainable well-being. The project is hosted by the National Statistical Institute. This means that this is a measurement project, a measurement framework. We joined the debate, so we start from the multidimensionality of the concept of well-being, deriving from we can derive it from this famous speech by Robert Kennedy, where he said, in short, GDP measures everything except that which makes life worthwhile. So we are trying to add all the other dimensions that makes life worthwhile. And then I also mentioned the Stiglitz-Sen-Fitoussi Commission in 2009, where besides, as it was said, giving a political emphasis to this topic, it also added the statistical dimension to it. So because we derive some information about how we should measure well-being. For example, we know that what we measure affects what we do, so the selection of the indicators is a crucial step, and also that we need to look at the distribution, not only at averages, to give more information about who's lagging behind. Our project, we can define three stages. First of all, I want to say this was a participative approach that we wanted to follow. In the first stage of the path, our aim was to define a shared definition of well-being through the identification of the domains that represent well-being in our country. And this tries to give an answer to the question, what does well-being mean in Italy? In the second stage of the path, we want to go into more detail, and we want to identify the high statistical quality indicators that we need to use to measure well-being in the domains that we identified in the previous stage. And the last stage, but the most important stage, is the communication and dissemination of our results. Okay. As I said, we followed this participative approach. In the first stage, to define the most relevant domains, we coordinated a committee that was made of approximately 50 components coming from civil society and stakeholders and representatives of social society as well. Besides this group, there was also a public consultation. We included in one of our routine sample surveys one question asking the general public what they thought about initial list of domains that the committee identified. So the general public could say which for them was the most relevant, and the combination of these two results gave us the final list of 12 domains. Also, the selection of the indicators was included a very big part of the scientific academia and institutions in Italy. So we had 80 members, more or less. They were, some of them were experts of some specific topic, because as you will see, there will be some really specific domains, and some of them were experts more in wider terms about well-being. Through this process, we at first identified 130 indicators that we use to measure well-being, and the last step is the reporting. So we publish a report each year since 2013, where we analyze the indicators, and we also update the indicators twice a year. We try to be as timely as possible so that the indicators can also be used by policymakers and the general public to be informed about how we are doing. So this is the framework. We can see we want to measure well-being, benessere in Italian, through these 12 domains. And considering we started from 130, at the moment we have 152 indicators. As you can see, some of the domains are those that you expect to be there, that are there also in other international frameworks like health or education. But the result of our participative approach was that the civil society pushed a lot towards some of these domains, which are typical to the Italian society to measure well-being. For example, we have a domain on landscape and cultural heritage, because landscape and the protection of landscape is also in our constitution. So I think this is the unique case in the world where one domain to measure well-being is on landscape. And then, as we have seen in previous works as well, we have two cross-cutting lenses, the lens of equity. So we want to monitor inequalities, so look at the distributions of the indicators. And we want to also take into account the trajectories of indicator to measure and to check if our current level of well-being can be guaranteed also for the future generations. Okay, so in our reports, we based the analysis on the 152 indicators that are distributed in the domains. We have time trends for all the indicators, most of them starting from 2004, so quite long time series. We look at the disaggregation of the measures to monitor inequalities. So one important element is the regions, because our country is made of very different regions, and it's really crucial if we want to measure well-being to be able to compare the regions. So nearly all of the indicators are available by region. Then we can measure also, whenever it makes sense, indicators by gender and age group, or by level of education, age group and gender, to provide information on the most vulnerable population groups. So as I said, we published 11 reports. The last was published in April 2024, based mainly on 2023 data, and the next is due at the end of the year. In our report, we want to give an overview. We try to give an overview which makes like a synthesis of how is well-being going in our country. For example, in this chart, you can see the first bar where we compare the 2023 indicators to the benchmark that we considered 2019 to check how we are faring comparing to that benchmark. And we can see that just above half of the indicators are on a better level recently comparing to 2019. But so the green part of the bar, but this green part has a different lens according to the domains. So in some domains we are doing better, and in some domains the indicators are prevalently on a worse situation comparing to 2013. Then we have 12 chapters in our reports, one for each domain. So we want to go into more depth and look at the single indicators. So if the situation for a certain domain is looking not so good, we want to see which are the measures that mainly determine this situation. For example, here we have the indicators on education and training, and we have 2 columns with traffic lights showing the comparison to the previous year and the comparison to the 2019 benchmark. On the last line, for example, you can see that the percentage of population going to the libraries is now at a better level comparing to last year, although we still have not recovered the pre-pandemic level. I couldn't resist on some charts, sorry, but my background is this one. And I just wanted to show you how we approach the data analysis. So we want to track the evolution of the indicators. This is an example, people having completed tertiary education, people 25 to 34. You can see that there is a steady increase since 2018. So situation looks quite more or less good, except for the gender gap to the advantage of women, which is steady and doesn't show changes. However, when we want to look at the international comparison, and this is we are lucky that this indicator is comparable, we compare with the European average, and we see that our situation doesn't look good at all, because we are slightly improving, but it's not enough for recovering the gap with Europe, which is increasing in the most recent years. Then I just wanted to show you an example of how important it is in our case, but I'm sure everywhere, to go beyond the averages. For example, here we have the employment rate, and we can see that the gap between the north and the south is quite wide, 22 percentage points. So just over half of the population in the Southern Ireland are working between 20 and 64. But when we add gender, we discover even something more, that the gap, if you look at the bottom right, the gap is even wider for females, so it becomes 28 percentage points. If we look at the other way around, we can see that the gender gap, comparing the square and the circle, is wider in the south comparing to the north, although even in the north and the center is quite important. So our project, I told you about, is the first line, and it's really important to mention how this grew in the years. In 2016, I will tell you a little bit more about this in a short while. We have this inclusion of the indicators in the economic and financial documents, which provided a strong push to our work. And more recently, we developed a parallel framework to go even at a more granular territorial level. So we have 70 indicators where we can compare provinces. So each region can see inside the region what are the inequalities and what are the weak areas. This is a powerful tool for local level policymakers. So in 2016, in Italy, there was a reform of the Italian budget law, and with this law, it was established that well-being indicators must be integrated into the budget process, into 2 annual documents. The first prepared by the Ministry of Economy and Finance, the first in April, the annex to the Economic and Financial Document, and the second in February, a report to the Parliament on best indicators. The law established the institution of a committee of independent experts. There was a representative of the Ministry of Economy and Finance, the president of the Italian National Statistical Institute, the Bank of Italy, and 2 experts from the university who had the duty to identify, starting from the framework, from the general framework, identify a selection of indicators that should be included in the economy and finance documents. The committee set some criteria to select these indicators. Of course, it was the idea was that the list should be short because we have only one indicator, which is the GDP. Of course, we want to give the idea that this is a multidimensional concept, so we don't have only one indicator, but going from 1 to 130 would have been too much. So one of the criteria was keep the number of indicators as small as possible. We want to try to cover all the 12 domains as much as possible. Another decision was that the subjective well-being indicators were excluded from the list because in the law it is stated that the ministry has to provide the forecasts of the indicators over the following 3 years according to the plans of the government. And this forecasting exercise is quite difficult, and the experts convened that it's too difficult to be done on subjective indicators. And then you can see other criteria were used, like the extension of the time series, the availability of data subnational level, and then there was also a discussion about using composite measure or in single indicators, and the committee decided for the single indicators. So this is the list of the 12 well-being indicators. Because I'm running out of time, I will not read this list, but I'm sure you will have my slides, hopefully. And you can go back to me if you need some more questions on this. So we managed to cover 8 of the 12 domains. In some cases, we have more indicators, and of course, because the ministry is doing the exercise with the forecasting, they started. They are now forecasting 9 over 12 indicators, because for some of them it's more difficult and it takes longer to be able to meet the requirements. I will just go. Okay, just briefly on recent perspectives. In 2024, there was a reform of European economic governance which changed the scenario. So at the moment, we are in a phase where we are waiting what's going on, because the document of economy and finance is not there anymore, and it's being replaced by the annual progress report of the medium-term budgetary structure plan. And just our feeling is very good, though, because even though there was no compulsory at the moment, it was not compulsory to include these indicators in this annual progress report. The ministry, however, did it, so they are keeping the project, although we are in a phase where we don't know what's going on. Okay, before I conclude, I just wanted to mention briefly one thing, that the set of the indicators is something that was set up with this participatory approach, but it's something that is alive. For example, when there was a pandemic, we felt we had to integrate the set with other measures that until then were not so important, but became relevant. At the same time, I feel that we cannot speak about well-being in this moment without talking about peace. It seems really strange to talk about well-being where we are living this kind of moment in the world. And maybe we started to work on the measurement of the sense of democracy, because also, there is a wide diffusion of, it seems like it's weakening a little bit the sense of democracy. So we are trying to do some experimental work on the measurement of this, because maybe this will be needed in the future to monitor how we are going on. I hope I didn't go too much. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra. Please stay with us. Again, a great example of which indicators to choose, what kind of process to do that. I'd like to invite Jeroen to join us on the stage. We have, again, some time for questions or comments from the audience. And unless no one wants to start right away, I could maybe ask Jeroen, because like in Finland, we have a long tradition in evidence-informed decision-making. So we have ministries doing and conducting research. We have high-level or high-quality sectoral research institutes. But the knowledge they produce is pretty spread out in silos, and there's a need to sort of interpret all that information and knowledge somehow better together. So I guess my question to you, Jeroen, is that while your research institute started to collaborate more, you obviously had the mandate from the House of Representatives. But like, how easy or difficult was it to start playing towards the same goal, putting the research institutes work together, maybe culturally and practically? Any advice you would give?
I can be honest here, right? So
yes.
It was extremely difficult because the three institutes were having different research traditions, different scientific backgrounds, and looking at things in a different way. So thank you for the question, because it's really important, and it wasn't one of my last slides. We had a very short slot, but it was very hard, especially for my institute, the Social Institute, and the Economic Institute, because that's different views on how you can measure things. The Economic Institute always has models and calculates things. Even looking ahead, they say, well, this is going to happen because we know that if you take this measure, income will rise by this and that amount or this and that percentage for this and those groups. And they present it as if that's rocket science. It's the truth. We all here, I hope we do, we know that it's not the truth. There are also things that are uncertain, even in their models. And that was the reason for my institute not to come up with models, because we always said for 50 years it's too difficult to look at social cohesion, to look at life satisfaction. It's too difficult to come up with what effect this measure has on social cohesion or life satisfaction. But now we're trying to look at it and from a different angle. We're trying to look at it from, okay, it might be difficult, but let's try. If you can do it, then we know we cannot do it. But we've never done it. So we always said it's too difficult, but we can also make the assumptions that the Economic Institute does and come up with a model that's similar. When we succeed, it's much easier to compare the different outcomes, not only for us, but also for people in the ministries and also for politicians, because what they want is hard figures. When you don't have a hard figure in their knowledge, in their view, a hard figure, it's put aside. So in my experience, always the indicators that can be monitorized win above the indicators that cannot be monitorized. And I think that's a culture shift that needs to be done not only in politics and in the ministries, but also at the institutions. So back to your question, working together on the reflection on the budget was very insightful in trying to combine our insights in a meaningful way that is scientifically sound, but it's also meaningful for politics to have. And I think we succeeded, and we have lots of ways and steps to take, but we're getting there.
Very good, thank you. And by the way, can I invite you a bit more to the front so that you're in the light, so that the remote audience will better see you on the stream? Thank you. Good. Any other questions? Please, there's one, yeah.
Thank you very much. Very interesting and engaging presentations. My name is Teemu Koskimäki. I'm from University of Eastern Finland and in a SISU strategic research consortium where we are developing an ecological macroeconomic modeling for Finland, applying Eurogreen model that was originally published for France and since then has been also developed for Italy. And it's this sort of system dynamics model that combines also input-output framework. So you can get those hard figures for the economy, but also see interlinkages and feedbacks between different system components and look at long-term trends and simulations that have uncertainty, but simulating several times so that you can get a sort of range of possibilities for the future instead of just using some assumptions and choosing one scenario and saying this is what will happen in the economy and so on. So I was wondering if you're familiar with these ecological macroeconomic models. In addition to Eurogreen, there's William that has been developed, and there's currently several EU projects that are developing these sort of dynamic models. So that's my question. Thank you.
I think we can ask the question to you because it seems that...
No, it just seemed like for both of you and for Italy and many of these indicators and regionalization in the Eurogreen model that is currently developing for Italy, they have regionalizations and they can see these different impacts on different areas in Italy on these different indicators. And there's a lot that I think probably, I don't know, they may even do some collaboration with ISTAT. But I just think these seemed very relevant for both of you, and I was wondering if you've considered these approaches with more heterodox economic modeling.
Me personally, I'm not aware of this because that's the other research institute that's looking at the environmental aspect, and I'm sure that they do know about it. But I'm also sure that even in those models, not everything that's environmental is included. For example, I know that they have discussions inside their institute because we're working together on our joint program, but we also have our separate institutions looking at the different aspects that we're from our history more familiar with. And they have a lot of trouble on what I call natural capital aspects of the environment. Carbon dioxide is no problem. That can be done and that's okay, and you can have side effects and no problem at all. But also not side effects on trust or side effects on social cohesion. So there are lots of interlinkages that even in the more sophisticated models that you're talking about cannot be done, I think, because they're struggling with it.
Yeah, this is something we're in our research group also trying to build in the model, the natural capital side.
Yeah, right.
Thank you so much.
I'm very interested in your perspective and what you're talking about. I'm not aware of this. I must say that in our institute, it seems we are doing big things, but we have very limited resources for that. And our primary aim is to produce timely data. And the report our president is telling us to convey simple messages because we want to reach everyone. So, but just recently we started to think about the second path of this project, which is more towards research and looking at, we've been saying this for a long time, but we never started looking at the interlinkages. So I'm very curious about your work and what you're doing on Italy as well.
Fantastic.
Thank you. I think Ciaran had a question, and then over to Tuuli in the back. But first, Ciaran, please.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, you're going to get sick of me soon. Yeah, Alessandra, my question was to you, actually. I was just kind of curious, with the regional kind of obviously database that you guys have put together in Italy, whether there's kind of, you've seen any evidence that, you know, local government and local makers are using that, you know, when they're planning and implementing policies in their areas.
Okay, thank you for the question. Although there is no law directing this input, we know of several regions, including this, the analysis of the indicators for their local agendas and planning. But this is at the moment is not, you know, structured in terms of like it is for the national government, where we have a law and they need to do it in certain rules. So it's more left to the willingness of. But the idea for us is, to provide the information so that and try to make it make everyone aware of what we can offer in terms of data, so that then it's up to them to use it.
I'm Tuuli Hirulami from Tampere University. I have two short questions. First, you talked about the comprehensivity, and we have to look at the comprehensive picture. You, Jeroen, mentioned the problem of cherry picking, and you mentioned that the equity and sustainable well-being, those are the cross-cutting themes in the framework. So how to address these kind of trade-offs? So I assume there are always trade-offs. If we consider sustainable and inclusive well-being, like well-being here and now and elsewhere and in the future, so how the potential trade-offs are addressed in your frameworks, also related to the dynamic relationships between certain domains. And then the other question is about the impacts. What kind of impacts could you identify in your countries? What have happened after you started to use these frameworks? Maybe to give us inspiration here in Finland, what could be the potential benefits to our community, why we should have similar frameworks here? As I really feel that we are lagging behind. A little bit shame here in the back row, I have to say.
But I think when you're not the first, then you can learn and from all the different experiences, and maybe taking one bit from each of them, you will come out with the perfect project. I will start from the last point, and it's been said in one of the first relations already that. Even if, sometimes we think maybe the inclusion of the indicators in the policy cycle, in our case, doesn't make a big impact in terms of what is the political action, because sometimes we look at, of course, we have indicators that don't move very fast, so it's also even difficult to impact on them. But when we look at the forecasts made by the ministry, sometimes they just increase a little bit by very small increase. So you can say there is no impact maybe. But I believe that the fact that the ministry has to report on the impact on well-being indicators, this makes a huge difference, because before that, nobody just spoke about this concept in the government. So we believe that although much more could be done, but the fact that by law we have these indicators there really makes a big difference.
Maybe I can add something about the trade-offs, because in my view, in our view, that's one of the key elements of looking at sustainable well-being. Because it relates indeed to the cherry-picking part of what I told. But in the ministries, they look at the effects of their policy proposals for their ministry, because their minister is responsible for that part of policy. But in our view, for better informed policies, it's really needed to look at the comprehensive picture of all the effects, even if it takes place within another ministry, another department. So it's very important to get insight in these trade-offs, even if they're within another ministry's policy framework. And that's really hard to get between the ears of people working in the ministries, and it's even harder to get that within the ears of the politicians, because the committees we have are very, very pillarized, and there's no committee on. I noticed in Canada, which is I think very good. There is a new committee on well-being and sustainability or something like that. And I think that's important to have a real integrative look on all your policy proposals.
Thank you. Then one final question from the front row, please.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Eva Ollila. I come from the health field, currently working for the Cancer Society. I have a question about the health indicators. I saw first of all, that you have an overreach and equity lens, and of course that's very important. But you also used to have there, I think in the beginning, a quality of services. And in the end, I think I didn't see that. And so I'd like to ask you about the thought process of choosing the length of life and obesity, which both make perfect sense, but also health is a lot about suffering and about getting the services when you need them, and they take a huge chunk of the public resources. I'm a bit concerned that the kind of services that we provide are not, I mean, as indicators, or even though the endpoints are there. So obviously, there are hard choices in selecting the indicators, but a little bit about the health indicator.
Okay. I hope I understood your question.
Sorry.
No. It's just, then tell me if you need to add some information. We have one of the 12 domains is quality of services. However, one of the, in well-being research, we generally talk about outcome measures where, and the quality of services domain was one of the domains that was really wanted by the civil society, but by this participative approach, and we include that in our reports. We included in that domain several very interesting indicators after COVID, for example, the unmet need for medical examinations by the population, which is an indicator very important, but we didn't have it before. So this is the reason why this no indicators in this domain was selected by the committee for the indicators going into the policy cycle. Because this exercise was done in 2016 based on the set of indicators we had in 2015. I believe if we had to do it again, we would probably include this indicator on unmet need for medical examinations, which is we always receive questions about this indicator and data. We have pressure on providing timely data on this indicator, and this is another issue that the exercise needs to be revised from time to time, because the society changes. There are many things occurring, so the measure of well-being cannot be always the same. So this is why we always support the idea that taking advantage of this change in the scenario, that we can maybe at this stage make an update of the indicators and revise the selection, maybe adding this indicator. Or there were some troubles with the obesity and excess body weight indicators. People working at the ministries struggle to make forecasts on that indicator, and there was some discussion about the opportunity for that indicator to represent the health domain. Maybe some other indicator could be better. Of course, there is some degree of, the committee was made of experts and independent, but of course there were people with their ideas. So I hope. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much, Jeroen and Alessandra. Let's give them a round of applause. Yes, thank you. And now, to support the well-being of all of us here today, I propose we stand up for a while and you do your preferred stretch so that you're all set for the next panel, which is going to be very interesting.
Indeed.
So whatever your body needs now, do it while we set the stage.
Yes, the chairs are arriving on stage.
I'll leave you with Jenny now.
Yes. Please don't move yet anywhere. We have coffee after this panel. I will stand here. Yes, please don't leave anywhere. Just sit down and we will continue now. So, reflecting what we've heard so far together and going deeper to the policy advice, I would like to invite back on stage Jeroen Boelhouwer from the Netherlands, Ciaran Downey from Wales, Fiachra Kennedy from Ireland, and Birgit Lüüs-Jakobs from Estonia. Please take your seats. Yes. But to open the panel, we have the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Social Affairs and Health, Veli Mikkoniemi. Ooh, delight to have you with us and to open this panel. Go ahead.
Thank you and good afternoon for everyone. Please take your seats and don't be shy. So thank you very much for very interesting introductions and we already had a very good discussion and good questions. And it's good to see that this is a topic which has strong interest here in Finland. And as we have heard, DHL has just published their proposal for a kind of a good plan for Finland and also for a set of indicators. It's always when we are speaking about well-being economy or economy of well-being that Finland is often mentioned as a champion, not perhaps of our domestic work, but what we have done internationally so far, promoting this concept in different forums. But one might, of course, say that Finns are not that good in advertising their own work, but we are just doing things. So I would say that many of those nice concepts we have seen today and we know internationally, they exist in the Finnish society, but not that perhaps that much as a concept. If you go to our parliament or even to the Senate Square here nearby, where many administrators are having their coffees, and you ask what is economic well-being or well-being economy, they would say, what is that? So we need to push, and I thank very much for organizing this event. This is a nice occasion also to promote this concept. But what do I mean when I say that we have done already a lot, but not perhaps explicitly combined the work to well-being economy or economy of well-being type of thinking? Well, maybe one origin is the work we did in early 2000 concerning the concept of health in all policies, which were also mentioned in some of presentations, which was a kind of strong work to get the whole of government, whole of society type of thinking, promoting health goals, but underlining that the work is done in other sectors than health sector primarily. And that led quite easily to the concept that when we hold our presidency in the EU in 2019, we managed to get the conclusions from the EU Council on economy of well-being. And I had to say that it's always a bit of game of words here. When we prepared our recommendations or conclusions, we first thought that the well-being is too harsh work. Maybe we should say welfare. But then we thought that, okay, welfare is something which is linked to Nordics very much, Nordic countries and Nordic welfare societies. So let's skip that word. But I think that's not the most important topic to discuss. What is the word? It is the content. And there we have to share our views and our experiences. But we need also strong support from country to country. And there we have, of course, different levels to do that. We need academia, we need institutes, and we need governments to do that work. The experience we have got recent years have been that we have many supportive structures like the OECD, in the WHO we are working hardly in the ILO, but also in the a bit smaller and let's say very, very nice setting is the work within the Wellbeing Economic Governments organization, where we have New Zealand, Iceland, Finland, Scotland, Wales, and nowadays also Canada working actively together and having a nice exchange of work. So in that sense, a lot has already been done, but there's a lot to learn from other countries, and now we are listening very interestingly what you have to give us and what do you foresee as next steps one in each country should take. Thank you.
Thank you, Veli-Mikko. So let's open up the panel with some brief opening remarks from each one of you. Let's maybe start from here, from Jeroen. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes. So what I understand from what you're doing here in Finland, obviously, with your governance model, is you're trying to kind of pick and look at what's been done in the area of well-being elsewhere, and then pick the best practice, obviously here in Finland, which sounds like a very, very good idea. Obviously, if you don't do exactly everything the same as we do in Wales, we'll take that very, very personally. But no, it's been really, really kind of welcome. Like when I was invited to kind of come and speak today, to kind of reflect on the history of our own Wellbeing and Future Generations Act, given it's been in place now for 10 years, and kind of like trying to reflect on the historical context, which I wasn't in the Welsh Government for, and kind of thinking about how it compares to our current context, because the current context that we're operating in Wales is certainly a lot more challenging than as I think I mentioned, than the context that was in the past. There's far more of a focus on economic factors again. Let's just say there's a resurgence of that as a kind of dominating factor, which is driving policy making, and perhaps understandably, given how poorly we've performed in that area in the UK. I mean, I know across Europe it's also been not great as well. In terms of policy advice, in terms of reflections on that, in terms being a economist within government, I guess it's always good to kind of think about the things that having a Wellbeing Act doesn't, negate, basically, the things that still remain even when you implement something like that. So the existence of trade-offs are still there. I mean, I'm sure we all know that, but it's worth repeating. You are adopting a wellbeing approach means you're taking a wider basket of factors into consideration, but you will always still have the tensions there between kind of, policies. So, I think of something like the emissions trading scheme, for example. That's something I worked on in the past. This was something that kind of maybe helped us reach some of our well-being goals, but it wasn't necessarily possible within that policy to negate the negative impacts it had on other areas, given that a lot of the impacts of carbon trading schemes can very often be quite regressive in terms of the economic incidence that kind of occurs. Also, I think there's a thing for policymakers generally in terms of kind of communicating under uncertainty. So we, my intuition, perhaps, as an analyst, and this is maybe where Jeroen and I not differ with you entirely. I know you're not saying this, but in terms of I think trying to increase what we can measure is quite important, because as Alessandra kind of helpfully kind of pointed out in her slide, the Stiglitz quote, what we measure affects what we do, and that's very much my experience working in government. Obviously, in order to be able to communicate to ministers, what the necessary trade-offs are when they're making decisions, it's always helpful to be able to try to, where possible, kind of communicate, in a common language. I think it's very, very important, though. I completely agree with you in terms of how much, how it's also important to kind of communicate the limitations of any models that have been used to kind of make those decisions. As someone who's kind of developed models, I can tell there's definitely a fair few limitations in them, and some of the assumptions that goes into building them can sometimes be frightening sometimes. So yeah, I think that's broadly kind of where I'm at with that. But there's more for us to do here in Wales, certainly.
Yes, thank you. Then over to Fiachra.
I had loads of notes I wrote in the airport yesterday that I had ignored. I think it's always really interesting coming to these things, because we met in Paris a couple of years ago at the KEP, the Knowledge Exchange Program that the OECD has set up, and all sorts of countries talking about different ways they do things. and we all do things differently. I think that's one of the main kind of lessons I picked up. And I know, I think it's probably from experience, as we might have started out when we were doing performance budgeting and going, oh, we need to kind of, this is what other countries are doing and it's best practice and we may need to do that. But I think over time and kind of reflecting on what we've done and where we got to, when it came to well-being, it was, okay, well, what have we done over the last 10 or 15 years in terms of reforms? How does the Irish system work? It's very obvious, looking at some of the examples, this idea of high-level goals. And I'm glad somebody else mentioned communism. That when I was an undergrad, I was really interested in like the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, and all those political systems. I studied political science, and I do have a problem with the notion of these high-level goals. First of all, from a practical perspective, I can't see how in Ireland we could get anyone to agree to them or get them to how it would translate into the departments. I have a problem. I can't see how they would last beyond a particular term. I think you've seen in other countries where, well-being goals have been used to shape prioritization in budgets. Is that when the government has then changed? It's that, they're seen as political, and then well-being then drops down in terms of salience, which I think is a real loss. I think in Ireland we rely much more heavily on the programme for government in terms of shaping government priorities. So that's where, when Kari talked about well-being, about shaping the plumbing and methodologies and ways of thinking about public policy challenges, I think that's where we're coming from. It's that micro foundations. It's, how can we use a well-being perspective to inform how we think about policy challenges? And it's sort of, and it's not, we can talk about, the silos and that people are focusing on housing or employment. And they can go, okay, let's just get house building statistics, or let's get numbers of people in employment. And, we could be advanced and look at equality and go, well, how is the difference between males and females in employment and older and younger people? But, employment isn't just about kind of people being in jobs. It's about their education and how far they went. It's about how, the infrastructure in terms of their ability to get to work. It's about services around them. So it's about that sort of, you didn't want to use the word holistic, but, it's about disaggregating the policy challenge. And I think well-being frameworks offer a real unique opportunity to break up that policy challenge and to go, okay, it's obvious it's about building houses, but, it's also about the local environment in which people live. That's an important dimension. So those kind of things open it up. Everybody on their slides has sort of had these, you've got your 12 or 11 dimensions, then there's an equality perspective, and I think that's really key. It's about, it's not just about the average, it's about, different groups in society. And then there's, people talked about sustainability, which I think, to my mind, I had this really cool title about unraveling the puzzle of time, and using well-being frameworks to do that. But I think that's really important as well, and that's that sustainability element on it. I absolutely agree with the Permanent Secretary's point about, countries, most policy, I think, and certainly our tagging kind of showed it, is about enhancing well-being. It doesn't, no one said it. We're not going around, for the last 50 or 60 years. Actually, we have been going on since Roman times, whether it's the draining of lakes to try and cure malaria or building Ostia to try and increase trade with the provinces. Governments have always been kind of focused on trying to increase the well-being. I told you about the pens. About the well-being of their societies. It's always a function, it's always there. We just haven't labelled it. It was thanks to New Zealand for labelling it. I await their next goal, next approach. And then the issue of trade-offs, which I think is really interesting. There's a kind of maybe it's a tendency in the civil service, we want everything to be nice and structured and coherent, where, there are trade-offs there, but they're actually unresolvable. And the most obvious one is economic growth and the environment. We're not going to fix that. But by recognising that it can't be resolved, you then can go, well, as a consequence, the likelihood of the bad thing happening by these things interacting, we can then prepare, or we can try to prepare to deal with it or try to mitigate it. And I think that's where that multidimensional outcomes-focused approach that I go on about kind of has its benefit, and that focus on the role of time and that focus on equality. It's all bringing all those things together, and then also distinguishing between level that, you know, are you talking about it at the narrative for the country and its development, or are you actually really interested in terms of design and implementing policies? And depending on what level you're approaching the issue from shapes the kind of indicators and how you think about those things. But I've over the last 10 or 15 years, I've been involved in a whole variety of reforms, or what kind of what could be described as budgetary reform in Ireland. And this is like, despite my initial reaction when I heard about Wellbeing about 10 years ago, kind of going, is that not about sort of angels and vibrating water and people doing yoga? And as I kind of read a bit more, I went, oh no, that's wellness.
Somehow the yoga is always involved in this.
Yeah, yoga gets a lot of blame. I think like this well-being perspective is the most exciting thing that governments can do and grasp onto, because it ties so many things together and it opens up so many challenges to a better perspective. So I think I would absolutely encourage you, but to do it your own way, to fit your own systems. But I think this is a really great approach to public policy.
Great, thank you. Then Birgit, please.
Thank you. Yes, I feel a little bit outside from this circle in that sense, that I think if you would ask any politicians in Estonia that, so you were in the Wellbeing conference, Wellbeing economy conference, and you are doing Wellbeing economy, they would look at you like, what? I don't think we conceptualize what we do in that sense. But when I was looking at other presentations, the indicators from different countries, I think we measure still quite similar things. Some are more advanced, some are more maybe broken down or more generalized. But I think it's the effort is still there. And I think even Finland has been, I feel that you might be a bit critical of yourself that, oh, why don't we have? I think you also have several indicators that you anyway measure. It's just maybe not put in this exact framework. That I think it's in any case you are dealing with those indicators. So I think it is correct that every country should do what is best for them, and I think we have similarities and maybe some differences, but I think the overall aim is to have informed policy decisions, and that's why I think there shouldn't be too much effort on putting against the public administration goals to have everything measured and everything structured, and the politician, we shouldn't antagonize them, I think, because in the end our job is to bring information to the politicians, and then for them they have the mandate to then decide. So I don't think we can blame them if the things are not going to the direction that we are finding, but it is in combination. So I think these strategies or strategic thinking around where we want our country to move is good, especially if it's done together. And then, but then we shouldn't say that the politicians are now maybe going to some other directions because it is their mandate. But I think these frameworks and indicators give us a lens to look on the political decisions and say that, okay, this might have these implications, this might have these implications. But I think it's unrealistic to think that we can put everything, we can measure everything, we can account for everything, and then, because a lot of these indicators that we are looking at are also, some things are completely out of anyone's control, and we are seeing how the world is constantly changing. So I think we shouldn't worry too much also with the fact that things are changing, and then the governments need to adapt to those changes. And this means sometimes the balancing between different interests, and sometimes the indicators go down, and sometimes if it's better times they go up. But again, like, I think it provides you the lens to analyze how your country is doing, and then offer information, and then it's for the politicians in the end to decide which way to go to improve or not to improve.
Yes, thank you. Very good. Then Jeroen.
I agree completely with what you say in the last. And I think I agree with, I think we all agree, we have more or less the same contribution in this panel. Because what I was going to say was about the trade-offs and better informed policies, and how looking at trade-offs or showing the effects of trade-offs can help policies to be better informed and to choose because between this is what we really don't want and this is what we, well, can happen, but okay, we'll let that go. So it's important to improve the insights in the effects, analysis of effects of mechanisms. I think that's a way forward for all of us to be able to give policies a better informed viewpoint. And I think that's somewhere not a political choice. Because the health in all policies movement is also in the Netherlands very strong, and it's not a way of looking at the same topic. It's the same thing. It's saying that health is not only health policy, but it's also about poverty, and it's also about housing. And housing is not also about building houses, but it's also about the environment, and it's also about social cohesion in the neighborhood. So it's more than the one thing you're looking at. So I think that's the strength of sustainable well-being, that has the comprehensive look and that it can show the trade-offs on issues where politicians in the first place are not looking at. Having said that, I'm going to repeat once more that I think that there's too much weight nowadays, in any case in the Netherlands, on monetarized information, on the budget process. And I know it's important, budgets are important to get things done, but not everything that's worthwhile has to do with how much money is spent on that issue. For example, again, social trust. Social trust has not so much to do with how much money is spent on improving social trust, whatever that may be and however that may be done. It has to do with how people look at politics, how politicians interact with each other, how the culture of policy making is, how people are involved, how they feel involved. It's another way of looking at society. And I think that sustainable well-being can help there too. So although my program, which I talked about, is about getting sustainable well-being closer into the budget cycle, it's not all about that.
Thank you. Wonderful. And now let's start the panel. Indeed, you can raise your hand to ask questions whenever you feel like it, but and also they're online. But I might start this off by sharing a personal example. So I've been, for the past year and a half, been working in this project funded by the European Commission called MERGE, led by Tuuli in the back. And it's about beyond GDP indicators, metrics and models, and trying to fuse that into the European system. And there's also the level of national governments there. And we've been going around a bit in circles in trying to figure out where is the entry point and what is the most important aspect. So we have the high-level policy goals, we have the metrics, and we have the evaluation, the frameworks, the legislation, and then the informal parts, the politics, who knows who, and how are these things structured? What is the first step, like who talks with whom? So can you, from your personal experience, share like the most significant step that was done, if you have some reflection on it? And I'm not saying that you should have a magic button, but just saying that we're also on this journey. I would appreciate some advice from anyone. Can start.
I mean, like I said, I wasn't there back, so this might be an erroneous kind of interpretation. Kind of just reading reports and stuff like that. If I've understood the question correctly, in terms of kind of what's the most important step to kind of go? I mean, I think kind of this might seem kind of quite trite to say or something like that, but it's kind of like signalling that this is an intention that something you want to pursue as government policy. So it seems like you've already taken the important step. That's the thing that fundamentally kind of kicks into gear all the apparatus that needs to kind of kick in to ensure you can kind of like move towards a well-being economy. It ensures that the civil service the third sector and private firm businesses and stuff like that as well understand the direction that you. I mean, obviously at the beginning it's very, very vague, but it kind of focuses kind of the attention and allows you to have the conversations that you need to have in order to kind of move towards this. So I wouldn't say it's like, the indicators. I don't think the most important step is going, we're going to have a independent, sustainable development body or anything like that. It's not a specific policy or proposal. It's about kind of like setting the strategic indication in terms of where you're looking to end up. I think that's kind of what's most important.
Exactly. And who does that?
Who does that? Okay. Well, I mean, fundamentally, it's either got to be bottom up from kind of civil society, or it's kind of going to be from politicians. I think it would be remiss to suggest it's civil servants to do that. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Over to Birgit. Thank you.
Maybe just a reflection, and that was something I didn't mention before. I think what we see now, and really I wasn't also in the process of the strategy making, but I think the main emphasis was there on the discussions between different stakeholders. But I think if you ask for like intervention, then I want to say that whatever you create or whichever document, result report, indicator, you have to think of for who it is. And I think that, again, being a bit critical, sometimes we as public administrators, we are creating those ideal systems, and then we get into the system, and then we want more, and we want more reporting, and we want more indicators, and we are there and thinking how it all contributes to everything. But I think we have to, at least now I see that in Estonia, that politicians are asking, not for the long-term strategy, but as I said, like the lower levels where a lot of bureaucracy has been actually carried out or created with the best aim to really monitor and to really link things together. But I see them asking, like, how does it help us? Why is it so many indicators? How we need this. So I think that whatever you create, I think the main thing is that you already early in the process, you define to whom you are, because it should help the politicians to make the decisions. We should make informed decisions. So not to create it to ourselves, but to rather really think that who is the owner of those different levels and goals and how they feel also the ownership. And there I think what is good about the strategy in Estonia is that we have the parliamentarians already included in the process of the making, but also now in the discussion with the government. So I think it helps. It's not always about long-term goals. The focus might sometimes switch to everyday politics as always, but still at least this discussional part is there. So maybe to think to whom we are creating the systems.
Yes, exactly.
Can I add a little bit to this? Because I think that's important. That's what I've learned in the past 2 years that I've been working on this project now, is that it's very important to sit at the right table with the right information at the right time. And I mean by that it's very different if you aim your insights on politicians or on the process that's going before that. And there's a lot of choices made before the politicians see a policy proposal or a budget. And if let's try it from the other angle. When we make this reflection on the budget memorandum, we influence the political debate and the societal debate. But it's only on the high level of the budget, because all the decisions that were made within the budget were made in the months before at the ministries. And we didn't sit at that table, at those tables, and we didn't deliver our information, which could be insightful at that point too, at the right table at the right time. So I think we have to learn from that it's very important for whom you're doing a particular report or particular information getting out. Is it the ministries, is it policy making, or is it the political or societal debate? And that's very different. And it's very different of information desire there is.
Yes, exactly. And luckily there are like obviously Finnish experts here also then to discuss also that further tomorrow. Questions? There we go. Do we have a mic?
Thank you, and thank you for an inspiring panel and well-organized session. My name is Fais Al-Suhail. I come from the Natural Resources Institute, Finland, Luonnonvarakeskus, or Luke in Finnish. And I don't have a question, it's more of a remark that you're free to reflect upon. And it's a remark about the quality of data and quality of information. Now, we've discussed and agreed upon the importance of evidence-based decision-making and knowledge-based decision-making. And my question or remark is, which one is more important, or what are the pros and cons of very timely but uncertain information, or very accurate information that is slightly outdated? I ask this because my institute is both a statistical institute and a research institute. And very often we end up in situations where a politician is planning a policy reform. And a researcher can say that, well, given these and these assumptions and this background information, it is likely to result in this and this. A lot of uncertainties. And then there's the statistician who can say that, okay, if you implement that policy, it will take a few years before we can see the actual effects, and then we need to collect the data, analyze it, and we publish statistics after 1 year from the data is there. So 3 years, very accurate information, but you've already kind of implemented the policy. So I don't know if that's really knowledge-driven decision-making, but yeah, that kind of remark.
A terrific question. Are there some of you that have some kind of a formulation of an answer coming up for this?
I think it depends who you ask.
Yeah.
Yes, true.
Yeah. Credible information is always the best information, you know, in terms of, I think, talking about timely information, you know, in Wales, we don't even have our GDP data is lagged by about 3 years. So, you know, that's not a problem that most of you in this room have. You know, that's a problem we have because of the way in which kind of regional, national accounts are kind of calculated at a UK level. So, you know, even when we're talking about GDP, the thing we're trying not to focus on, but obviously is obviously of interest to ministers. That's we have a lag there. I think it depends really. You know, like if you are trying to operate within a sustainable development model, then you are thinking about the long term, and there has to be, if there are, you know, kind of credible reasons and kind of understandable reasons why you can't capture data in a timely way, that's not a reason not to pursue policies and capture information that will ultimately be less timely. You know, a lot of the milestones that we've set for ourselves, for example, are, you know, plenty of years in the future, because we don't anticipate that, you know, we will necessarily be able to make monumental changes in them in a kind of 10, even in a 5-year period necessarily. So I think it's, you know, the timelier the better if you can, but it's always a kind of like the most insightful data is crucially what you're after. It's better, you know, to use a piece of information that tells you more about the area of interest that you're looking at from a policy perspective than, you know, for example, more timely piece of information which is kind of only tangentially kind of related to the policy. That's a really good question, though. Thank you.
Yes. Unless, is there something you would like to add?
Yeah, I think it's, I mean, it's the eternal question of the public policy process is, you know, I tend to refer to things as being policy-informed rather than policy-based, or evidence-informed rather than evidence-based, because, you know, that evidence-based stuff is all about sort of RCTs and really scientific stuff where, you know, just getting the information into the system, as you said, as best you can. And then it's like, at what stage? So is it at the sort of defining the policy challenge, so where you're just trying to describe the problem and the problem that people encounter, and then, you know, looking at options, so what kind of policy approaches could you use or interventions could you use, and how do you know which will work or which will work best? And then, you know, we used to do a lot of value for money studies in Ireland, and recommendation 1 at the end was need more evidence, and even like, you know, so it's like it's an eternal challenge of getting good information into the system. But I think I think on your slide you had culture change, which didn't really get to talk about, and I think that's really the key, is a culture of trying to have evidence into each stage of a policy cycle, and that it's an integral part to how decisions get made.
Yeah, maybe the combination of two, what you described, would be ideal, because then it's like a pre-informed, and then you do a post evaluation as well. I mean, that's the ideal policy making. But I mean, what I feel is that, and this was said by our previous state secretary very well, that we are entering into times when the policy decisions has to be like this. And I mean, I don't think we ever go back to the times where we could take a lot of time. So I think that what best we can do is to have those indicators and data available for the initial decision making, and then we do as much as possible the impact assessment, and then we look back, because how quickly everything is changing. I mean, it's not possible to spend too much time. I mean, it depends on the fields, but I mean, for example, in defense or security, you just don't have this time anymore. With COVID, it was the same. So I think that, the best would be to have them both. But in the end, it's the question that the politician has to make a decision, and whatever information you can provide, it is needed. So we have to put the systems in place already before that. We monitor those indicators constantly, and then we can see how they evolve, and maybe make some assumptions how they would evolve in different settings.
Yeah, sorry, and just when you were talking there, it reminds me of something that we'd kind of looked at as well. Is that a lot of the big challenges we faced in the last 10 or 15 years have come from outside our countries. Yeah. So there's the economic and financial crisis, subprime lending in the States, COVID, external cause, what's going on with Russia and Ukraine at the moment, all this, gas prices, the works. It's governments are suddenly having to react very quickly to something that they have no control over the cause.
But maybe one addition, because you started your question, which is a good one, with the quality of the data, and I think that's important. That even if you want to be quick, it has to be scientifically sound. It has to be built on something, on some knowledge of previous research or whatever. So the quality of data is, I think, very, very important. Because I know that in the Netherlands there are all sorts of other research institutes that are on the market, and that say to the government, we can do a research in 1 day. You get the answer to every question you have. Well, I don't think that's a good quality of data, so you should not use that. So I think the quality of data is key to whatever data you use in the end.
Yeah, sorry, just to kind of come back as well, actually, sorry, because Bridget, what you said, talking about using both is obviously is a really, really, really good point. I think, so I remember once I was working on policy to do with our emissions in Wales, our kind of territorial emissions, and the more credible information we had obviously was from industrial operators through the emissions trading scheme, which is a very, very credible source of information, but it's lagged, and we're trying to anticipate kind of like how we're going to meet our kind of carbon budgets that we set for ourselves, the amount we emit over 5-year periods. So we wanted to kind of anticipate kind of how we would respond if we kind of went over our limits, because it has kind of legislative implications for us. So, you have to wait for that data, but you can use kind of indicators which allow you to that's where the both is important. Like using indicators like kind of that don't tell you exactly what you need, but kind of give you the opportunity to prepare for the likely scenario. So in that situation, one of our biggest emission sources in Wales in the kind of, energy and industrial area is we have one of the biggest gas-fired power stations in Wales, literally on the west coast of Wales. And one of the things I was looking at that time, one of these kind of early indicators was things like kind of liquid natural gas imports, So that kind of gave me, you could see year on year, kind of, what the direction of travel was. Now, we didn't know, it wasn't kind of like, I couldn't say anything more than, it looks like next year it's going to be a big year in terms of, kind of emissions at this, for our gas-fired power stations. But, it allowed us to prepare, what our response would be in terms of if things do go in that direction, basically.
Thank you.
Sorry, just because it's
Okay,
a really
very
good
quickly, then
question. But when we present to the government each year those indicators, then it's also, I mean, for the government that has been in place, let's say 1 year, and if we don't have a data on certain indicator for the last 2 years, I mean, they do look at it and ask, okay, but it's so old. And I mean, that's why I think the timely data is important, but the quality is also important. So it's, I guess, all the time the challenge.
Great reflections. Hopefully some insights also to there. Maybe now a bit of a different angle on like kind of strategizing, especially eager to hear from Birgit and from Ciaran on this. So if you can imagine like a civil servant or a member of parliament trying to advance the well-being economy agenda. So how do we move about of not politicizing overly the concept or the matter? There was already mentions of communism and yoga. So how do we move past those?
Yeah, I think from my perspective, as I said already in the beginning, that I think if you ask from politicians in Estonia, they wouldn't say that they are dealing with well-being economy. I don't know if it's good or bad, but I think it is like this. But I think that the question is about still the goals, and I think it's hard to argue against people living longer and healthier lives. I think it's hard to argue against reducing poverty. So these are kind of universal things that most people agree. So without putting too much emphasis on the concept, I think it's better to focus on the results that you want to get and the indicators then that would show whether you have advanced or not. And because it can be also a bit not controversial but polarizing to say that, well, we want well-being economy, like the other side wouldn't want it. But I think if you look at very specifically of goals that you want to achieve, it is easier maybe to find a common ground. And I mean, that would be, at least in the Estonian context, I think my advice to not focus too much on the concept, but rather on the results and the indicators that you want to achieve.
Yeah. I mean, it's very little I need to add to that. I mean, I completely agree. Yeah, I think, making it as palpable as possible to as wide as many, I guess, kind of things that are difficult to disagree on, obviously, is a kind of important thing to kind of get broad consensus, clearly. I mean, I think within our own framework, like I said, the goals hopefully are not too contentious, but I can see, like, for example, if there was a change in government, maybe the objectives that public bodies are setting for themselves, maybe they would be more or less ambitious in particular areas. That's the kind of where I would imagine you would see kind of variance, basically, depending on kind of like who's in power, basically.
I might hop in if it's okay.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I think, we can say that we have the goals about, living long and healthy and being employed, but I'm not really sure it's been challenged yet, because there's that environmental climate change end on the well-being economy and on well-being dimensions, and, the moves to address the climate change crisis and the transitions that will be required of our societies. I don't think we've even begun to sort of dig into that, and that's where this well-being as a policy proposal is going to kind of really hit the dirt, because it's going, the kind of things that might have to be done that you've seen in transformation will impact on people's ability to work in particular areas or live in particular areas, because there's long-standing traditional industries. And it's how to manage that transformation, and it's kind of, we can talk kind of, oh yes, we need to look in the future and project, but you're trying to balance the interests of people today against the interests of people who've yet to be born, or even anybody's even thought about them being born, and kind of how do we take account of all those costs and those benefits, and kind of, and addressing those synergies and trade-offs. So I kind of like it's fine setting out the goals and the models and thinking about it and pointing to it, but I'm not really sure this has been tested yet, and this is where, it's the next 5-10 years is where things are really going to get interesting on well-being economy.
I think that's really important, and especially I think it's important to look at the trade-offs again, because in the Netherlands now we have a government which has swifted to the far right. Yes. So there's a party, climate change, no way, there is no climate change. The seas aren't rising, If you look outside, the sky is blue, so why air pollution? No, look outside. And that's a party that's not interested in figures, not interested in statistics, not interested in what's really going on, but in their own, let me stop there. So it's really important not to go into that discussion, because that's in the end that's the political balance that in any parliament there is. What you can do is show what the effects of the policies are, and whether they're found as important or they have to be mitigated. That's the political choice. But I think as researchers, what we can do is show what the effects of the proposed policies are.
Exactly. Yes. Anyone else eager for policy advice? There is Elina, and then over that side.
Thank you. A little bit of frustration here. I have an academic background, but now I'm working as an agent in the Finnish state, and I'm doing exactly that. I mean, I think that the goals should be mutual for everyone. But what if the means to get to the goals are counterproductive, and you know that, and you tell it, and then you are blamed of being a politician and not staying in your field as an expert or as an ombudsperson, etc. I mean, I get that all the time. I'm a communist, I'm Putinist, I'm whatever, just by saying that I think we should think twice before getting rid of the Ottawa Convention, etc. So it is like really frustrating working in this atmosphere right now. Child poverty in Finland is increasing, and that is totally because of the political decisions that we have made. But by saying this, it makes you a politician. So it's really difficult, even though you are being evidence-based and you are showing all the details of where you ground your statements.
Yes.
You get to hear this all the time. And I know it's quieting down, but it's really frustrating. And it's making work really difficult at the time. Thank you.
Thank you for that reflection. Any comments?
No, not on this specific one. I can imagine that it's very hard to work in that atmosphere. But to take it any somewhat broader, and that's not to say that it's not true what you're saying, and it is really, I think it's really difficult. But I think that that's the power of the comprehensiveness. Most of the time, when you show a comprehensive well-being framework on the policy, you can at 9 of the 10 times say some things are improving and other things are deteriorating. And it's a political choice whether you find that okay or not. So you're not cherry picking, like to say, well, it's only about the child poverty that you're looking at. I'm not sure that you do that, I'm not saying that. But be comprehensive can overcome sometimes such discussions, maybe.
Yeah, I think for the politicians, it's anyway the question of a mandate, and people have chosen them. So in that sense, it's the most you can do is to bring the evidence to them. But in the end, the politicians are making the decisions and will take also the results in the next election. And I think that makes it especially complicated to balance the intergenerational interest, because politicians often live in today. They make decisions on today, and therefore, it is a challenge, but it's a challenge for all the democracies, I think, at the moment. And as was mentioned also, that during these times, I mean, actually, I guess it's not very good to be a politician as well, because the things that you have to balance at the moment are really, I mean, in the context of our country, I mean, it's existential. The security threat is existential to our independence. So, I mean, the things that you have to make a decision on, also sometimes on they are viewing that for the next generations, our independence is exactly more important, because otherwise we would not have an independent state. We would not maybe exist as a country or nation. So I mean, in that sense, it's also not easy to be a politician in these times, and these intergenerational fairness things are all interrelated. So yes, you might have some more very negative impacts on climate or other things. At the same time, there are things that you have to also consider for the next generations in terms of safety, security, and being a free country. You know, so it's yeah. I mean, I understand the struggles. I think we all feel it as public administration somehow during this time, especially. But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it is the tension between the individual agency and wanting to do more, and at the same time treating all of us with empathy of like having the mandate and the role that we have currently. Yeah. Very good, thank you. Then on to the last question that we have time for. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for the most interesting presentations and discussions. I'm Tuula Koliander. I'm the head of Helsinki Missio, which is an NGO in the social and health sector. And we are working, our mission is to alleviate loneliness and then improve social inclusion. And I guess we can all agree, even WHO has said that loneliness is the pandemic that we all unfortunately share. So it's a very important issue. And I wonder, my question is that at least here in Finland, all the NGOs, we have to measure impact, and we need to report, as we are, some of us are also receiving public funds. So my question is that what is your insight or your experience with working with the NGOs on strategic level, in the sense of in the well-being strategies, that what is the role and what could be the role as we measure as well, and how could sometimes maybe even the data collection, and also as said, sometimes you can't measure everything, and where's the place for social innovations? Yeah. And could we help in that sector? Thank you.
Very good question. Maybe we can start again from here.
Yeah. So I work within economic policy. So the bodies I typically deal with are kind of like business representative organisations, and maybe kind of unions would be kind of people. I think for advice for an NGO, generally kind of, I think that's what your question was in terms of how NGOs should interact, obviously, with officials to maximise this. I think generally speaking, like kind of what some of the kind of positive things that unions and kind of business groups have done, when they interact with us, really, is pointing us in the direction of information that they think is relevant for policy making. So if you're talking about data, it's there's a role for NGOs to advocate not just for things that are important to them, but also metrics that they think government should be paying more attention to. So very concisely, that's kind of like what I would say is kind of the main piece of advice I would kind of give to a group such as your own.
Very good, thank you. Other reflections or asks from the questioner poser?
No, I think NGOs, when they do collect data that aren't available at another way, can have an important role in filling in the gaps. And what comes to mind for me is it's another NGO in the Netherlands that looks at effects of Dutch policy for elsewhere. And I'm not sure whether I mentioned it, but it was on my slides somewhere that we haven't much information about the effect elsewhere in our framework now, and it's really an important aspect of sustainable development. So that is where we are trying to cooperate with NGOs. Having said that, the quality of the data is sometimes an issue with NGOs. Because it has to be a good quality, good scientific quality, and not per se an NGO who says, well, look at my data because I want you to do this, and that's, well, the focus of the study has been in that direction. So the quality of the data here is again, important.
Yeah, I think, so one of the things I've done before and will be doing again is kind of setting up a dialogue structure to engage with people from departments, from state agencies, and from NGOs to kind of, rather than sort of, so my department is based in government buildings on Marion Street, so we have a very Marion Street perspective on the world. And in order to make sure this works really well, we need to bring in other people with other perspectives into it. So NGOs will be very important to that process in terms of, you know, the core question is, you know, what does well-being mean to you in terms of your day-to-day work? What does sustainability mean, and what does the future mean? So again, it's rather than kind of coming from just talking to civil servants or public servants, it's, you know, people who work in different NGOs across different policy areas and kind of bringing them in to feed in their perspective on what well-being is, or what sustainability is in terms of their today work. So I think it's broadening out and getting a much better perspective on those notions.
Yeah, I think maybe what NGOs can help the governments to do, and the statistics office, is to maybe pinpoint some indicators that have not been taken into account yet or monitored. I think the loneliness is a very good example that probably, I don't think it would be, it's measured in Estonia, but maybe I'm wrong, hopefully. But I was also thinking that I think where we can all improve, both public administrators, politicians, NGOs, is to use the data what we have. And I think they're one of the strongest NGOs that even they claim that they helped like those liberal parties to win the elections by helping them for free, giving them data, analyzing the data, and they did it not because they supported those parties, but they supported this worldview that they are carrying, and they are really good in using the data that we have. And I think we should have more of that understanding of data, using good quality data, and analyzing different data sets together, and making analysis on that basis. I think we should all, I mean, again, taking from my country, we should do better on this, because it will help us to have much more informed decisions and discussions.
Thank you. And this wraps up this panel. But before I thank you, I'll give it over to the Permanent Secretary still for a few words.
Thank you so much, panelists and audience. I think you have captured very well what are the challenges we are facing. I think there was excellent discussion at the end that we are not alone, we administrators, statisticians, scientists. We need also the public and the civil society organizations to work towards our goals, which in my understanding should be that we should show how well-being is promoting economy. And that is quite clear in our understanding. We have plenty of results, we have plenty of examples how, for example, improving combating working disabilities, how much that could add on the economic power. But today, and it was, I think that was very interesting that was mentioned several times, like my Estonian colleague and also Mrs. Tinto from Italy, that we are living now in the very essential crisis situations with war very close to us. And I think that is even the most serious example where we have also to point out that we need to take care of the well-being, we need to take care of the resilience of societies, but we can also measure that, and therefore we can also show that how important it is to advance these policies to keep us in a peace situation. Thank you.
Thank you. The panel. This was great. You're free to go. Thank you. Yes, now it is time for a coffee break, and it'll be served there in the back in the same space that the lunch was in. Thank you, everyone, and let's continue then after.
Dear audience, at the coffee break, I would like to invite you back in the main hall as our interesting program is about to continue. Welcome back. Okay, dear audience, here in Sofia and online. Welcome back to the final part of today, and we will continue discussing how to make well-being economy a new strategic paradigm for Finland. Next, we'll delve deeper into the European and international context of well-being economy with Mr. Graham Randles. Mr. Randles is a well-being economy consultant from the World Health Organization's European Office for Investment and Development. Mr. Randles will give us his insights, amongst other, on how international processes can accelerate the development of well-being economy in the national level, and many other things. And like earlier, we have time for a few questions and comments after Mr. Randles' presentation. But now I'd like to welcome Graham on stage, please.
Hello, everybody. Hi. I believe that's the best Finnish I can do, probably the easiest Finnish word I can manage. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. I'm really pleased to be here with the audience in the room and those online, so welcome those online as well. For those of you that did register maybe a little earlier in advance, I'd just like to say that I'm a late replacement for Chris Brown, who's the head of the European Office for Investment for Health and Development. I know some of you may have been hoping to see Chris today, but for family reasons, she was unavoidably unable to come today, and she does send her apologies. But hopefully I can take her place well, and I'm going to talk to you about the new strategic paradigm for Europe, the well-being economy. And I did have to smile a little at the title. As we've been hearing today, the word new is interesting, isn't it? This has been an idea that's been around since, well, at least 2008. And many of the initiatives we've been hearing about have started in around about 2008, 2009, 2012 in all of the countries we've been talking about. Me personally, I've been working on wellbeing economy initiatives, or in this space at least, for possibly 20 years now. I started out as a consultant in what we now call the circular economy, and then moved into working on the wellbeing economy as the director of consultancy for the New Economics Foundation, where we worked on initiatives like the 5 Ways to Wellbeing, the Happy Planet Index, if any of you have heard of those things. And also on the analysis, the extension of the M4 motorway in Wales. So that's something which I'm happy to talk about later if you like. And Chris and I were sharing a bit of a joke about how it has been probably 20 years we've both been working on this area of the wellbeing economy. However, it does, as we know, take time for any new paradigm to take root. And in the Venice office, we have been working on an initiative, the Wellbeing Economy Initiative, for a number of years now. One of our recent publications in 2023 was Deep Dives on the Wellbeing Economy. This is a very well-worn copy of the summary, which I do like to carry around. And that focuses on the experiences of Finland, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, which, as many of you know and was mentioned this morning, are part of the WeGo, the Wellbeing Government's Alliance initiative. And one of the things that's quite striking about that, and it's mentioned in the report, is how, and again, we've been talking about this morning, how there are perhaps a lot of different words being used to describe the wellbeing economy, even in those 4 countries. So we have in Finland the definition of well-being very similar to welfare, and linked to this idea of having, loving, being, and doing, which I really like. In Iceland, they focus more perhaps on both subjective and objective ways of viewing well-being, thinking about feeling well and functioning well. In Scotland, it's about living well. So again, just a slightly different variation on the same theme. But they focus on how that works out with individuals, with communities, and at the national level. And in Wales, as we heard this morning from Ciaran, we have the Future Generations Act and the 7 domains of wellbeing as represented by the National Wellbeing Goals. So slightly different words being used, slightly different language across all of these initiatives. And then today we've heard from many other countries about how they describe their wellbeing economies. But they all have something in common, absolutely. They're all about economies that enable people to thrive, that enable all people to thrive, both now and in the future. And it's important that I didn't miss out the word all, because it's all also about equality. It's about giving everyone the chance to thrive and leaving no one behind. And another feature of wellbeing economies is that although we've heard that many economies are trying to do this, wellbeing economies try to do this by design. It's not as if we're pursuing another goal, the goal of economic growth or something else, and these things happen by accident. We're actually trying to design our economies for all people to thrive now and in the future by design. So my presentation is going to briefly be divided into 4 parts. I'm going to talk about really the wellbeing economy as a new social contract. I'm going to talk about how this new paradigm is driving change, and we've already heard plenty of examples of that, so I'm just going to try and build on what we've heard already. Where it's working, where it's actually being put into practice, and this is one of the most important things. We've seen many countries experimenting, and we're really seeing positive results. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about some examples of where it's working. And then I'm going to focus on what the WHO is doing to enable and to drive further change in this area. Okay. So what do we mean by a new social contract? Well, I think that a lot of the conversation this morning has been around how across Europe, even across the world, we could say, there's been this breakdown of trust in institutions, fracturing of communities, and a general sense of a loss of community, a loss of trust. And the idea of a well-being economy is that we can actually restore that trust. We can actually have a new bond between governments, between civil society and the people that governments are there to serve. And that's one of the things that the well-being economy sets out to achieve. We know that business as usual has not really worked. Business as usual, by that I really mean the economic paradigm that has sustained itself for the last 40 or so years, from the early 1980s to where we are today. It's delivered in some respects, it's delivered prosperity in some respects, but it has had the problem that economic development has not been equal at all. The benefits of development have not been equally experienced by people, and that's part of the reason why I think people are feeling dissatisfied as it stands. And that model has been based on a very narrow concept of the economy driven by growth, by economic growth as the primary measure. We know that it's not working particularly well, and we have the data to show it. And from the WHO perspective, we know that health is not thriving as it should, as we want it to do. And we're working on an initiative called the Health Equity Status Report Initiative in the Venice office. And this was first done in 2019, where we started to look across the European WHO region at health inequities and health inequalities. And we produced a range of statistics. And we're now in the process of updating that report. And what you can see from the slide there is that we're already seeing that there are huge inequities between the top 20% and the bottom 20% in many, if not most, countries. So those inequalities relate to illnesses limiting daily life, where the difference between the highest and the lowest groups for men and women is 2 times. So that means that the most prosperous groups are experience 2 times less illness limiting daily life than the least advantaged. The same is true for poor self-reported health. Again, the margin is 2 times for both men and women. Mental health, it's 2 times for men and 1.5 times for women. And perhaps the most staggering is the life satisfaction measures. So we see that amongst the top 20%, there is 3 times greater life satisfaction for men than amongst the bottom 20%. And for women, the difference is 2.5 times. And I think we can very clearly see that that is one of the drivers of the challenges that we're seeing across Europe at the moment. That when people are experiencing poor life satisfaction, they're also going to find that trust in governments, trust in institutions is much lower. And that, I think, is one of the reasons that's driving the political upheavals that we're seeing across Europe and elsewhere. So we need a new paradigm, a new set of assumptions, okay? If economic growth on its own isn't going to do it, then the idea of a well-being economy is something which people should surely be able to get behind. And we need this to be something which is inspiring, okay? We need to understand, as Birgit had said this morning, that everybody can get behind this idea of living well, living healthily, living for longer, living good lives, okay? So the well-being economy is a new paradigm that people can really relate to. And what we see is that people across Europe and across the world, they tell us, we know from surveys that people want to thrive and not just to survive. And this is where something like the well-being economy, I think, goes even beyond these ideas of sustainable development. And although sustainable development is captured within the well-being economy, the same principles apply. But I think in a well-being economy, we can take it to another level and say that people really are looking to thrive, both now and in the future. People want to live in healthy and safe communities. And health is absolutely at the heart of wellbeing economies. We know it's not the only aspect of wellbeing economies, but from a WHO perspective, health and well-being, they go hand in hand. And it's really important that we think about this as a concept for today and for the future. One of the aspects of the Future Generations Act, of course, and of sustainable development in general, is this idea that it's something for the future generations, but it's also for our own generation, for our own future. And I think that's really important, because many of the issues and challenges that we face and that we will face in the future, that future's not so far away. We're looking at targets and goals for 2025, 2030, 2035, 2050. This is not just for future generations. This is for the rest of our lives and for the future generations. So I think that's really important to bear in mind. So what do we mean when we say people want to thrive? Okay. Well, we mean people want to feel safe where they live. People want to live in dignity. People want to have a sense of purpose and equal opportunities. People want to have a sense of control over their lives. And people want to achieve more than just economic growth. They know that economic growth is something which is helpful, but only to a certain extent. And we need to think about what that actually means. And I really appreciated some of the comments we've had this afternoon about trade-offs, because economic growth can come at a cost. So we need to have the right kind of growth. So I'm going to talk to you now about some of the examples of how this paradigm is driving change. Again, I make reference to Birgit's presentation earlier, because in Estonia we have the need for change. And there are so many things on this slide that I don't want to read them all out, but the mega trends which are affecting the world at the moment, there are so many challenges that we're facing, whether that's through the aging population, whether it's through digital challenges, whether it's through the rise of NCDs, gender equity, whether it's violence, and even the threat of war on our doorsteps. So there are so many challenges that we're facing. We're in what's potentially a polycrisis. So we need solutions. But those solutions have to address the risks that we face. That includes poor health and inadequate access to health in many places. It includes income insecurity. It includes poor quality employment in many cases, and also lack of opportunities for education. If we look at the Health Equity Status Report, we see an analysis of all of these different areas and how inequality is rife in all of those areas. So what can a wellbeing economy approach do? Well, first of all, we talk about the well-being capitals. We talk about human, social, economic, and planetary capitals. And one of the challenges of the well-being economy is to rebuild those capitals, to revitalize human capital, to rebuild social capital, to regenerate natural capital, and to rebuild economic capital. I think it's a really key element of the wellbeing economy that we focus on those different four areas and the interactions between them. Because we clearly see, and again, this has been mentioned just earlier, that if we focus on the interactions, we also see the co-benefits of working from one area to the benefits in another. We see the benefits of people's health, improving the vibrancy of the economy. But we also see that a vibrant economy can help to stimulate and support good health. And that's an area of particular importance for the WHO. We see that the health sector is a key driver of wellbeing economies. I mentioned two of the key wellbeing economies being Scotland and Wales, and both of those have initiatives which are looking at the role of anchor institutions in the economy, whether that's the health sector or the education sector or local governments and various others. But the health sector is a key anchor institution in local economies across Europe. What that means is that it's a provider of jobs, it's a provider of employment, it's a provider of security. It demands goods and services. It creates supply chain opportunities. So the health sector has many different roles to play, aside from purely providing healthcare. And when we think of health, we also need to think about the wider determinants of health. We need to think about public health. We need to think about all of the things that lead to people maintaining and thriving in good health. And that means good housing, that means good education, that means good jobs. And so the Wellbeing Economy Initiative is very much focused on all of those things. And as you can see, the interrelationships between health and other parts of government are also absolutely critical. A good example for me, the link between health and justice. We've seen that, again in Scotland, that some of the criminal justice issues are best addressed when they're seen as a public health issue. I'd also like to emphasize that it's not just on a national level that we need to address this. And some of the best things that are happening on the regional and city levels. Yeah. At regional and city levels, local governments can get involved in things like spatial planning. They get involved in local investment, in delivering education and skills, in regulation and licensing. So there's a whole range of different areas where local and regional governments can collaborate and help to deliver wellbeing economies at their spatial level. And once again, we see this. We see many examples of this in the UK, where I'm from. The examples of the West Midlands Combined Authority and the Greater Manchester Combined Authority and London all have great examples of how they're working together to deliver wellbeing economies. And we heard about earlier the Cardiff Wellbeing Plan as another example of that. I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about a couple of others in a second. So where is it going well? One of the areas that I've just touched upon is this link between good work and good health. Now, it was about 2 months ago. Again, leaders of the wellbeing economies from 4 different countries, from Iceland, Finland, Scotland, and Wales, all came together for a policy dialogue in Wales. And one of the focuses of that was on this link between work and health. It's a key issue that that all countries agree is important. And there are lots of initiatives about taking that forward. The Health Foundation in the UK has highlighted the significance of changing the narrative around poor health, that people actually do want to work. They want to be in prosperous, well-paid, secure jobs, and highlighting the links between poor quality jobs and poor mental health. So we know that these links do work both ways, in both a positive and a negative context. Once again, in Wales, the Healthy Working Wales initiative focuses on the health sector as an employer. And once again, that gives us an idea that we can focus our activities on creating a good working environment for the people working in that sector. And that can have positive knock-on effects on the individual's health, their mental health, and also the local communities. I'd like to give you another slightly different example, because we've been working with the government of Moldova, and Minister Buzu, as you see on the picture there, is one of the champions of the wellbeing economy. And they have focused on a whole-of-government approach. The whole-of-government approach means that they, again, are trying to renew the contract with the people. They're trying to improve social protection as the first and most important thing that they do, because that revives the trust in government that we were talking about earlier. But on top of that, they're trying to create equality of opportunity. Equality of opportunities between men and women. They're providing better employment opportunities for women and they're supporting that with better childcare provision and targeting things like domestic violence and gender-based violence to address those issues of inequality. But they do understand that this is a huge challenge that they have to address across the entire government. And it's not just through social protection, but it's through work, and it's through creating opportunities for people. It's through looking at the inequities between the rural areas and the cities. It's trying to prevent migration, because in their case, migration means a loss of skilled people, loss of human capital. Perhaps we could call it the brain drain. Again, going on to the city level, the city and region of Utrecht. And once again, this is an entire regional initiative where they're trying to create opportunities. They're trying to stimulate opportunities in an area where old industries were causing pollution, were not creating good jobs, human capital wasn't thriving. So they had to turn it around. They had to bring in investment. They had to bring in people. They had to enable the economy to thrive for everybody. So they set about upskilling the workforce, providing training opportunities, to attracting new and more vibrant industries, and bringing in the skills of the skilled people to work in those industries, training up existing people to work in those industries. But also understanding that, as was mentioned earlier, the environmental and ecological resources are absolutely key, and they needed to be preserved. So they're creating a healthy, livable city environment in Utrecht, where everything is geared towards the same goals of the well-being economy. So healthy environments, good jobs, good living conditions, opportunities, and really the entire package of things that people need to thrive. And it's that kind of a model that we need to aspire to, that we need to talk about, that we need to try and bottle what's in that and bring that elsewhere. So I'm going to talk for the last 5 minutes or so on what the WHO is doing to enable this shift. And before I do, I'd like to put out an invitation, because the Venice office does coordinate the Wellbeing Economy Initiative. We're very keen to hear from countries, cities, regions, sectors, on what we could do to help in the context of health. Because health, as I say, is a key component of the wellbeing economy, but we're also working on those social determinants of health, so those aspects that cause inequities. And if there's anything that you would like us to do in terms of helping to build evidence, capacity building, innovation, we would like to hear from you after the event. So let me just talk a little bit about some of the things that we're doing, and I'll try and cover this off very quickly. So we help governments, and through our programs like the Regional Regions for Health Network and the Healthy Cities Initiative. We're helping institutions to put together baskets of policies, because it isn't one policy that will solve all this. It's not one policy that will deliver a well-being economy. There are many policies, and they need to work together. And I was really pleased and excited to hear people talking about these policies working together to deliver the well-being economy. We talked about modelling, and we talked about ROI. Return on investment, because money is needed for some of these, for the initiatives. Some of the money is needed to invest in well-being economies. And we've had many comments about how we attract investment and attract money into what we need to invest in. We talked about well-being budgets. And again, there are examples across Europe of countries where well-being budgeting is being put into place to really encourage money to be spent in the way that will create these well-being economies and enable people to thrive. We have examples of well-being budgeting, participatory budgeting, gender budgeting. And if we can help anybody with these, then we will do so. And again, just drawing your attention to the HESRI report, that's going to be updated in the autumn of this year, and that will give us more up-to-date information about health inequalities across the European region, providing much more evidence than I've been able to talk about today. We've also been working on quantifying the economic impact of the health sector. We've developed models in association with academics in Slovenia and others to show, using real-time data and AI technology, the impacts of the health sector through its supply chains, through its employment, and through its local economic impacts. So again, this is something which can be used as a means of trying to promote the wellbeing economy and show that health is a key component of that and how it really improves the economic development of a region. How else can we mobilize additional resources? Well, we're spending a lot of our time now looking at how we can identify and mobilize further resources for countries, cities and regions to invest in wellbeing economies. We're looking at how revenue can be generated, both from governments at regional and local levels and national levels through taxation in different forms, through how we can leverage private investment. Again, I've heard it mentioned this morning, but we've been working on models such as social outcome contracts, which enable trusts, foundations, and private organizations who have large volumes of capital. We see $1.6 trillion of private capital invested in impact around the world at the moment. So there are vast sums of capital which we can tap into. We just need the models, we need the approaches, we need the tools and the mechanisms to do that. So one of the things we're trying to do is put together an impact investment alliance. So we will bring together different actors across different sectors that want to invest in health and well-being and the determinants of health with those that need that investment. I'm seeing the red button, so I'm going to be slightly over time here. But I mentioned earlier that one of the key roles of the WHO is to build political support, to bring together different stakeholders, to bring together countries, to bring together countries that are doing this and with countries that want to do this. And the same at the regional level, the same at the city level. And I mentioned the policy dialogue in Wales as one example of that, which has led to some real impetus between those countries to work more closely together. And my last slide is about something called finding common ground. And once again, we've heard about the difficulties of working across government. We know we need to. We know we need to bring in finance people, talking to health people. And we also want people to bring in the central banks into that conversation because the central banks have a key role in modeling economies. And you might be surprised at how much is going on within central banks around Europe in terms of modeling well-being, modeling things beyond just interest rates and so forth. So, for example, in the Netherlands, a project which is going on looking at the heterogeneity of inflation, so the impacts of inflation across different social groups. So we're very keen to open that conversation from just health people talking to health people or other people in government to talking across central banks, to talking to economists, to talking to financial people and to talking to investors. And if we can facilitate those kind of conversations, if we can start to bring together what everybody in this room has said they want, which is a well-being economy, with the ability to finance and to fund that, then we think we'd be on the right tracks. We need to tell that story. We need to pass on that message. We need to bring people together into that conversation. And that's really what we're hoping to do. So very pleased to hear some questions from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Graham. Please stay with me. Maybe you can pick this side.
Okay.
Thank you. Great. We have a question, please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Eva Hellström. I come from the Finnish Innovation Fund, Citra. And if we talk about Europe, I think it's also relevant to consider the European Union. And if we're really honest, I think that many of the governance models of the European Union are really, really outdated. And so my question is that what could the European Union learn from all the different national examples of the governance models of the well-being economy? So what are your best tips for the European Union?
That's a really great one to start with. Thank you. Well, before I do go into answering that, I must say that the WHO European region is much wider than the EU even. We cover 53 member states, and it goes even beyond the traditional geographic boundaries of Europe. But I think it's fair to say that the European Union is aware of this, is aware that the European Union is also a grouping of different member states, and the voices of the countries which are pursuing the well-being economy need to be raised louder. It's certainly true to say that at a European level there are challenges which are perhaps some challenges which go beyond what we're talking about today, in terms of things like security and so forth. So we have to acknowledge that. But I think it's quite interesting to note that some of the things we've been talking about today and some of the things which will actually facilitate the development of well-being economies are things which go on sort of behind the scenes. They're not necessarily the things which you hear about in the news every day. The idea of having better well-being metrics is something we really need to do, and there's plenty of momentum behind these ideas, and we do need to bring those together. We do need to be more consistent across Europe, because that becomes one of the challenges. I think it's fine to have a well-being economy which is tailored to your own country. I think it's absolutely the way it should be. That participation and in defining what a well-being economy looks like is a very local or national thing. But we also need some way to elevate this to a European level and have some indicators that say, okay, this is what these countries are doing on a smaller set of indicators, for example. And I do think the European Union needs to heed some of the messages of the ways of working of the well-being economy. Yeah, and it would be unfair of me to say that they're not doing this, but I'll just repeat them again. And we've heard today participation, really getting citizens, getting people involved in determining what a well-being economy should be. Collaboration, yeah? So collaboration, we've heard very clearly today, is a key message of how the well-being economy can be implemented. And that means across governments, within governments, across sectors, and it means across the EU, yeah? So collaboration is absolutely key. Legislation, also absolutely key. We've seen it. A very good example, the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, is a Wales piece of legislation. We need more of that legislation at different levels, at the national level. In the UK, we have something called the Social Value Act. Okay, that's something which is, they don't call it well-being economy as such, but it's driving some of the behaviour of a well-being economy. The EU is doing some great work on corporate reporting, for example. So ensuring, because I don't think we're talking enough about the private sector in this conversation. We need to get the private sector involved. We need to collaborate with the private sector. And the EU is doing a great job of making sure that that corporations do report on their impacts, their sustainability impacts, their environmental, economic and social impacts. So they are doing things, not all the right things perhaps. I should be careful if I say that, but yeah. Does that help you answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question here. I think it's coming from an online audience member, perhaps.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I was just related to this. The last bit you said there is a question in the chat kind of this, you were speaking about the relationship between the government and the citizens, and there was a question, could you elaborate more on the role of businesses in the well-being economy approach? Thank you.
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, we're working with, the way we see things is that we need to have cross-sector initiatives, yeah? And business has a role to deliver in the wellbeing economy. We have different forms of businesses now which are geared much more towards the wellbeing economy. So, for example, B corporations, benefit corporations, which are corporations which are now set up to deliver on environmental, social, and economic impacts to create those kind of benefits. But really, it's about having conversations which are involving all parts of society. It's involving conversations with citizens. So the idea of participatory budgeting is citizens having a say in budgets. The idea of building the national conversation that is driving the formation of wellbeing economies, driving the definition of what a wellbeing economy means in different countries, involves bringing in civil society groups. And there was a question earlier about how we measure the impact of NGOs, of charities and other organizations. So everybody needs to be involved. We also need to bring in different forms of capital. And if we can find ways to get investment from private sector organizations, then that's something also we should be looking at.
Thank you so much. We're unfortunately running out of time for this section, but I want to thank Graham. Round of applause. And I will again invite Jenny on stage.
Thank you, Julia, and thank you, Graham. Now, for the next panel, we have a new kind of an angle. It's called the role of statistics officials and the media in informing the public, and we have a interesting lineup. So when we get the chairs in order, feel free to jump on stage. Deputy Director General Ville Vertanen from Statistics Finland, Director of RDI Hanna Tolonen from the Finnish Institute of Health and Welfare, Editor-in-Chief Olli Seuri from Uusi Juttu magazine, and Senior Researcher Alessandra Tinto from the Italian National Institute of Statistics. Welcome. And the panel will be hosted by leading expert Saara Tamminen from the Prime Minister's Office. So without further ado, Saara, the floor is yours. And just a quick note from the organizers. So as Hanna and Ville have something to show, they could maybe go first as they are then presenting. But over to you first.
Very good. So good afternoon to everybody. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I'm indeed a leading expert in the strategy department of the Finnish Prime Minister's Office. And before I start the actual panel discussion and then also give the floor to our panelists, I promise to also give a very short update on what we're doing in the Prime Minister's Office. So during the past 1.5 years approximately, we have started developing a new function which we called an annual social sustainability assessment. And this is of course quite related to what we do over here, but also slightly different. So similar to the topic that we're going to also have now over here today for the panel discussion, we have 3 aims or targets for the assessments. So first of all, we are trying to also build a better knowledge base on the current state of different sustainability challenges in Finland. We use indicators and research for this, and also we try to clarify a bit of the reasons on why we are going where we are going. Second, we're trying to clarify also the interlinkages between these different sustainability challenges. And then identify this kind of what we call systemic opportunities and risks. And last, We're also trying to identify other drivers of change and possible development paths. For example, global megatrends and phenomena that could create also challenges or opportunities for Finland in short to medium term, basically meaning in the next 5 to 10 years. In comparison to kind of typical sustainability assessments, which are covering usually 3 major topics, economy, ecological sustainability, and then social sustainability, we're using a 5-dimensional approach. So we have the first 3, economic, social, and ecological sustainability. But for the social, we also add health, so it's social and health. And then we have 2 kind of extra categories that we want to emphasize particularly, which are human capital and cultural sustainability, and then the security, rule of law, and democracy. And we're also all trying to bring these together. So well-being economy considerations and work, for example, the work that the Finnish researchers are doing on the field is a key ingredient for us. And we're trying to bring in a lot of this knowledge to our work. But then we also collaborate, of course, with other researchers, with the different ministries, of course, and most importantly, I would say, with the statistical or Statistics Finland. So our work has just begun, and we're now in the last steps of finalizing our first report, which is hopefully coming out after summer. But I must admit that when we've been doing this work, we have encountered some challenges on the road. And at least in my view, many of the challenges that we have are actually related to communications. And that's why I think it's so important we also have now this discussion on how to really communicate these type of issues. So the panel discussion is going to be on how statistical offices and the media could now foster broader public discussion on well-being economy and its indicators. And we'll be exploring especially how presenting and increasing the visibility of tracking data, for example, could enhance public understanding and democratic dialogue, while then also emphasizing the media's role in interpreting and critically assessing the data. Very good. And yeah, I'm very happy that we have now 2 experts from the statistical point of view, a bit more. Then Hanna is also a bit more in the kind of statistics, and then also research, and Olli is here to provide us a bit more views on the media side. Very good. But shall we start with the slides? I'm not certain whose slides are coming next. Shall you click them? Hanna,
Okay.
very good.
Good. Briefly, how I, as a researcher, but also as a person from the statistics office, because we have the statistical powers in DHL as well, see the, I would say, joint work with the data and media is that statistical offices like DHL, we do gather data. It's our responsibility to collect the data which is needed to inform the policies, inform the public as well. But it's not enough that we just collect the data, because that's zeros and ones and it doesn't mean anything for any of us. So we need to have a translation of data into knowledge as well. And here we need those experts within these organizations to make the interpretation of the data, because they know what that data actually means. And at the same time, we also need to take into account the quality of data. We need to understand to which part of population data actually refers to. After we have that, we turn into the media quite often to find the collaboration to distribute the information. Obviously, with the policymakers, we have the, I would say, shortcuts to get them. But for the general public, we need the media to translate the results, something tangible for them. And that's quite challenging, actually, to translate statistical information to the format understandable for the general public. You need to make generalization, but at the same time, also remember that you don't generalize too much to lose the key of the information. And that's quite challenging part to making information understandable for the general public as well.
Indeed. I think you're having a fantastic visualization also on these problems. Would we have also another slide, right?
Yes.
Yes, from Ville. Very good.
Next one, please. Yes. I was thinking about how to describe the role of Statistics Finland and what is the special aspect that statistical offices offer to the society. We have at Nordic countries, we have enormous amount of registers. For each year, we receive to Statistics Finland more than 300 registers, some of them monthly, some of them every night. Here I took a few of them as an example. Registers that we all know, we all Finnish know during our life cycle. When we're born, information is updated to citizen register and so on. When we get married, it is updated. When we earn, we get that information goes to income register, and finally, when we die, I say we go to the final register, the cause of death. In each of these registers, we have a lot of research, we have a lot of actions, but what makes special Statistics Finland so special? We are the only agency, only actor who receives all this data, and what we are doing for the society, we are merging this data and distributing it forward.
And it's a very good job that you're doing. You're still the best statistical office in the world, right?
Yeah, World Bank is ranking statistical, national statistical authorities, and Finland was, well, we might have been number one longer, but we just noticed it 3 years ago that this kind of index is there. So 2 years we know that we were first. Now we are second.
Well, almost first. I consider that we're at the top. That's good enough. Very good. So my first question to both Ville and Hanna would be still that, what do you think is then really like the core responsibility of national statistics offices in making the data understandable and relevant for the general public? And not then just for policymakers, but really for the entire general public.
If I start at Statistics Finland, we think that we talk about sort of data value chain. You can imagine that at the beginning of data value chain, there is data collections in Nordic countries, registers. After that, there is merging the data and doing this and that with the data and pseudonymizing it and making statistics and then distributing it to researchers and journalists and so on. We see ourselves in the middle of this data value chain. We are sort of, sometimes I use this analog to water companies. We are not that visible. When water is clear, everyone is happy, but when it turns brown, everyone is on at you.
That's a very good one. Hanna, do you want to add?
Well, going a little bit further, because in DHL, for example, we do quite a lot of communication to general public directly through our channels. So we have to be able to translate our indicators, which we are deriving, into understandable format, something that general public can manage to have on tangible in their everyday life. And I think COVID pandemic was really good example on that you needed to be simple, but still effective on your communication with the really complicated issues in many aspects for the general public, turning data into numbers and recommendations, which they were able to then take up as an individuals. So having that step, how to transfer from a more researcher perspective, where you have decimal points and everything else on your numbers, to something which tells the people that every fifth of you may get the disease, for example, and this might help to prevent it. So you need to make it more simple, but still understandable.
Indeed, and I think that's the very difficult part, actually. Alessandra, Italy's ISTAT has developed a regional well-being dashboard. So what kind of goals does it serve, and what kind of lessons might you have for Finland or other countries based on your experiences?
We have talked today a lot about timeliness, quality of data, and another point that was made through the day was the granularity of data. So we need to have data that go into more depth in terms of territorial analysis. And of course, here we have a balance between timeliness. Sometimes timeliness doesn't go side by side with the granularity, so we have to decide. We make a choice. For some indicators, we prefer to be more timely, and we don't go into more detail, and for some other. So there are all sorts of issues that we need to take into account. To communicate in data at a regional level, we tried to use a person-centered communication approach. So more or less what Anna was mentioning. We try to translate the complex information into accessible contents, which can be useful for each individual. For example, I want to know how is well-being in Italy, and I can go on our dashboard and look at national data. Then maybe I live in a region in the south, and I want to know in this region how is well-being or how is the employment rate. This regional dashboard helps me answering these other questions. The granularity is in terms of territory, but it's not all in terms of territory, because I might want to know if in Italy well-being is increasing or decreasing. Why is that? Is that because everyone is increasing, or inequalities also are increasing? And when I want to look at inequalities, I need granular data, because there are intersections between different factors of inequalities. So I want to look at level of education, but at the same time the macro territorial level areas, but at the same time gender and age group, so that people can look and see. Also keeping track of the evolution of the inequalities, and look at which population group is improving and which is worsening. Because sometimes you can have the paradox that the inequalities decrease, but that's because the group that was better decreased. This happened a lot during the pandemic. So the more granular data we have, the more we can give answers to all these questions.
And as a continuation, have you noticed that there would be, for example, a lot of media coverage based on your data? Has there been an increase, or have you, for example, some way promoted that you have this kind of nice new dashboard now?
Of course, the media coverage was higher after that the law changed our purpose, and the implication in the policy cycle was more direct. In that case, we had a push also in terms of media coverage. The other thing I want to say about the coverage, conveying messages, the more we are clear about the messages we convey, and the more we find tools to convey messages, the more it's likely that the media don't get messages wrong, and they take on the messages. Sometimes, however, it's also important that we take on our role of spreading the statistical literacy among the population. So this is one of the roles of the National Statistical Institute. And actually, we go in the schools to try, by playing games, using well-being indicators, to help children to think and read graphs, and look at data sources, and make sure they check whether this data is from a reliable data source. Perhaps we should also do this kind of training for politicians and the media sometimes. I don't think we do, but maybe we should.
Yeah, that's very interesting, actually. Maybe we could consider indeed some kind of better trainings. But actually, then for all of you, based also on some of the examples that we've heard already earlier today, what are your views on some kind of these kind of good examples, such as this one, on how statistical indicators have actually then been used and communicated, and maybe even used in the way that they would really influence public policy? Who would like to start with good examples? Ville.
I see this in wider context. The well-being economy is there is indicators, but it is you can see it as data-driven decision making or information-based decision making. Indicators is one aspect, but when something happens in the trend, quite fast you raise the question why it happens and what should be done. One example I could give you from data room. We have established during the pandemic this kind of data room for government. That Statistics Finland is providing microdata, pseudonymized microdata, to the secure remote access system, and some of the Finnish researchers are doing research based on that timely data for the government, for the very specific questions. During the energy crisis, government decided to give subsidies to citizens so that the citizens who are suffering the high energy prices could cope with these prices. The first subsidies were 500 million euros in Finland. What we did at Statistics Finland, we worked with Fingrid, who maintains this kind of remote access energy meters that is located in every household. There is data from these energy meters. We combined that to Statistics Finland on information on households, and information of households we merged to the information on income register. And that data we gave to the researchers, and the researchers could research the energy poverty. So you can combine the social aspect and the economics aspect. With this data, they analyzed how effective the first package were, and the next package could be pointed directly to those people who really needed it. The second package, the size of the second package was 40 million euros.
Yeah, that's a nice example. Olli, might you have some good...
Well, yeah, from a broader public discussion perspective, I think there's always a lot of discussion around birth rates, about the development of where the population is going. And we actually did a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago, a story about the kind of need to move from more deterministic calculus to stochastic analysis. So I think it could be something that where statistics and statisticians could be of help to also for the public discussion, help for the media, because it kind of gives more, I believe it kind of gives more room for deliberation, because if we use the deterministic models, and which we have used a lot, is that every few years the discussion kind of changes. But if it would be more like a probabilistic model where you can see different probabilities of future going, you would have more to discuss, more points of reference, points of deliberation, points of discussion. So I think that could make the public discussion also better, because when there's only one model saying like this is going to be the future, the whole discussion kind of easily becomes one-sided or polarizes.
That's also a nice way of getting our discussion actually into the future. But before we go further over there, Hanna, might you have also some examples?
Well, DHL is in the media almost every single day in Finland, so we are doing quite a lot of impact in that sense. but something that comes to my mind is the mental health of the young and adolescents, which just has been published recent results that it's still not good and it hasn't returned to the levels before the COVID. And that has been on the media discussion quite a lot, also on the political discussion and in different levels with the NGOs and others. So data we provide, it actually has the impact on the policy discussions and general discussions quite a lot.
Indeed.
If I can add from a different, I would like to answer from a different perspective. The dialogue between the Statistical Institute and the data users is very often really, really useful. I will give you an example. We have in our framework the domain on subjective well-being, so we have subjective measures of perceived satisfaction with life and future views of our future, these indicators come from a survey, population survey, which is only available down to the regional level. We cannot go with using this survey lower than that. But we received a lot of pressure by local authorities and the local governments because they needed to also include these kind of indicators in their local frameworks. And following this pressure in our census, in our permanent census, 4 new questions, so subjective questions were added. So at the moment we can also go at a lower territorial level and answer the need that was highlighted through this communication. I think this is a good example of how communicating can enhance quality and availability of information.
Yes, indeed. And you already raised a good kind of follow-up topic that we're going to delve a bit deeper as well into how to collaborate with different parties as well in order to improve the information. But before we go there, Olli, can we get a bit more views from the kind of role of media? In your new Uusi Juttu media, you aim to increase, for example, deeper knowledge and understanding on things instead of making kind of simplifications that you often see in media. What do you think enables or prevents journalists in general from covering this kind of annual data updates or indicator trends? And how much do you rely, or how much journalists rely typically on expert analysis to make such stories really meaningful and interesting?
There's a lot of questions there. I believe that media should be seen as one of the knowledge brokers in the society, but it should be understood as a knowledge broker with a certain kind of role, being independent and also being there for the public. And I think it's a good question. Like I believe that especially in a country like Finland, where the trust is high in the institutions, trust is very high in the media, we do use and do collaborate or cooperate with a lot of knowledge institutions and with the researchers. But I would say that very rarely we use the researchers or the statisticians to make the stories more interesting. like what should be understood is that I think from my perspective, and I think from the media perspective, we should understand that the whole media environment has changed quite a bit in last couple of decades. The social media and digitization have brought sort of automation of distribution of information, and now we are on the verge of another possible revolution of AI automating the production of information. So what's the role of journalism in that kind of world? And I think more and more it's not really about being able to transfer information from one place to another. It's more about connecting people and being able to touch and make the feeling and also the community. So in that way, I think there's we need our specialized skills in the media to make those stories. So we do need, we're fact-based, we rely on a lot of things that the knowledge institutions produce, but we have a sort of special relationship as one institutions amongst institutions and between the people or the citizens.
And kind of continuing that, how do you think independent media could then maybe even depoliticize the well-being debate while it would be still kind of publicly meaningful? And this is also maybe a question for all the others, if you have views on this.
Yeah, I think the question is whether we want to depoliticize things. Maybe depolarize, but I think we would actually, as a community, we would be better if we could address more issues by politicizing them as being open to deliberation, open to discussion. So I think sometimes, of course, politicization is used in different ways, but I think things that being politicized are things that we care about, and we will be willing to have a diversity of voices, willing to hear a polyphony of voices. And that does not mean that the way that things have sort of moved in a lot of Western democracies, where there's a real threat of polarization, real sort of decomposition of epistemic community, or even sometimes decomposition of social contract. But I think that discussion and ability to politicize things, ability to discuss all aspects is part of the social contract we have in Western states.
That was well put. Do you have additional
I would
comments on
like
this?
to ask Olli if he wants to collaborate with the Italian National Statistical because we don't have such a collaboration between institutions having to do with the media normally. So this is really helpful, because very often we have this kind of discussion that the media person wants to say, okay, so can I say that employment rate increased? And we say, no, but the confidence intervals is... and then you can say, okay, but women, yes, but if you look at the territory at the same time, so it would be very useful to work together, I think, because there are different skills and they need to be together. None of us can do without the other. This is what I wanted to say. I don't remember what was the last
Yeah, we really love the nuances, and we really want to see the different aspects. There's sometimes contradictions in everything, and I think that makes covering the big questions of our time really interesting. But I have to acknowledge that the situation where the Prime Minister's office is asking questions from the media is not normal to Finland.
Maybe indeed. But maybe it's good to have more discussion and to collaborate more indeed. So maybe we can continue with this kind of topic of how collaboration between statistical agencies and media and maybe indeed the Prime Minister's office could be maybe stronger. And over here we have the question that could there be a stronger role for media in amplifying or critically examining trend analysis produced by statistical agencies or research institutes, for example? What do you think?
I think this links to what I just said. In potentially yes, but provided this that there is a common base, so after they go to the training course for reading the graphs and no, I'm joking. Just I think it's something that we should build together. But for sure, it's. I was not trained to improve the readability or to make more people listen to what I'm saying. So. The collaboration is needed, and in my institute we don't really have that. We need to grow.
Hanna.
Yeah, I think in the statistical offices or the institutions and researchers, we would need much more collaboration with the behavioral scientists who actually know how to translate the message so that all different levels of people can understand it and uptake it. And with that knowledge, how we then write the press releases, for example, it could improve our collaboration with the media and perhaps get a little bit better highlights, because occasionally tabloid highlights are not always correct. So there's a learning point for all of us. So with joint collaboration, I think we can improve the work we are doing together to inform the population.
Ville.
As we heard earlier today, it's easy to agree on some of these very high-level indicator goals like prosperous Finland. Then, when it comes, when there is some change in the trend, things are not going as they were planned, then we need more than indicators. Then we need data, we need statistics, and this is the point where I agree that it was a good point that then the researchers are important to analyze why this happened and what should be done. As a member of, or as a staff of Statistics Finland, from my point of view, I look that do we have enough data, do we have enough timely data to analyze these different kind of possible scenarios when they come suddenly. Statistics, Fais also earlier today asked a good question and pointed out that official statistics, they are often lacking. But statistical offices have data, and the data is many times very timely. Some of the data is coming every night from for example, income register comes to Statistics Finland every night, indicating who were paid yesterday, some salaries or benefits or so. So we also have very timely data, and that data, if it's provided to researchers, they can really do remarkable analysis and analyze what happens, why it happens, and what should be done.
I think there is also a very good point now on who all should be collaborating maybe a bit more. So I do see, from my perspective, from the Prime Minister's office, we see also that there should be quite broad collaboration. And now you've mentioned, for example, behavioral scientists, and then we have, of course, the media. But would you have something else still in mind as well? What kind of institutions or partnerships there should be or developed to get things better?
I'm just thinking to what's been said today, thinking about our experience with the Ministry of Economy and Finance and the forecasting of the indicators. So there was a debate on the fact that some of the indicators were, had to do more with the Ministry of Health, because we have some health indicators, or with the Ministry of Education. And so at one point there was a discussion about collaborating more among ministries with the purpose to publish this report and show that the government is doing something to improve well-being of population. But the government changed, and this is not there anymore. I've never heard about this possibility anymore, but I thought it made really sense. So I would increase this kind of collaboration among ministries in this sense.
Indeed, good addition.
I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be a kind of a communications ambassador here, but I think that because of the hierarchies changing in the information environment, more institutions should think of their role also outside, like media communications, and thinking of the relationship to the citizens. So how to make their the data approachable. How to make like a good service design. I have to say that the Statistics Finland, the service is too hard for most of the journalists. I don't know if it's the fault of your website or fault of our profession, but there's definitely, if we cannot use it, some of the citizens can't either. So I think also building on that relationship, who do we communicate to? There's certain messages you should communicate, I would say, through media and use media and be available to media, but also there should be channels that you use and try to communicate straight with the citizenship.
Yeah. Thank you. Ville, you want to continue, and Hanna?
Yep. I agree, our service is not the most easiest to use. I think one to blame is what we think. When I started, I told you about the data value chain and about the collaboration. We are at the moment, we are thinking that who to collaborate, it depends on what point you are at the data value chain. As we are in the middle, we need to we need to have strong collaboration with the register keepers, those authorities who collect the information to registers. We need to make sure that the metadata is correct and good enough. There is all the information that is needed and so on. And then the other side, the end of the value chain, we need to have strong cooperation with researchers, with media. I'm not sure yet, but I might agree that we need to also have stronger collaboration with citizens. This is a hard question because Statistics Finland has monopoly in the middle of the data value chain. We are the only one who can work there, who can merge the data and distribute it further. There are 750 of us. Then we have, according to Statistics Finland, we have more than 80,000 researchers in Finland. So if we take how many people out of that 750, that workforce is away from creating data. So it's a hideous question, what should be done. On the other side, it is evident that we should be more visible. We should have more dialogue with media, with citizens, and we should contribute. But on the other hand, all that is away from creating data. We see huge potential on the data creation, and we would love to do even more than we do at the moment. But the restriction of resources.
Hanna.
Engaging with media, also thinking that the media environment, as you said, is changing quite rapidly. And especially younger generation, they are more using social media and those platforms than reading the regular newspapers like my generation is used to doing. So we also need to think how like DHL, how we can engage with our results and messages in social media. And we are not doing well on that, to my mind. So we could improve quite a lot on different platforms, reaching people on that, and especially reaching young people who are our future. And we need to impact them now, not in 20 years' time.
Very good point. I think we're getting towards the end, so maybe it's time also to check if we would have some questions on the audience. So we have some in the back, at least.
Hello, thank you very much. Teemu Koskimäki from University of Eastern Finland. And I've extensively in the past year and a half used the Statistics Finland website and getting to know the user experience very well. And I was thinking about these like limited resources, and I'm not the kind of person who offers AI as a solution to any new problem or old problem. However, I was thinking that if there was an AI that you could interact in the website, that you could ask it in plain language for data for some specific type, it could help find it easier and also help interpret when there is missing metadata or missing explanations for what specific like variables to choose when you're going to download your data set. It could tell you what they are, or if it doesn't know, it could maybe help at least interpret them in some way and it could also help like journalists to find meaningful things from there. Maybe some reflections on the intersection between this new technology of AI and media and statistics.
Yes, we are working at the moment on our search engine, and I'm not familiar with the latest, but I have understood that there is also AI involved in there, but it takes a bit time still. We according to our time schedule, we should be ready by the end of the next year in transition of our websites. However, this is not yet the service level on our hard data. But about the AI and statistical authorities and the data we have. Also today I talked with few of you. I described that these generative AI models, they are taught by content of internet, unstructured data from internet, and these models are learned with that. And what these models are doing, they are guessing or estimating how the real world works. Now my question is, what happens or what would happen if these AI models would be learned or taught by complete data sets of society, all people, all companies, data from different aspects that could be merged by each other? Maybe also given Finnish legislation and some other information. What will happen?
I think that's a very good question indeed, and a very intriguing question. Do we have more questions from the audience? Very good. No more questions from the audience. I guess we're between you and the drinks at this moment. I think that's it then. I want to thank you, at least from my part, for the very interesting, good discussion on this. I think there's a lot of topics that we could dwell on for quite some time, but let's do that maybe during the drinks. So thank you for the panelists, and thank you for the audience for this.
Thank you, Saara, and to the panelists. So I want to say thank you for everyone for today. I hope you gained inspiration and concrete knowledge of how to move the well-being economy agenda forward. And before we go to the closing and the drinks, I will still give it over to Professor Heikki Hiilamo from the Finnish Institute of Health and Welfare. Heikki, please.
So I'm the final person standing between you and the bar. Well, I mean, it's been a long day, and you see here a person who's really happy, because I think this has been a very successful day, and I want to thank you all for participating, also those who have been participating online. And I want to extend my special thanks to those people who were making the presentations and participating in the panels. But I also want to thank you who make questions, and I also want to thank for all the meaningful discussions we had during the breaks. Also want to thank my colleagues from THL who helped to put together this, and also want to thank Iiro and Frontline Forum for organizing this event. So as I said, it's been a very heavy day. We didn't want to discuss so much about what we had been doing in this project, but you probably realized that since we have Iiro said something about our well-being economy steering model, which has 3 dimensions: the strategic governance, the resource governance, and the information governance. So we had Ciaran from Wales on strategic governance, and Birgit from Estonia, and for resource governance we had Fiachra from Ireland and Kari from Canada, and for information we have you, Jeroen, and then also Alessandra from Italy. So it was somehow there at the backdrop. So, I mean, some of the issues we discussed today were quite technical, and I really think that we can all congratulate ourselves since, I mean, making it to this point. So we are true hardcore well-being economy professionals. But you know, it's been a day of logos. But you know, promoting an idea, you also need ethos, which is emotions, and pathos, which is about persuasion. And why you need that is that we have a lot of knowledge on how, on what should be done. And it seems that there is a kind of a emerging consensus also around the key issues and the core issues and key targets. But the problem is how to put the words into action. And for that, we definitely need some inspiration. And Iiro, you said something very interesting at the very start of this day. You said that there is a competition between different societal models on to the degree they deliver for the planet and the people. And I'm afraid I have to disagree with you, since to me it seems that we have a competition between two societal models, where the one is trying somehow to deliver for the people and a little bit also for the planet. And then we have another model which is just delivering for the elites, whether they be political elites or business elites. And in many cases, it's the same group of people, or more precisely, same group of men. So that is our challenge. So that's why we need some inspiration. And where do you turn to when you are lacking inspiration or encouragement? In Finnish, we have something which is called voimabiisi. It means that it's a kind of a power song, something which lifts up your spirits. You probably know that we just had the Eurovision Song Contest, and we were just about to get the first two places, but eventually it turned out Finland. Well, I mean, there was a Finnish contender representing Sweden. So we were 4th and 11th. But now I want to organize a small, short song contest. And since I'm the one who's picking the songs, I also have the power to choose the winner I like. And what I'm trying to do is to say that what kind of popular songs would best resonate with this well-being economy. And only have 3 contenders. The first one is very obvious. It's John Lennon's Imagine. I was studying a couple of decades ago a course on the history of economic thought, and my professor talked about this song, and he said that, well, just look at what John Lennon is telling. He's saying that imagining no heaven or hell, that's easy if you try. And then, you know, imagining no countries, it isn't hard to do. But then the thing is, imagining no possessions, I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger, a brotherhood of man. So I think this is a very good contender, but it's probably too utopian. As my professor said, it's very difficult, you know, to chase completely an economic model because, you know, it's very difficult to think about no possessions. Okay, then the second contender, that's Michael Jackson's song, A Man in the Mirror. So Michael Jackson, he had an upbringing as a Jehovah's Witness. Well, he later disassociated with the religion, but he wanted to put this idea of moral thinking and self-transformation into this song, where the key words is that if you want to sorry, I started a bit earlier. And no message could be clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. I think it's a very wisely put, but of course it's probably too general and probably too individualistic, since what I think that if we want to promote this idea of economic well-being, we need to think about the fact that democracy is about people's ability to reinvent the world. And to reinvent the world, we need to have We need to focus on the agency of people as a group. And that's why my suggestion for the best well-being economy song in the popular music is Patti Smith's Power. People have the power. I hope I'm not the only one who has heard this song, but the key word here is people have the power to redeem the work of fools. So let well-being economy be our way to redeem the work of fools. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Heikki. Maybe I won't go into my favorite well-being economy songs. Let's save that to the bar. This has been a long, albeit very, very interesting and inspiring day. And thank you for staying so engaged till the very end. So today was about international examples for pushing the well-being economy forward. Tomorrow we're switching more to the Finnish context. We'll also change the language to Finnish. But please, if you can, join us also tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. So thank you also on my behalf. Now it is time for those promised drinks. So please still stay and talk with whoever you wish to still exchange some words with. There was the wish from the organizers that if your coat is at the coat check, it should be removed from there at 6 p.m. the latest. But that is it. Thank you, and I will see you at the bar.